Makati Production presents an original Star Wars story, Reign of the ISB, written by Torchy B. During the height of the Mid-Rim Offensive, Imperial High Command is confronted with an unwanted distraction, the kidnapping of an Imperial Senator's family. A small task force is sent out that fights daily to keep afloat as they are cut off from Imperial supply lines. Meanwhile, ISB Agent Flennic struggles to untangle the web of deception. But the enemy isn't sitting idly by. Star Wars, Reign of the ISB. Chapter 1. What kind of half-ass operation do you think you're running here? One of the sentries' too small body armor, hand too far away from the weapon, and unbalanced stance glanced over at him in his plain clothes and would have probably dismissed him if it hadn't been for the trooper behind him. I am Agent Vos Flennic with the ISB, and I need to speak to whoever is in command of this. Now, he demanded, revealing the plaque under a layer of civilian's clothes. The pure mention of the Imperial Security Bureau opened a lot of doors, and the two sentries straightened up. The second sentry favors her right leg, and has reddened eyes paled, and looked straight ahead, lucky not to be the one having to answer. Commander Tetsu, she is near the Senator's mansion. Show me the way. But we're supposed to guard this. We found at least 3 holes in your perimeter already, so don't bother. But if you don't get me there quickly. Yes, sir. Follow me, sir. The guard fumbled with his comlink, messing up procedure as he called his superior, and led them down the street. Damn civilians. What are they doing in the military? Ace grumbled behind him. Vos raised an eyebrow and looked back at the old clone commando. Times have changed. Only in some ways for the better. Look at them. They are like children playing war. What would I give even for a company of regulars? Ace rambled on, so Vos ignored him. Once he started talking about the past, there was no stopping him. Still, he couldn't deny his observation. The local garrison was in way over their head. Usually, they had to deal with shoplifters and the very occasional murder, but not with the kidnapping of an Imperial Senator's family. In their mismatched uniforms, they had formed a loose perimeter around the building but had failed to secure the neighboring buildings, put any snipers on the surrounding buildings, or get any kind of air support. Report, Vos asked into his comlink. No traps and guards near the sewers. Ready to breach? Hold. I'll have to get a hold of the situation first. The nervous guard led them towards a group of Rhodians in slightly better uniforms, clustered around an UAB blaster aimed at the mansion. If they would open fire even just out of anxiety, they could collapse the building with the Senator's family still inside. Before Vos could say anything, Ace snapped, "Soldier." Fingers off the trigger. The young man holding the heavy blaster jumped back as if the weapon had burned him. Everyone else also straightened up, Ace's tone reminding him of their drill sergeants. Who the hell are you, and what are you doing in my operation? The highest-ranking officer recovered first. They are ISB, the guard said, cutting Vos off again. All eyes wandered to Ace, who in his bulky combat armor towered over them by at least one head. Where is the Senator? Vos asked, flashing his plaque in an attempt to get a hold of the conversation again. The woman, a commander according to her plaque, pointed at the mansion. He went inside to negotiate. And you let him go. Are you insane? The only thing you achieved was giving these rebels another, far more valuable hostage. What was I to do? I tried to dissuade him. Lock him up somewhere if you have to, but not this. The ISB might be able to do that, but if I tried that, the woman slumped back against one of the improvised barricades. I would lose my job before the day was over. That's why I'm taking command now. Ace, see to it that the perimeter is secured. While Ace hurried off to shout at some unfortunates, Vos looked up. Although the immediate area around the mansion was clear, there were too many speeders flying around the vicinity. Not a few of them were even watching or standing guard for the insurgents inside. Commander, do you have any air assets that could clear the sky? We are not the military. We only have a number of hover vehicles to get us where we need to. It would take at least an hour for the rest of their task force to arrive in the system, let alone the time it took to get assets on the ground, and they probably have their own trouble to deal with judging by the chaos in orbit. He couldn't wait that long. Clear the skies for a mile around the mansion. If you have to, Use that e-web for something useful. You mean shoot at them? The guard who had previously manned the weapon asked. That's what you usually use them for, right? The man gulped and with the help of his comrades, began setting it up at another angle. On the other side of the street, Ace led a group of so-called soldiers into the adjacent building. The mansion was framed by two apartment complexes that were barely half the height. Once clear of the other roofs, expansive glass windows would certainly provide an amazing view over the city. Now they were obscured by cloth sheets, making it look completely desolate. Give me the line to the rebels. I need to confirm the senator and his family are still inside. The awkward silence and looks between the soldiers said enough, and Voss whipped out his kamink. Be advised. One additional target in the building. Senator Obi's Rulek. Male, Rhodian, dark green skin. Move in silently. I need confirmation that the targets are still in the building. Understood. Entering the building now. Who is that? Don't worry about it. You have enough problems of your own after the performance today. Just stand back and let me do my job. Flipping a switch on his comlink, he activated the amplification, so his voice would be audible everywhere in the mansion and the surrounding streets. This is Agent Flennic with the ISB. You are surrounded. Release your hostages now, and we can come to a peaceful solution. And why would we do that? A dozen rifles snapped up to the man who stepped onto the balcony on the first floor. Unarmed. Human. Middle age. Male. A few more people were briefly visible in the room behind him before the door was closed again. Create normality. Create relatability. Create authority. They are innocent. Let us talk man to man, and we can figure this out. Innocent. This senator and your empire have oppressed us like the Republic before it. Now we finally have the power to do something about it. With rebels rising up everywhere in the galaxy, it is our time. Damn the protocol. There are too many self-righteous idiots loose in this galaxy. But when they go this far, and you think kidnapping children is the right way to do this, will this sway the people of your world to follow you into your glorious future? How can they trust someone who stoops to such low methods? Says you. Serving the Empire. The same empire that blew up a planet because it liked to. The same empire that enslaves people all over the galaxy. While he went on with his tirade for some time, Ace stepped behind him and whispered, "Perimeter secure." Where did you pick that up? Voss asked, pointing at the man-sized ballistic shield that Ace certainly hadn't brought with him on the mission. It's quite handy. I might even keep it. You know that's at least a dozen forms you have to fill out for that. Well, that's why I'm not the commanding officer anymore. Despite Ace's happy demeanor, Voss knew it was forced. They both struggled to adjust to their respective new roles. The rebel must have noticed that no one was listening and finally quieted. Voss raised his comlink to his mouth again. I need confirmation that the senator and his 3 children are unharmed and well. You are in no position to negotiate. I don't know where you came from, but as far as I'm aware, you're the only Imperial officer on this entire planet. Kunaru has been under the Empire's governance for almost 20 years now. The Empire left his security in the, he braced himself for the words he was about to say, capable hands of local security forces. But we are back. Within hours, an Imperial task force will descend on this city, and they won't be as patient as I am. There is not much discussion with a regiment of Imperial stormtroopers. For the first time, a hint of uncertainty crossed over the man's face. The rebels are pushing on dozens of worlds. These rebels are not more than some locals complaining about taxes and everything else that's bugging them. The Empire is extremely capable in ensuring the safety of its citizens, such as the 3 you hold in your power. I need to at least see them. Otherwise, there will be no lenient treatment. A bold understatement of the campaign the rebels have waged on dozens of mid-rim worlds over the last few months, but he wouldn't admit the truth for half the city to hear. When the man started another of his propaganda speeches, Voss switched channels on his comlink. Status. No confirmed targets so far. Elaborate. I have personally searched the ground floor while I sent the droids upstairs. There are no targets on the 1st to 4th floors. There are a few locked doors but no life signs behind them. They are cutting their way to the roof now to confirm they aren't there. One of the longest speeches Voss had ever heard of the man. The targets won't be on the roof. Too exposed. They are gone. We need to storm the building. Every minute they have more time to flee. How many hostiles are there? Any civilians? No civilians. 2 hostiles on the lower floor. 1 to either side of the door. 10 on the first floor. All armed with various handheld blasters. No explosives. Back to his brusque and efficient self again. All right, Ace, get ready. Creed, be ready to engage. We're coming in. 0, if that blubbering idiot moves, kill him. The man on the balcony had silenced again, and when Voss looked up, realized that something was different. A hand went unconsciously to his hip where he wasn't wearing a blaster. Last chance. Tell us where the hostages are or all your men are dead. The man wheeled about and yanked open the door when the distinctive, full sound of a sniper filled the silence. The man dropped out of sight into the building. Ace, armed with his blast shield and his assault blaster rifle, rushed past him. Commander, maintain your positions and secure the perimeter. Don't let anyone escape, and don't get in our way, Voss said as he unholstered his pistol. The woman nodded glumly and barked orders to her people almost like a real officer would. Almost. Voss turned around, cleared his thoughts of all the excess junk, and rushed after the clone. Ace slammed into the ornate wooden door like a freight train. As if it wasn't there, the bolt snapped, allowing the door to fly open. Instead of the thump of wood against stone Voss had expected, he heard a short, agonized scream that was abruptly cut off. The rebel on the other side of the door opened fire on Ace, who was stumbling further into the room, clearly having expected more resistance from the door. The hostiles' heavy repeating blaster sprayed the room with bolts. Some were absorbed by the blast shield while the rest were blocked by Ace's personal deflector shield that immediately flared under the strain. Voss surprised the hostile as he entered and sank 3 bolts into the man's head. Ace used the shield to get back to his feet and groaned, "Damn, that hurt." "You injured?" "Nah, only my pride. In my prime, I would have cleared this building on my own and with ease." A flashbang detonated above them, followed by a cacophony of blaster fire. Ace turned to the only visible staircase, and when Voss tapped him on the shoulder, they advanced. They had just cleared the stairs when silence fell over the house again. "All hostiles down. Building clear? No sign of the targets," came the voice from above. Voss lowered his weapon and strode through a corridor into the room connected to the balcony. Among half a dozen corpses stood Creed, handcuffing one of the hostiles who would soon wish to be dead as well. Blood dripped off the death trooper's armor, yet none seemed to be his own. Voss stepped out onto the balcony and observed the surrounding buildings for a minute. Finally, he noticed an unnaturally regular pattern in a deep shadow and retrieved his comlink to call the last member of their squad. 0, you can join us now. Good work. 0 stood up from behind a small vent in a host of cables on one of the apartment complexes. He pushed the cloak that had previously hidden him from everyone's view off his black Imperial scout armor, hung the long sniper rifle with the strap over his shoulders, and climbed down to the streets. Still, none of the garrison troops who were supposed to secure a perimeter had noticed him. Eventually, halfway to the mansion, he was challenged for the first time. Voss turned his attention back to the matter at hand. Ace and Creed had sorted the corpses and were scanning them for any kind of identification. "Any idea where our targets went?" "I'm not sure the children were ever here, but the senator was. They somehow smuggled him out." "Not yet. I encountered several locked doors, and according to the file, the senator was very paranoid. Who knows what kinds of traps are in this house," Creed said as he propped the only surviving hostile up against a wall and frisked his pockets. "Standard procedure is to wait for a forensics team," Ace offered. "But they're getting away. Every minute. Be realistic." Ace interrupted him in his patronizing way. The way he would talk if he was still the sergeant of his unit. "The senator entered this building several hours ago. If he is not hidden somewhere in some secret room, he will be long gone." Ace was a born leader, and his decisions seemed to come from an instinctual level. It almost felt like he didn't even need to think about it, and maddeningly, he was always right. Suddenly, Ace seemed to remember who he was talking to and added, "But that's your decision, sir." "Thanks, Ace. You're right again." Voss sighed and holstered his blaster underneath his long gray cloak. "We'll wait for the rest of the task force. Until then, let's make sure we have these scumbags identified." Heavy boots stomped up the stairs and Voss turned around to see Zero already standing there. It gave him the chills how the scout always managed to sneak up on him. The garrison commander emerged as well, slightly out of breath and with stomping feet, and looked with a pale face at the carnage. "I told you not to follow us. But this is still my planet, my investigation. This investigation is led by the ISB now, and I don't want you or any of your people anywhere near it. You are not even capable of establishing a perimeter." Pointing at Zero, he said, "You didn't find a sniper on a nearby roof. Worse, you didn't even check the roofs. Return to your barracks and wait for further instructions." Without acknowledging her again, Voss bent down next to the man who had been standing on the balcony and rolled him over. The blaster bolt had ruined most of his face, but his fingerprints should still be usable, and with a bit of luck he was already in some kind of criminal database. "I will find them," Voss promised him. "I will find the children and the senator. You will not ruin their lives. When they are safe, I will hunt down everyone who was involved in this if it is the last thing I do. There are enough terrorists in the galaxy already." Chapter 2. The otherworldly blue illuminated bridge of the Imperial Star Destroyer Challenger and his crew had become increasingly familiar with it. Captain Setaro stood at the front of the walkway, trying to project the confidence that had been shattered by the rebels. She could practically feel her subordinates' eyes on her, seeking reassurance, especially the ones who had been reassigned to the bridge after their last engagement. Except for the occasional rustle of clothes, she could only hear the humming of the vents circulating in the stale air. But they never really got rid of the stench of sweat. Suddenly, the monotonous, almost calming blue light around her vanished and was for a moment replaced by streaks of white light. The black vacuum welcomed her in a most comfortable embrace. The blue-green glowing orb right in front of them distracted more than it added, although many would probably disagree, being afraid of the vacuum. She was born in space, and there was where she thrived. With more than 24 moons and several planets spread over this system alone, and several more entire systems in their sector, this was a mighty assignment for her small task force. One Captain Setaro was definitely looking forward to if it hadn't so much political crowd and the threat of ending all careers involved. The massive trade station orbiting Kunaru was surrounded by a swarm of ships, and at least half of them probably had something illegal on board. As if they had read her thoughts, more and more ships left the docks, fleeing in every direction with blazing engines. A new predator has arrived, and everyone runs screaming into the woods. She took one long breath. As the air filled her lungs, the anticipation rose to an almost unbearable level, and within the blink of an eye, the serenity of the moment was gone. "Stations, report," she ordered in the calmest voice she could muster, with the excitement now also catching up with her. "Reactor, ready. Engines, ready. Shields, ready. Silence. Weapons, status," she asked, turning to the respective officer. "Weapons reports a problem with 2 of the heavy turbo laser batteries," a nervous young voice whispered from the crew pit. In the silence, even his small voice carried. One always seems to lose power when the other. "I don't want a technical explanation. Why didn't weapons report this earlier?" They were confident they could fix it in time. Captain Setaro resumed her position, looking out at the task at hand. "Lieutenant, have the weapons chief reprimanded for his carelessness. I always want to be informed when there is a problem on my ship. I want a report of the problem once we have dealt with this situation." "Yes, ma'am. All other stations are ready. All ships have reported in." "Thank you, Lieutenant. Engines, full power. Bring us closer to that space station. Flight deck, launch all fighters." A swarm of the distinctive TIE fighters flowed out of the lower hangar and formed up a mile away in a defensive formation. "All right, let's clear up this mess. Communications want a broadcast through the entire system." "Yes, ma'am. Your live." Too quick. As if he would have known I would ask for it. Very commendable. This is Captain Setaro aboard the Imperial Star Destroyer Challenger. I order all ships in the systems to immediately shut down their engines and prepare for boarding. Otherwise, you will be fired upon. Once the broadcast had ended, as expected, the situation didn't come down. Now even more ships were trying to flee. One freighter was even so bold to fly in their direction on a course that would lead him past the task force within a mile. Lieutenant, assign half a squadron to each of our escorts and have them spread out. The remaining fighters will screen the Challenger. Prepare boarding parties. This will be a good training exercise. Oh, and tell the Hydra, I want her to stop that freighter. Such boldness has to be punished. They can't just run my Imperial blockade. TIE fighters broke out of formation and formed up around the 4 Gazanti-class escorts. The Arquitans-class light cruiser Hydra and her sister ship the Orion made up the far flanks of their formation. When all the fighter escorts had left, a depressingly small fighter screen of just more than 24 fighters remained to screen the Challenger. Damaged TIE fighters and loose parts cluttered the hangar decks in an attempt to keep as many running as possible, but without a resupply from an Imperial shipyard, they would run out of fighters sooner rather than later. If they didn't run out of fuel or ammunition before that is. With everything in place, began the boring part of her assignment. She would have to wait at least a few minutes before the first ships would make contact. Communications, connect me to Agent Flennic on the surface. She walked back to the Clone Wars era holo table in the back and waited for a minute before a miniature hologram of a young, lean man appeared. This is ISB 392. Captain, I'm glad you're here. This whole planet is a mess. Same up here, Agent. We have poked the hornet's nest. Hopefully, we frighten some of them and tempt them to irrational actions to blow their cover. Did you find the Senator's children? The little hologram screwed his face comically and looked down at the ground. No. Even worse, the local security forces allowed the Senator himself to fall into their hands as well. In her head, she already played through a dozen very uncomfortable scenarios of what would happen if the influential Senator were to be harmed in any way. None of them would leave her in command of this task force. Any idea where he might be now? The Senator is probably still somewhere in Kuunaru City. I doubt they had enough time to get him out. The children, however, could be anywhere by now. Maybe not even in the system anymore. It would be important to lock down all transports in orbit, so we can at least confine his whereabouts to just one planet. We are working on it. Any other support you need? A forensics team to sweep through the governor's mansion, and some serious manpower to control the city. I don't trust the local garrison. I will send you the forensics team now. The rest will have to wait. I need all other shuttles and escorts for boarding duty. Once we have entered orbit, I will send you 2 companies of army troopers, including troop transports, maybe 2 ATs to deter anyone from doing something stupid, and half a regiment of stormtroopers under your personal command. But make sure to use them with care. Due to the rebel push, our supply lines are cut, and it is not clear when the fleet will push them back far enough to reach these out-of-the-way sectors, and then it will take some more time before it is deemed safe enough for cargo ships even with an escort. Any trooper or any equipment is lost for good. I am well aware of that. I am always taking care of those under my command, and your help is greatly appreciated, Captain. It's nothing personal. I'm just trying to save our careers here. We wouldn't want a promising ISB officer like you to fail. What would your father say? The young officer didn't like to be reminded of who his father was, although she didn't understand why. If she had a Moff who oversees one of the largest Imperial shipyards as a father, she would be commanding a much larger task force and wouldn't have been assigned such a career-endangering mission. From the corner of her eye, she saw 3 of her bridge officers leaning over one of the consoles, and the discussion grew more heated by the second. One glance at the tactical screen was enough to confirm the target of their discussion. The rogue freighter. Agent Flennic, you will have to excuse me. We have a situation. Your reinforcements will arrive before the day is over. With a few quick steps, she walked over to the comms console her officers were crowding and asked, why hasn't the Hydra opened fire yet? The commanding officer tried to get them to stop. Well, they obviously didn't. It looks like the freighter is still accelerating faster. She leaned and activated the microphone. "Hydra, this is Captain Setaro. Open fire with all cannons." She stepped back to the holo table where instead of the agent, she accessed the Hydra sensors. The image shook slightly as the turbolaser batteries opened fire. The barge hit the rapidly approaching ship, yet it only strained its shields. To sustain that kind of fire, the freighter had to have military-grade shields. Then a panel at the front of the freighter broke off despite the shields still being intact. "Lieutenant, what do you see there?" she asked, pointing at the apparent hull damage. The officer, still bowed over the console, walked over to her. "We haven't hit them yet. Maybe the ship just falls apart. A ship with shields as good as this? Unlikely." Fear rushed through her as she suddenly realized they are not trying to escape. They are flying an attack run. Hydra strengthened deflector shields now. A second later, a bright light appeared from the damaged part of the hull. It rushed toward the Hydra, and all feeds went black. She wanted to shout for what had happened, but that wouldn't be professional. She wanted to run over to the window, trying to see the Hydra in the distance, but that wouldn't be professional. She wanted to wheel the Challenger about and pick up the chase, but that wouldn't be professional. Captain Setaro of the ISD Challenger squeezed her hands to fists, and over the anxious murmurs of the bridge crew said, "Raise engagement level to active combat. Shoot at everything with activated reactors. Send the two Gazantis and their escort to intercept. Disable the ship if possible, but don't take any risks. Comms, establish contact with the squadron commander escorting the Hydra, and get their sensors on the holodeck. Everyone else, back to your tasks. Some of the freighters are heading our direction as well." Suddenly filled with a clear task, the communications officer awoke from his stupor, and a moment later a holo of the freighter appeared, being chased by the TIE escort. Reading the small numbers at the bottom of the projection, she asked, "TK 9231, this is Captain Setaro. Report." The half-squadron of TIE fighters was chasing the rogue freighter, covering it in green bolts of energy. The ship fired some kind of concealed weapon that disabled the Hydra. Any other visible weapons? No, but their shield seems quite strong. Is the Hydra damaged? I'm not sure, ma'am. Then that's our priority. Turn around with your squadron, so we can get some sensor readings. But what about the ship? We have already sent other units to intercept. They should be there any moment. Don't worry, they won't get away. But right now it is more important to find out what happened to the Hydra and their crew, and not leave them undefended. Yes, ma'am, the man said hesitantly, but turned around in what must have been a gut-wrenching maneuver. When the camera steadied again, the Hydra was right in front of them. The engines are offline, and my sensors only pick up a very faint electrical reading, the pilot said. But the hull is intact. Yes, no air leakage anywhere and no debris. Good. Then it was most likely just an ion weapon disabling the ship's electronics, TK 9231. Protect the Hydra until reinforcements arrive, and inform the bridge if anything changes on board. Captain Setaro out. This system was much more dangerous than the reports managed if military-grade weapons and shields had found their way into the hands of the underworld. Lieutenant, status. The Gazantis have engaged the freighter and destroyed the hyperdrive. They are now trying to stop it without destroying the entire ship. Send a shuttle with the boarding party. I want to know who shot at my ship. Also, send a shuttle with technicians to help the Hydra. Green lights illuminating the bridge for a moment startled her out of her concentration, and she looked up. The main batteries of the Star Destroyer opened fire at long range against the group of 7 incoming freighters who were foolish enough to try to run the blockade of an Imperial Star Destroyer. Her Star Destroyer? 3 freighters immediately exploded in balls of bright yellow light while 2 more were hit and the crew vented out into space. This is Captain Setaro. Shut down your reactor and prepare for boarding or you will be fired upon. A flood of messages reached the bridge as the captains all over the system finally lost hearts and disabled their ships. Should we send the forensics team for Agent Flennic now? Her lieutenant asked. With the TIE escort, it should be safe enough. We need all shuttles crewed with boarding parties for now and send them to the damaged ships first. Maybe we can save some of the crew. Agent Flennic will have to wait a bit longer for his reinforcements. Chapter 3. Minor crimes rose by 35% and serious crimes decreased by 4% since almost a year ago the Imperial garrison abandoned. The Imperial garrison didn't abandon you, Voss corrected Commander Tetsu. Despite sitting on the receiving side of the large plastoid table in her office, he was clearly the superior. She looked down at her datapad where she had been reporting one statistic after the other as if she couldn't speak without his assistance. The Imperial garrison provided you with legal rights and the funds to enforce them. Her already large, entirely black eyes opened a bit more and sweat trickled down her light green skin. He would have to look up later what kind of emotional response triggered sweating with Rhodians. He couldn't make any assumption. Before she could speak up, he continued. You have actually done a fairly decent job here in the city. Only the level of organized crime and murders that every city of this size has. Although there has been a noticeable rise in stolen droid parts. Droid parts? I never heard of that. We had the occasional but. Either entire droids snatched off the street, shipments of motivators, or discarded droid parts from the Clone Wars that are yet to be processed. The list goes on. Droid-related crimes rose by almost 90%. That's impossible. Someone would have noticed that. Like you noticed the sniper within your secure perimeter. She looked down in shame. Don't worry, that's by far not the worst thing you did today, but it might as well be the nail in the coffin if I include it in my report. If? She asked, hopeful. How much for you to not include it? When I include it? And I pretend I didn't hear that. You are not making a very good impression today. Do you know what that means? I'm going to lose my job. Most likely, but that's for my higher-ups to decide. And you will also be put on trial. You could go to prison for this. What? Voss massaged his already tired neck. These plastoid chairs really had no position to sit in comfortably. You directly caused an Imperial Senator to be kidnapped and his family was abducted on your watch as well. I already told you I couldn't stop him. Let's not dwell on the past. If you help clear up this mess, you will stand in a much brighter light. For the first time in their conversation, she raised her head, and although he didn't call himself an expert on Rhodian emotions, he saw the literal spark of hope in her dark eyes. You can start by arresting these 17 of your officers. Voss handed her a datapad with their information and crimes. Doesn't the judge need to sign these as well? Every officer of the ISB can hand out a number of different kinds of warrants without consulting anyone. Arrest warrants are one of the easier ones. What, how can you be sure they accept bribes or smuggle illegal weapons? I know some of these men and women, they are good people. I hired a group of smugglers to bring my squad and me to this system. With the help of these 17, they smuggled a host of definitely illegal weapons and explosive weapons on the planet. And they didn't know we were ISB. 17. I thought putting them in groups would stop bribery. As I have seen the space station, it is a lawless place as long as you have enough coin. I think I know you enough to predict that you aren't involved in this. Otherwise, this whole garrison would have stopped functioning a long time ago and the crime statistics would have exploded even more. You will help me run a few more of these entrapment operations during the next few weeks here in the city. But what about the space station? I doubt this was the only group who. She was hopelessly naive and undertrained, but at least she was determined and had some kind of moral compass. Something he could work with, he would have to work with unless he wanted to upturn the entire garrison and create so much more work. One problem at a time. The senator was his top priority, but he was still required to attend to his usual tasks as an agent, and the work was already piling up to small hills. No, there are likely many more who are influenced by credits. Yet once Captain Setaro has cleared the skies, she will inspect every cargo and person that gets shipped to and from the planet, and this effectively removes your people from the chain. We will have to deal with them later. We'll probably learn a few interesting names when we take them in for questioning. I want them in the cells on the Challenger. They are the only ones where I'll know everyone is still there the next morning. But they have to go through the Kunru courts to serve their sentence there. You can't just take them. I admire your loyalty, but they might know something about the extremist group that kidnapped the senator. Your smugglers weren't terribly hard to find, so maybe the group used them as well. With a hiss, the door slid open and Creed, still covered in blood, entered the room. Commander Tetsu immediately dropped her head, clearly intimidated by the trooper, especially when he spoke with his electronically encoded voice that sounded just like scrambled chatter. He handed Voss an earpiece that would automatically decode the voice. "We got all the equipment," Creed said in a now understandable voice. "Finally real encryption again. Where do we store it? I don't want our stuff touched." Voss turned to the commander. "What is the safest room you have? We need to store our equipment somewhere until the Imperial garrison building is erected. Maybe some locked room in the armory." "That's the old Imperial garrison," Voss said, pointing at the stout building to their right. "It won't be big enough to house everyone the captain promised you," Ace said. "Especially the big combat walkers." "Yes, we'll demolish these 2 apartment buildings and fence the area in to store our larger vehicles." Creed grumbled and turned away. "Something the matter. The garrison is too close to the other buildings and partisan attacks can easily harass the walkers. Imperial regulation states at least 500 feet of open space in every direction. You won't find such a space anywhere in the city. Yes, we'll have to seal all the windows and monitor the roofs at all times, but we can respond to any threat quickly instead of having to march into the city for half an hour." Creed said nothing, yet wasn't convinced either. "What's that symbol? I've seen it several times by now." Zero made himself known for the first time that day. His voice was even rough from disuse. He pointed at a stylized blue, almost robotic-looking fist painted on the entrance door to the garrison. Voss took a photo with his datapad and searched for matches in the database. Meanwhile, they walked down the street towards the secondary residence of the senator. "I only have an old report from the end of the Clone Wars." Predictably, Ace perked up, and although his helmet was still facing forward, he could feel his eyes on him. "It is the logo of an old separatist cooperation that had their headquarters in the sector. When the Empire pacified this region, they put up a sizable fleet and ground forces but were eventually dug out of their trenches. All operations have been shut down since. That last report is almost 20 years old. There isn't even a mention of them in the files of the ISB. Interesting. Maybe there's still some droids in operation somewhere," Ace said. "What do you say? Should we write out for old time's sake?" Voss smiled instead of answering and prepared a report to the bureau. Filling out the forms took the entire 20-minute walk and a few minutes of waiting for the rest of the squad when they arrived at their destination. But he had an impressive 3-2S7 and a 56L to report about a possible operation of an anti-imperial cooperation with industrial capabilities and possible separatist holdout activity of grade 1 severity. "Finally, let's go inside." Voss wished he would have his uniform with him now. His shaggy cloak might be good for undercover operations. In social situations, however, it damaged his image and grip on the situation. They entered a well-lit foyer past 2 brawny security guards and approached the old man behind the counter. "How may I be of assistance, sirs?" he asked, looking at each of them for a comfortable half-second before focusing back on Voss. Satisfied that the man had picked him out as the leader of this group, he showed the plaque that identified him as an agent of the ISB. "We are here to talk to the senator's wife." "Certainly. She does not have any visitors right now. Let me show you the way." They stepped into a glass-enclosed elevator and soon rushed up floor after floor. "How long does Miss Roulette live here now?" "She has graced us with her presence for almost 4 years now." Creed sighed through their internal comms about the wordiness. "Maybe I should let him do the talking." "Why doesn't she live with her husband in the primary residence?" "I am not one to pry into personal affairs. One reason is certainly that these apartments are much more luxurious. We are also given a discount to employees of the Imperial government and its armed forces, if you're interested." "You severely overestimate my salary, but thank you for the offer." Thankfully, he was rescued out of this embarrassing situation by the doors sliding open, and they stepped onto a small corridor with only 2 doors. One glance out of the elevator's windows confirmed they were on the highest floor. 2 men wearing the uniform of the garrison stood ramrod straight at the door as they approached. "We are here to see Miss Roulette," the old man said. Certainly. One man pressed a button next to the door, and a buzzing was audible inside. When a thump, followed by hurried steps, sounded from the inside of the apartment, the guards looked at each other. Va's hand wandered down to his weapon. Ma'am, are you all right? The guard asked. Yes, just one moment. You scared me. I just dropped something. Then they waited and waited. After 2 full minutes, Va's had enough. This is Agent Flennic with the ISB. Open the door now or I will blow it open. Light hurried steps approached the door, and he reached for his weapon. With a hiss, the door slid open and revealed a slender Rodian woman. Her ears were drooped, suggesting she was very tired according to the file he read through in a short break earlier while her eyes danced around nervously. Gentlemen, I am sorry. I tried to clean up this mess but I'm so clumsy lately, she offered, pointing at a shattered bowl of food on the ground and her attempts at cleaning it up. This definitely hadn't been the source of the thump they had heard earlier. He hadn't heard the bowl shatter. That is no worries, Miss Rulek. I will send someone up to fix this. I will take care of this right away and leave you to your business. A good day to you all, the old man said and entered the elevator. How did you drop the bowl? Vas asked. I was startled when I heard the bell and dropped it. I am so nervous of late. She looked at the bowl and then up to him as if to confirm that he believed it. She wanted him to believe. Yes, understandable. Let us sit down. I fear our conversation won't be a light one. Miss Rulek turned and led them down the luxurious entrance corridor into a sitting room with 2 low-cushioned benches. Meanwhile, Vas gave his squad a sign to spread out and search the place. Maybe he was just paranoid, but something about the woman felt off. And if someone could find it, it was the squad, maybe not Ace, but the others. On a rounded table in the middle stood 2 glasses. When Miss Rulek noticed them, she stopped for just a moment before she said, I'm sorry. This is getting messier by the day. I didn't clean up after my husband when he left in the morning. He was in such a hurry. She sat down and motioned him to do the same. That's no problem. I am not drinking anyway. Sitting down on the bench went against all his instincts, possibly destroying evidence. Stop it. I'm not even sure there is a crime here. Maybe it is something harmless like an affair. Maybe that's why she is living in her own apartment. Am I right in assuming that you have already heard of what happened to your husband today? From the corner of his eye, he could see his squad continue down the hall to the other rooms. Yes. Finally, he did something to protect his children and not just sit around in his office the whole day. But why like this? Has he had any? Has he talked more about death in the days since your kids were taken away? Because I asked him to. In fact, I begged him. This way they would maybe release my children when they had a more valuable hostage. But what do you mean by death? These rebels don't want to kill him. They want to use him for whatever twisted agenda they have. And afterwards they will dispose of him, unless we find him first. That's why I'm here. I need you to think of anything that could be useful in that. Any old or new rivals, any significant deals he stopped or started, anything really. She looked guilty as a person could be, a reassuring sign. He would be much more worried if it didn't faze her at all, potentially sending her husband into a death trap. He works so long all the time, and she looked around. When he is not working, he doesn't spend a lot of time here. Did he maybe mention some old friends that suddenly appeared in his life again? Or maybe an old lover? Think. For your family. I told that policewoman everything already. If I would have the slightest idea, I would tell you. I would jump off a cliff if it meant getting a hint of where my children are. I would do anything to protect my children. And your husband. Him too, of course. We are a family after all, she said as if she had forgotten him completely. Well, that was unhelpful. Vas grumbled at the thick glass panes of the elevator on their journey to the ground. How can someone be talkative and nervously silent at the same time? I need to talk to someone who knew her before that incident and can confirm her natural behavior. Did you at least find something useful? Slight footsteps to the balcony in the kitchen. Sediments of sand. Working shoes. Mail. Zero said. Your conclusion. That's your job. Well, thank you kindly, Zero. Voss charged out of the elevator and was already halfway out the door when he remembered one last thing and approached the old man behind the desk. When did the senator last enter Miss Ruleck's apartment? I believe it was 4 days ago. Usually she goes to him. Interesting, thank you. They left in the moment he exited the door. He bumped into a Twi'lek male, in his 30s, green skin, a scar above the right eye. I'm sorry, sirs, he said, and hurried along. Voss led them to a place where they couldn't easily be overheard. So she was lying about why the glass was there. We just need to find out why. It could be anything from money problems to treason to the Empire. Suggestions. Give her better protection. I don't trust this garrison, Kreese said. You wouldn't want to lose another target, right? Good point. I'll assign a squad of army troopers to guard the door at every hour. Zero, could you take care of some surveillance tech? Eventually, we'll find out what she is hiding. Chapter 4. Natuna bumped into the Imperial officer and attached a tracker in a fold of his coat. I'm sorry, sirs, he said, ducking away from them and hurrying further down the street. Only when he reached the next intersection did he look back. The group was heading back to the city center, back the way they had come. Suddenly, the scout trooper turned around and zeroed in on him in a heartbeat. Their gazes met for a second before Natuna, outwardly calm, turned the corner and out of sight. He immediately started running until he was several blocks away. How could he have been so arrogant? He shouldn't have attached the tracker himself. Now at least the scout trooper remembered his face, and it wasn't like there were many other Twi'lek in this mostly Rodian colony. He had to be more careful. These were Imperials now, and if he was correct, even ISB. His men wouldn't avoid them as easily as they had done the local garrison so far. Natuna looked over at the tower that was the senator's wife's residence and said more to himself, another time then. Now he needed to find out what state his men were in. Nobody could have expected the Imperials to just show up out of nowhere. Even his usually so reliable source on Coruscant had been completely silent. Several streets later, Natuna turned into a small side alley and knocked at a door that looked like any other. Shuffling above and behind him satisfied him that the sentry was still in place. A small, green glowing sensor extended out of the wall. When he pressed his thumb onto it, it buzzed and the door swung open. It opened into a small room crowded with half a dozen armed men. In the back den, a young Rodian sat in the former kitchen, operating their communications equipment. The door closed behind him and plunged the room into twilight. How did it go? Natuna asked the Rodian behind the comms. The surprise is waiting for you in the other room. Thank you, but I meant the freighter. Did it get past the Imperials? TC-344 confirms the freighter worked as a diversion while our real cargo could escape. They should be at the base in a few hours. A costly diversion. A freighter, a military-grade ion torpedo, and 5 crew members. Any survivors? Our contacts rumor that the captain might survive but is deadly injured. Let's hope he dies, for his sake. But have you seen it? Deng asked, almost reverently. They actually disabled one of the cruisers. It is all over the news. It had to be towed back the whole way. We must have destroyed something important. We can bring the fight to the Empire. We can win. Not so quick, Natuna said, trying to dampen the excitement in the room. If this fool kept talking, the 7 other men would charge out of the room with blazing guns in no time. We have only disabled a lot of the electronics. While some will have to be replaced, most will eventually recover, and if we had used it against the Star Destroyer, it would likely have done no damage at all. Are you saying we can't win? He whined almost like a child looking up to his parents. Not now. You have been with us for almost 5 years, and this plan has been in the working for much longer. We need only a few last components, and these damn hyperdrive actuators. If I would have just bought it from that guy a year ago. It was overpriced, but now with the Empire in town, it will be exponentially harder. So why did we even capture the Senator? There is still a possibility that they give in to our demands. Admittedly, the chance has become very slim with that Star Destroyer in orbit, but it is still my most preferred option. There are still a number of independent worlds out there. So why not here? Maybe we can revive the Confederacy of Independent Systems. Won't they be angry that we captured the senator and shot at them? I would definitely. Oh yeah, this was a risk we had to take. Captain Setaro is known to be very protective of her ships. She will have an iron grip on the orbit and shoot at anything that moves. We just need to distract them in every place we can. I want the Imperials only looking at this city, so they don't focus on our real operation. The population won't like it, especially if the trade on the trade station is interrupted. Even better for us. Maybe we can use that. I have a few ideas for that. Great, but it'll have to wait. Can you call one of the covered speeders? Sure thing, boss. Natuna walked past the kitchen and into the former living room. He put on a cheery face, his best overly familiar tone, and spread out his arms wide. Senator, what a pleasure to finally meet you in person. The man, handcuffed to a pole in the corner with his 3 children huddled around him, wasn't very appreciative of his imitation of the senator's usual false friendliness and scowled. Honestly, I didn't expect to see you, so therefore I wasn't there to greet you personally. I had been supervising one of our shipments. If I would have known. Are you the leader of this group? You could say so. I have remembered your face, and it is burned into my memory like nothing before. I will hunt you down to the end of my days. That requires that you are still alive when this whole thing is over, doesn't it? Otherwise, your hunt will be very short. One of the girls started crying again. Oh, what am I doing? These are adult talks, not for children's ears. We will send your children to another more secure location, while the 2 of us are staying here to discuss the running of this planet. No, Dad, please. I don't want to go. The boy's cry prompted a minute of crying and wailing from his siblings, as well, during which Ding and 2 of the armed men stepped into the room. The speeder is here, boss. Good. Handcuff the children and then let's get them out of here. Is that really necessary? So you're fine with kidnapping children but not tying them up? Ding looked at his feet and murmured so quietly that it was barely audible over the wailing of the kids. I never said I was fine with kidnapping them. What did you say? Much louder, he almost shouted. I never said I was fine with kidnapping. I thought we were trying to free our world and throw the Empire off the planet. I never thought it would involve this. Did you think the Empire would just hand over the world without retaliation? No, I'm fine with fighting soldiers, but this is wrong. This is how we can win the fight against the Empire. We have to skulk about in the shadows. We have to plan every step meticulously. Only then do we have a chance to throw the Imperials out of this sector. And trust me, if you follow my orders for a few more weeks, maybe months, you will see that Star Destroyer that looms over all of us now fall down from the sky in flames. Natuna was happy about his impromptu speech, and it would probably have convinced them if it wouldn't have been for the annoying wailing of the children. Having had enough, he reached into one of the equipment lockers and retrieved 3 handcuffs. The senator fought with all his might to escape his bonds, and the children squeezed more into the corner. But since they couldn't run anywhere, Natuna got a hold of one of the boy's arms and pulled him to his feet. He forced both spindly wrists into the handcuffs and avoided one vicious bite at his fingers. In retaliation, he slapped the boy so hard that he stumbled back against the far wall. Dang, the little mother hen, kneeled down next to him, looking for non-existent wounds. Natuna wasn't an amateur. He wouldn't hurt such a valuable hostage, at least not too much. He sighed and grabbed the next child. A few minutes later, the children had stopped crying and were assembled at the door. The senator was yelling from the back room. Let's go, Deng said, and opened the door. Natuna grabbed the boy and yanked him out of the door. In the small alley stood a roof speeder with enough space for 8 people. He pushed the boy in, and his sisters and 3 of his men followed quickly after. The boy gave him a deathly stare, and Natuna just smiled. Confidence left the boy quicker than a pop balloon, and he looked away. See you at base in a few days, Natuna said, and closed the doors. He guided the speeder out of the tight alley until he could accelerate on the main road and headed south. Suddenly, a screeching sound that awoke primal instincts in him drowned out all other sounds. Before he knew it, Natuna was pressed against a wall, a blaster in hand and scanning the area for any hostiles. A swarm of TIE fighters appeared over a nearby roof, heading right for him. Memories of dozens of battles and hundreds of comrades lost to these death machines raining terror on the battlefield. His heart was racing as he tried to convince himself that they wouldn't shoot in the middle of the city. Then they were past him. Only then did he notice that they were flying too slow for an attack run. Every idiot could shoot them down at that speed. Putting his blaster away again, he watched as the fighters were followed by several shuttles and one massive Gazanti-class escort. Below it, attached with two massive clamps, were the Empire's most terrifying weapon that could be deployed on the battlefield. One of the two AT-ATs alone could win a battle. Natuna sank against the wall, while in his head he already accelerated all their plans. He discarded everything that was not strictly necessary. There would be no mercy, and no civility anymore now. The Empire's occupation of Kunaru, his planet, had begun. Chapter 5. Imagine my surprise when I read the name of the freighter that attacked the Hydra. I never thought I'd meet an old friend again, Voss said as he walked into the sterile interrogation room aboard the Challenger. What are you doing here? Are you here to bail me out? Captain Sav, an old Celestin, asked from where he was handcuffed to the table in the middle of the room. The same captain who had smuggled him and his squad into the system just a few days ago. Voss looked down at his still civilian clothes. They must not have told you, and all the excitement and conversations with stormtroopers are fruitless anyway. He leaned forward conspiratorially. Did you ever look into the crates you smuggled? I didn't smuggle anything. Yes, of course, and that's all very convincing after an ISB officer caught you red-handed. What ISB? Realization dawned on him and slumped in himself. That's bad, isn't it? Oh, don't worry. Compared to what you did today to the Hydra, that's nothing. If you don't answer the questions to my satisfaction, you will die in this room. If you instead decide to cooperate, you will get a trial and might just be sent to prison. But that's against the law. Voss hated interrogations, but this man had done enough to deserve a bit of pain and fear. Since he was also in league with the people who kidnapped the children, he had no remorse. No mercy for him. Do you see that mirror? Voss asked, pointing at the one wall that wasn't cold gray durasteel. The two reflections looking back at him didn't seem to fit into the cold, lifeless room. It is a one-sided mirror, and in the room behind it is Captain Setaro. When her goons pulled you out of your wreck of a freighter, she signed the log stating that you were sent to the medical station with a life-threatening injury. So maybe you die or you don't. Do you think someone will look twice at a case like yours after the records you gathered? Additionally, the captain took time out of her schedule to listen in on our little conversation. However, she is a very busy woman, and once she leaves, your fate is sealed. My point is, you better start talking or... He pulled out a blaster and pointed it at the Celestin's head. Or I will kill you? So, who hired you? I don't know. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. Unconsciously, he tried to wipe it away, which was stopped by his hands being attached to the table. You will need to be a bit more specific. Your time is ticking. I have never met him. I don't know his real name. He just calls himself Banshee. To show that he was satisfied with how the conversation was going, Voss lowered the blaster so it wasn't directly pointed at him. How do you make contact with him? I have a separate comlink that has his codes. On it, boss, Kree's voice came through the earpiece. Where did you meet? Speak up, man, you don't have all day, Voss said, moving his blaster back to pointing at his head. In the space station, he blurted, staring at the blaster in terror. Usually one of the security guards or service droids approached me and either gave me a message or Banshee talked through him. Imperial droids. All of them, from the big loaders to sleek protocol droids. I have never found a pattern. How long have you been working with them? The old man looked up at him speculatively. Don't lie to me. It just makes it worse for you. 2 years. So at least 3 years. What jobs did you do for them? Delivered cargo, smuggled people. The usual. I will need a detailed list with everything you remember later, but for now let's talk about something else so Captain Setaro doesn't lose interest. The Celestin glanced at the mirror. Why do you have an ion torpedo launcher on your ship? That's highly illegal tech, and the way it was disguised in the hull speaks of masterful craftsmanship. Nothing you install on a whim. Captain Sav hesitated. He looked at the mirror once again and gulped. I can't tell you. Oh, that's not a good answer. I would really like to know, Voss said, sarcasm dripping from his voice. And I don't believe I can let you live if I don't get an answer to my satisfaction. Let's start with the planet where it was installed on your ship. He just shook his head. This conversation went so well, but since I think you have more information, I won't kill you right now. Don't move. Voss got up and walked into the adjacent room that looked through the one-sided mirror. His squad was waiting for him, but the captain was nowhere to be seen. Has she already left? Makes me look a bit stupid now. She was never here, Ace said. What? I figured this would be important enough for her to be here personally. Maybe I judged her character wrong. He realized his rambling and focused back on the task at hand. Creed, will you take over? There is some fairly sophisticated interrogation equipment here. Sure thing, boss, he said, and gathered nasty utensils from the storage crates in the room. Worst of all, the ITO interrogator droid, loaded up with the worst the ISB could muster. Focus on the upgrades on his ship. I believe he doesn't know any more about this Banshee. How unoriginal. You know how many Banshees there are in the ISB database. Maybe that's why he chose it. Creed offered. Voss hadn't even thought about it, but it made sense to a degree. It would be harder to connect information to one specific Banshee if there were 3 in the sector. Ace, the half-regiment of stormtroopers the captain promised are still on board, right? I believe so. Why? Have them meet me in the hangar and try to scrounge up some technicians. I want to take a closer look at the droids in that space station. Maybe we can find software that doesn't belong there. These rebels seem to have quite a strong grip on it. Yes, let's destroy some droids. But we also need to get a grip on the sentient security forces. They are linked to our channels, right? We can monitor their channels like all the other troopers. A duty I have let slack for too long anyway. Zero growled. He had been so quiet that Voss had forgotten the man was still in the room. He had to be greatly displeased to convince him to actually say something. You will not monitor their comms, Zero stated as if he was in command, and it was already decided. It is part of my mission profile to stop traitorous behavior in the ranks. Therefore Is it also traitorous behavior to have some chatter during a mission? Does that make one a worse soldier? The words were flowing quicker out of his mouth than Voss had ever heard him speak. Before he could answer, Zero turned and left the room. His steps were even audible, something that had never happened with Zero. Confused, Voss looked over to Ace. What did I do wrong? Nothing you could know. I have been working with him a bit longer, and there was one time he actually opened up to us, with disabled comms, of course. Don't make me tell you, that would be a breach of trust. I'll just say, there is a reason he doesn't like the ISB. He is part of the ISB himself. Well, our Zero is a special man, Ace said, and left the room. You have to talk to him, Creed said as he walked past him with the interrogation droid in tow. Voss watched for a while as Creed got to work on the prisoner but was distracted by Zero's behavior again and again. A quick search of the ISB databases didn't yield any results, so he had to dig a bit deeper. However, he had more important tasks on his plate. Ace and probably Zero, he wouldn't just disappear. He was still a loyal soldier of the Empire, were waiting for him in the hangar, but he had to talk to the captain first. He had to switch lifts several times until one brought him all the way up to the bridge. Half a regiment of stormtroopers awaited him as he exited the carriage. That was enough security to ward off an army. Captain Setaro seemed to be worried that in an emergency someone would attack the bridge. A sensible precaution, but 100 stormtroopers. A sergeant stepped in his way with 3 troopers right behind him. Their weapons weren't drawn but too close for Voss' liking. Identification. Voss sighed. He really needed to change into a proper uniform. Once the stormtrooper saw his ISB plaque, he took an involuntary step back and almost dropped his weapon. I am sorry, sir. Proceed. The stormtrooper corps was terrified of the ISB, so whatever happened to Zero must have been bad for him to speak up now. He banished these thoughts as he entered the bridge and saw the magnificent view of the seemingly glowing planets through the viewport. He would never become tired of this view. Voss stepped discreetly into Captain Setaro's field of view and pretended to look out of the window. A few minutes later, she finished her conversation with the other officer and walked over to him. "How is the interrogation going? Have we found the rebels who are responsible for the attack?" "Not yet. The prisoner seemed helpful at first, but my team is cracking down on him now to confirm his answers. We got some promising leads already though, and I wanted to talk to you about it. I need some of your officers to monitor comms especially, but not limited to the local security forces." Captain Setaro sighed and looked at him. "My advice, don't do it. It hurts morale more than it helps. No one needs to know. The stormtroopers are aware of the possibility, and they're used to it, but I doubt the army troopers and the local garrison even realize that it is standard procedure to log all communication. It would help us crack down on corrupt officials. If you have already decided to do it, why don't you go ahead and do it? The investigation has taken up all of my time and you want some of my officers? Forget it. Only a handful, maybe 4. She huffed and threw her hands in the air. 4. Are you trying to set up a listening post for the entire sector? The Challenger alone has 37,000 crew, including the 5,000 army troopers, stormtroopers, and local garrison. That is not manageable with a smaller team. You will not listen in on the comms of my officers. I will do whatever I want within the boundaries of my mission. The guidelines of the ISB clearly state. I know. However, I can't spare any crew. I have 37,000 people. You can't spare 4. Your numbers are off, Agent Flennic. Where before she was angry, now cold replaced all other emotions and she stopped gesturing. Instead, she looked him straight in the eyes. My crew is down to barely 36,000 with more than a quarter of them green recruits. I have too few personnel in every department. A year ago, something like this wouldn't have been possible, even so far in the Outer Rim. Today, I had to classify sanitation as not part of the life support to free up some workers for more important tasks like keeping the reactor running. 1 million small tasks are piling up in every section. In a week, half the ship won't be able to clean themselves, and now tell me why it is important to have your little spies sitting around and listening to stuff. I won't need your technicians. I want 2 junior officers, preferably from the Stormtrooper Corps. Give me 2 of the over 1,000 who are just sitting around on board doing nothing. Voss knew it wasn't quite fair because despite the Stormtroopers just sitting around, they deterred potential boarding actions on the Challenger. No, the captain stated flatly. How could one person be so stubborn? That's probably how she became captain, annoyed everyone for so long until they gave it to her so she would shut up. You are unreasonable, and because of it hindering an investigation of the ISB. If you don't grant me the required officers, I will file a report in there. Is currently a lot of political cloud behind that investigation. An Imperial Senator kidnapped. That is unheard of. Do you really want to open that bottle? Are you prepared for that backlash? I am, Voss said, and walked off towards the end of the bridge. Wait. Voss looked back at the captain, a slight smile forming on her face. There would be a possibility for you to get the officers you want. What are you implying? Your father is Moff of the Prefspelt sector, the one that contains Yaga Minor and its Imperial shipyards, correct? You know it is. You can't have your officers if you talk to him about preferential treatment for our task force. When she saw his screwed up face, she softened. Nothing major, but it would help both of our careers if we'd have enough supplies to keep this ship running and enough crew to man it. Are you trying to bribe me? Oh, come on, don't be such a prick. Everyone does it and it is not a bribe. It's a friendly exchange of favors. Yaga Minor is as far away as you can get in the Empire. Why do you think I volunteered for this assignment? The distance hardly matters, and your father has nearly autonomous control over the shipyard. I don't want a new Star Destroyer, just some replacement parts and fighters. I suppose I can talk to him, but I don't like it. Me neither, she admitted. I'm the most comfortable in the middle of my bridge in the midst of a fight. And believe me, all the politics will get worse, and worse the more you rise in the ranks. Once at the rank of captain, all you do is politics. The fighting is also done by your superiors. You don't sound very happy with your current position. Are you asking this as an officer of the ISB or as a fellow soldier? She asked, giving him a genuine smile. Pointing at his clothes, he said, I'm practically off duty right now. The ISB is never off duty, but I'll accept the answer. No, I am happy. The Navy is the only place for me. I would much rather charge unarmed at a group of rebels than be chained to a desk in the Imperial Bureau of Standards. You mean the rebels who don't exist according to the hollow net? Yes, those non-existent rebels. The tense atmosphere was gone, yet an uneasy feeling remained, as if he had just sold his soul. As if he had become the sort of corrupt official he had sworn to fight. So, 2 officers? Voss asked with a grin on his face. One, but I can choose freely. Deal, but I don't want anything to do with it. I have enough on my plate without it. Somehow I need to find more supplies to expand our operation further through the sector. We might even be forced to seize assets from local companies. They won't like that, and we are already not loved down there. Would you rather that we run out of fuel, ammunition, or food? No, you're right, and if I can help you with it, I will be there in the front line to oversee the process, but maybe use the politics you were talking about and organize a supply run. We can't be the only system in need. I tried several times already, and maybe with your father's cloud, I can actually achieve something. In the meantime, my task force will secure all interplanetary traffic, so these rebels won't be able to leave the planet anymore. To that effect, I'm sending troops to the different mining colonies spread over the moon of this system. From now on, every person and cargo that leaves to orbit will be checked. What about the other systems? We have an entire sector to patrol. My task force is too small, and the Challenger can only be in one spot at a time. Additionally, I can't leave the Challenger on her own in a system with the rebel threat looming on the horizon. Once the Hydra has been repaired, I will send out a small group to Brayton. It contains a mostly automated scrapyard that was for a long time the most profitable enterprise in the sector until the trade station overtook it. With these key locations secured, let's just hope you root these rebels out quickly enough. I will try my best. How extensive is the damage to the Hydra? The logs say it was an ion torpedo. In general, it's not bad, but it's the detail that matters. The electronic pulse fried a lot of systems, so we are mostly running on the redundancy systems now. So if she gets into another fight, there won't be any backup left, and I don't like the sound of that. Even worse, one of the turbolaser emplacements has been directly hit by the torpedo and is disabled completely. Are you planning to repair her in orbit or at the docks of the trade station? I will take the risk with the station. It has a dry dock where my technicians can work without wearing life support suits. Otherwise, the repairs will take ages and only delay our operation. In that case, can I ask you for another half regiment of stormtroopers for a special assignment? I will talk to my father at the next opportunity. You are asking a lot, Agent. Make sure you don't bite off more than you can chew. Voss waited, employing some of the stubbornness the captain used to such a great effect. Fine, you can have them, but I want results and fast. Thank you, Captain, he said, and would have run off the bridge if it was proper for an officer. Only a short stop in his quarters for his real uniform, and then back to the hangar. As he waited in the elevator, he retrieved his commink. Ace, change of plans. Get your civilian clothes, and meet me at the wrecked freighter that attacked the Hydra. It should still be in one of the hangars. Chapter 6. Hold your identification ready for scanning, the Imperial Army trooper yelled as he marched down the line of new arrivals waiting on the landing pad. Behind them, the small transport was already firing up its engines again. No turning back now. Natuna waited until the trooper had passed and leaned forward so only Deng could hear. Since when are there Imperials in the mining colonies? I don't know. The last time I checked with my brother here, there were barely any guards. What do we do? He asked, looking up to him like so many had done in the Clone Wars, as if Natuna was his personal savior. A different time and a different enemy, but the same young blood dying at first contact with the enemy. Will the IDs hold up? Yes, of course, he said, suddenly filled with pride. I did them myself. They would even satisfy the Emperor himself. We are practically registered citizens. So why are you making all this fuss? Well, we are mining identities are due for a 3-month shift on this rock. That's definitely a problem. We will have to deal with that when it comes to it. First, let's get past the gates into the town itself. We have a meeting to attend. While they waited, Natuna observed the enemy positions. All new arrivals were trapped on the spaceport by a 6-meter-high fence surrounding the 4 landing platforms. Army troopers patrolled in groups of 6 around the outside, eyeing everyone with a healthy measure of suspicion. Only the gate they were waiting at led out of the encirclement, but one would have to fight his way past several dozen army troopers and a combat walker 2-legged, and clearly of the at-series but not a model he had ever seen. The gun mounted below the cockpit would be enough to contain any kind of riot. Natuna was sure no weapon on the entire moon could even penetrate its armor. The anti-air emplacement next to it would hinder any ships without proper documentation from landing or starting within a day's march of the town. They had this little town firmly under their control. Let's hope everything stays civil at the meeting later, or our small rebellion ends today. A guard scanned him, and dang. Suddenly he was glad for having resisted the impulse of taking a blade or even blaster with him. While the local security forces might have let it slip, everyone needed something to protect himself after all. The Imperials were less forgiving and had already taken a handful of people away for various small reasons. Although he trusted Dang, he tensed up when he handed over his ID. The trooper sneered at him, gave the ID a cursory glance, and inserted it into his datapad. A second later it flashed green, and the guard waved him on. He met up with Dang again, and they moved quickly through the city until they stopped before an unassuming house. No building was higher than 1 floor, and since they were mostly made from the same prefabricated parts that were delivered to this remote city. Only slight modifications, a chimney here, a differently shaped window there gave any sign of individuality. The people were just as bland as their houses and trotted past them without giving them a second glance. Ding knocked 3 times, waited, and then another 2 times. The door was yanked open, and they were ushered in by an almost identical-looking Rodian, Ding's brother. Once the door was closed, they embraced each other in a fierce hug. Uncomfortable with the sudden intimacy, Natuna looked everywhere else. The inside of the small house was in stark contrast to the dull outsides. Most of the hard plastoid surfaces were covered by some kind of colored cloth, making the whole room appear more like the inside of a cozy tent. Some children's paintings were pinned to the walls, so Natuna watched the room again. Now that he knew what he was looking for, he found plenty of signs. Toys spread over the floor, children's-sized bowls and spoons on the table, and if he listened closely, he could even hear some high voices from one of the other rooms. This serenity, this sense of family was foreign to him, and for the first time in years, he asked himself if it was worth it. Was this rebellion worth the sacrifices he made? Why did he have to live in dark, decrepit houses that he had to abandon with increasing regularity? Why him? Because no one else was willing or able to stand up for their rights. Due to the unique position he was in, he had possibilities other rebels could only dream of. Once he got this small shipment of hyperspace actuators, this dream would become reality. The 2 brothers separated unwillingly and looked over at him. Do you have it? Natuna asked. Yes, the others have already been here. I can't wait to get rid of it all with the Imperials in town now, Dang's brother said, and rolled up the cloth on one of the walls, revealing a nearly empty shelf with 2 blasters on the lowest board. Dust had settled over it all, and there were at least a dozen spots on the other boards without dust where until recently other blasters had been. Dang's brother grabbed them and pushed them at his brother. They don't belong in a home with children, neither does your rebellion. After this, I don't want anything to do with it, and you don't need to bother calling for a while. But, brother, I have children now. Do you know what danger you're putting them in with your reckless actions? The Imperials have started searching houses, and if I had known how to get rid of the weapons safely, I would have done it a few days ago. I want them gone. I want you gone. I don't want to see you again. He interlocked his arms in front of his chest and stared at Ding with hard eyes. Please? Go. Natuna wanted to save the boy some trouble. There was no use arguing now, while the tempers were heated. He took the guns from Deng and pulled him outside without much resistance. The boy didn't speak during their entire walk through the city. He just walked along almost as if he was asleep. They were all sacrificing something for the cause. While some paid with their lives, some had to pay with something more valuable. He would make sure all their sacrifices would be worth it. All the people who had died in the Clone Wars, all the people who had died once the Empire had taken over, and those who had died to the reign of terror of the Imperial Security Bureau. Natuna felt eyes on him as they neared the meeting point. No Imperials were in sight. It seemed they focused their efforts on the landing pads themselves. Looking around, he could see no one who didn't seem to belong in the city. Whether it was his men or the contacts, they were well trained in keeping a low profile. A necessary skill you either learned when fighting an overwhelming enemy like the Empire, or you died. Or worse, get taken in by the ISB for questioning. The same result, but a much worse path of getting there. As they closed in on the small shop that was designated as their meeting point, Natuna stopped and looked Deng straight in the eyes. "Hey, wake up." He blinked a few times and his vision reorientated and focused on him. "Good, I need you now. Your brother isn't actually that mad at you. He just needs time to cool down. You are still family, right?" But he said not to call him again. "Just wait a bit and he will come crawling back, but now I need you to focus. You need to verify that we are buying the right components and that they are in working order. Can you do that for me?" "Yes, Natuna?" "Good." He rustled through his hair as if Deng was his child before he knew what he was doing. How long had it been that he had seen his family? He imagined how it would feel to stroke his nieces and nephews' leku and just enjoy some time without worrying about immediate survival. Natuna cleared his throat and approached the shop. With the two blasters on his hip, he already felt much more secure. There was still a lot that could go wrong, but he was confident he could manage it all. A bell chimed as they entered the small shop filled with all the unnecessary things you never thought you needed. Not wanting to waste any more time, he went straight to the counter. "You look bad, old friend," the orange-skinned Twi'lek behind the counter said. "Can't say the same about you. You seem to have grown a bit." Boxika patted his round belly, and his laugh filled the whole room. Yes, time has treated me well for once. We are getting older, you and me, and our time to fight is over. Let the younger generation take over now. We deserve to sit back for once after what we did to save our planet." And what did we actually achieve? Rylith is still under Imperial occupation and our people are suffering more than ever. As always, you have too high goals. You are just one person. You can't change an entire galaxy or even a planet. I'm taking care of my family and their entire village. That is my goal, and I have achieved it. From there I can go on and try something new. But you, are you still chasing that ever-elusive dream of restoring the Confederacy of Independent Systems? Natuna ground his teeth. They had this conversation countless times over the years and always come to the same result. Yes, but I am closer than ever. You will see. Within the year I will exact my revenge. We are almost ready. Boxika turned to Deng, who had been browsing through one of the shelves of junk. "Is that what he is telling you? Does your savior promise you salvation? Listen to someone who has known him for much longer than you. There is nothing behind the facade of false promises." Deng looked between the two Twi'lek with that childish innocence all the recruits seemed to have lately, not sure whom to believe. "Do you have the actuators?" Natuna said, trying to direct the conversation back to a safer topic. Boxika waddled over to 3 crates in the corner of the shop and retrieved one of the small devices. Deng gingerly accepted the item and inspected it with a practiced eye. "Of course I have, otherwise I wouldn't have called you. But they weren't easy to come by. If my people are right, this specific model was only used in old droid ships like the Munificence or Hard Cells. Are you working with these droids again?" Before giving him time to answer, Boxika asked Deng, "Is he working with these droids again?" "Yes, I am, and no matter how much you protest, I won't stop. They are not our enemies anymore. These battle droids were the first to plunder our cities, bomb our villages, and leave everything in waste. How could you? You are betraying everything we fought for. You are stuck in the past, Bach. The Republic has become the Empire. Are they still our allies? You don't look like you're on the right side of the law of this empire. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we still harbor ill feelings about what happened in the past, we will stay divided and achieve nothing. I know you have heard about the Mid-Rim Offensive despite the HoloNet's best attempts of suppressing all information about it. They are just a group of desperate freedom fighters. And what were we in the Clone Wars? Armed with nothing more than a blaster, and sometimes even without that, we fought an invading army with more numbers and better weapons. It is exactly the same, but the Empire might still be worse than the Droids were. We should be allowed to be free enough to live the life we want. I hate the Empire more than anything else. One of the reasons I'm here today, but I'm not ready to forget the past. Otherwise, we're just repeating his mistakes. Are you planning to put these actuators into droid ships? You know I am. Then I'm not selling. Are you kidding me? You let me come all this way, you went to all this trouble to get me here only to tell me that you're not selling. I have known you for too long to be fooled by that. How much do you want? A grin stole itself on Boxika's face. Let me see, I bought them for 80, had a lot of expenses gathering it together, then some to get them here, then some money for bribes. 20% profit and 50% because you're buying for battle droids. And a bit extra because I'm too close to the Imperials for my liking. That comes to 200 flat. 200,000 credits. Are you insane? I'm not paying more than 100. Natuna, I'm not here to negotiate. 120. You are in no position to negotiate. You need the parts and I have them. From the sound of your message, it is quite urgent so you can't hire anyone else to find them for you. I don't have that much money. I can do 140, but that's all I have. The Imperials are securing the system more every day. If you don't take this offer, I doubt you will get another chance. You have no choice. We always have a choice, and you leave me with only this one, Natuna said, and retrieved one of the blasters, pointing it at Boxika's enormous belly. You don't want to do this, he warned. Even the last bits of their former camaraderie were gone, and now likely lost forever. The bell chimed as two brawny Twi'lek with scars all over their bare chests entered the shop. Each was pointing a blaster at Natuna. Did you think I would escort such a valuable shipment alone? Boxika asked, and spat at Natuna. What made you think I didn't bring friends as well? Boxika's eyes darted out of the window, looking for any suspicious activity. You're bluffing. No, I'm not. Not with you, Natuna said, and pressed a button on his comlink. They immediately heard footsteps as more than a dozen people made up mostly of Rodians but mixed in where several other species appeared in view of the window. The Twi'lek at the door looked around, not sure who to threaten. Don't do this, Boxika said. You left me no other choice. Tell your guards to put the weapons down. Boxika growled but nodded and the Twi'lek dropped their weapons. Boys, get in here and get the crates to our safe house. You will regret this. There is an old tree growing next to the southern road leading out of the city. If you dig there, you find 100,000 credits. I think that's a fair price for these items, don't you think? They waited in silence as his men carried the crates out of the shop and around the corner. Always a pleasure doing business with you, Natuna said, internally weeping at one of the last bridges to his past being burned. You will regret this, and sooner than you think, were Boxika's last words before the door fell shut behind them. What do we do now? Deng asked when they had reached the safe house. Now we have everything we need to banish the Empire from this sector. We just need to get it all together in the same place. We might also need to accelerate our plans with the governor. I need to talk to TC-344. I don't like this. The plan was in the works for years. We can't just rush it, and what happens if Boxika wants to take revenge, and what? Natuna placed one hand on the boy's shoulder and said the two fateful words he had said countless times to all the new recruits. Trust me. Chapter 7. The moment the shuttle's ramp touched the ground, the squad of stormtroopers rushed out and formed a defensive formation. Vaz and Zero followed more relaxed. They were just here to oversee the operation. They had landed in view of the largest refinery on the planet right next to its warehouses. Several corporate security officers stood in their way but wisely made no move to reach for their weapons. The tense atmosphere threatened to escalate the situation, so Voss stepped out of the ring of stormtroopers and raised his hand. "We are here to confiscate some materials on orders of Captain Setaro. Stand aside, and we won't have any problems." Now in his distinctive black uniform with the silvery breastplate and the protective helmet, he was immediately distinguishable as an agent of the ISB, and thus he garnered respect from the troopers and security forces alike. They stepped aside without protest, though one retrieved a comlink, probably to call a superior. Voss led his troops into the big room only to find himself surrounded by an enormous amount of storage crates. Why did they store their materials in such small containers? It would significantly increase the storage volume and make everything more expensive. "Sergeant, focus on refined dunium and processed steel." The trooper approached one of the inventory droids who pointed them to the right sections, and his troops grabbed repulsor-lift platforms and slowly but surely moved the precious metals outside. "What are you doing? Stop that. We are a lawful company. We have done nothing wrong. I am the chairman of this company. I demand an explanation." The Rodian wasn't stupid enough to actually block the troopers. Instead, he ran into the warehouse, singled Voss out as their commander, and berated him. After weathering the first storm of words, Voss spoke up. "We are here to confiscate metal on orders of Captain Setaro. You will of course receive compensation at a later date." "I know how that goes. If we're lucky, we get half the market value paid in a year at the earliest. We are glad your company is so patriotic and does its part to help the Navy fight these insurgents. The Emperor thanks you for your service." "I don't give a wet crap about that. I want to be paid properly for my wares. Your company is easily profitable enough to sustain a small loss." "Small loss? Do you know how valuable the dunium is your troops have already carted out of here?" "I am aware of that, yes." "And nothing? Later today you will receive a certificate for the confiscated metals, and someone in the Imperial administration will contact you about the payments." The official's eyes lit up as he seemed to have a new idea. Voss already knew that look. Whatever he said, it wouldn't be on the right side of the law. "What would it cost me if you would, let's say, spare me and her as my neighbors instead? There is a company who has been our rival for some time now. If..." "Are you sure you want to finish that sentence?" The official gulped, then turned around on the spot and stormed out of the building. Seeing that his troopers had everything in hand, he walked over to the shuttle where he found Zero lounging on a pile of storage crates like a hawk overlooking the surrounding area. Although Voss still had a lot of paperwork to do and had planned to work from the shuttle, he didn't want to be in the way, and now that he was alone with Zero, he wanted to use the opportunity to talk to him. He sat down next to him, and for a minute they sat in companionable silence. "Our squad seems to become smaller and smaller," Voss said, and when Zero didn't say anything, he continued. "Creed is still occupied with interrogations of the local garrison forces, and Ace, he has his own special assignment. I hope it bears fruit soon. I really miss his bullish presence." Silence fell over them again, and they watched the stormtroopers working for a while. "I read through your file, and that of TK 429. Zero looked at him, and he wished he could see the man's face. With the helmet on, it was impossible to see how he was feeling. "Just as the ISB always does," he said bitterly. "Why are you part of the ISB then, if you don't like it? When High Command gives you an order, you can't really refuse, especially if such an influential mob has his fingerprint all over it. My father was involved in this. Of course, have you ever heard of any other agent having his personal squad of special forces? Even such relics as Ace. Usually, you also can't choose which case you're assigned to, and you should have definitely chosen something less career-endangering so early in your career." Quite wordy for the scout trooper, so he seemed to be quite invested in the topic. "Don't you want to be here? As I already said, there isn't much choice involved, but to be honest, this job is better than most. I have crawled through the Felucian jungle for long enough to enjoy some peace and quiet, however brief it will be. So you don't believe we'll succeed in this mission? We have better chances than usual, but the situation is tricky. Only a small fraction of hostages has ever recovered, just enough to keep the relatives' hopes alive. If these rebels would kill the senator, hell would break loose on this world. Maybe that's exactly their point. Force the Empire to employ ever harsher measures until the planet eventually rebels, Zero said. His gaze was wandering absently over the courtyard, missing nothing, and always prepared to fight. If that's their plan, they have done an excellent job. We have stopped all traffic in a system that relies on trade, have put a massive garrison in the capital, and are now stealing from local companies. Not the best impression so far. And we still don't have any solid leads. That's why I want to listen in on the comms. You know it is helpful despite what happened with TK 429. We were just talking on a 10-hour march through friendly territory. There was no risk of getting attacked, none at all. A bit of talking couldn't have been harmful. You know it was more than just a bit of talking, Zero. He was thinking about defecting. The hell he was. We were just exhausted, and after 30 hours without sleep your mind comes up with weird ideas. Have you never stood atop a bridge thinking about what would happen if you took the next step? Just take one more step, and everything would be over. That's different. No. TK 429 never intended to defect. He just voiced a thought that at some point had crossed through any of our minds. He was loyal to the Empire, and would have never betrayed it. But one overzealous ISB agent and he was gone, never to be seen again. You know I don't want to monitor the comms for idle chat. I want to find real traitors and fight corruption in the local garrison. Then what would you do if someone thought about defecting but ultimately decided against it? I would give him a warning and put him on a watch list, destroying all chances of him ever getting a promotion. It is a well-known fact that once you attract the ire of the ISB, your career is over. You are just waiting to die as you're sent on the worst missions they can find. I am not like that. Voss looked around so that no one could overhear their conversation. If someone would listen in on us now, I would be thrown out of the ISB immediately. Not even my father could protect me then. Zero sat up straighter and looked around as well. The Empire is flawed. Flawed as every government is, and I don't presume to know if it is better or worse than all the others. But right now it is the government we have, and despite all its shortcomings, it is still creating order in the galaxy. There has been relative peace for almost 20 years now. A peace enforced by a massive military oppressing its people. Only for those who don't abide by the law. Take a look at the Clone Wars. During that 3-year conflict, at least 1 million clones died, and several times that number of local defense forces are civilians. But how do you justify the existence of the ISB? They are an organization built on fear. The Navy might be able to crush enemy fleets, but that's not the war we're fighting right now. Captain Setaro always complains about the size of her task force. The Challenger is the symbol of Imperial power, but it can only be in one place at a time. Instead of one Star Destroyer and its 40,000 crew, how many operations could the ISB set up and control the galaxy much more effectively? That might be true, but how can you live with oppressing the people? I don't oppress innocents, just the people who deserve it. I will use the full might of the ISB to crush the rebels in this system. They have kidnapped children to use them for their sick agenda. These monsters belong behind bars, and I will not rest until I find them. Innocents like this factory. Voss' argument collapsed on him as Zero, with only 4 words, tore a hole through his beliefs. It's desperate times, and they are still paid for it. They have received enough of the Empire's subsidization to make up for it. That doesn't make it right. What about their competitors? They will have an advantage. Depending on how long this operation will take, we will pay them a visit as well. They sat in silence as they thought about the repercussions their actions would have. If they continued on this path, it wouldn't be long before they would have to crush riots in the capital, which would only escalate the situation even more. They just had to find these rebels, but he was stuck here playing errand boy and collecting materials. Suddenly his mind jumped back to their previous topic. You mentioned you never heard of TK 429 again. You probably don't have the authority to access his files. Do you want to know what happened? Zero looked at him for a long time. No emotions visible through his visor, but he sat stiff, and his hand moved restlessly over the armor on his thigh, something he had never seen him do. "No," he said eventually, and an uncomfortable silence formed between them. Voss struggled to think of anything he could say, but his mind was blank. Thankfully, his comlink buzzed at that moment. "Yes? Agent Flennic, we need you in here. The administrator is making a fuss." Voss sighed and climbed down the pile of crates. "Keep an eye open out here," he said to Zero. As expected, he didn't get a reply. Nonetheless, he felt better after having the discussion with Zero. They might not agree on every point, but at least they understood where the other was coming from, and this would hopefully dissolve some of the distrust between them. In the warehouse, the troops had stopped taking crates because the chairman was blocking their way with a handful of his security officers. Voss stepped next to the stormtrooper sergeant, recognizable by his white pauldron. Situation. The Rodian was just standing nearby, but suddenly he got agitated when we tried to take the remaining dunium from this small room, he said, pointing at a room that looked more like an office through the one small window. "The inventory droid says there is half a ton in there still." "Thank you, I'll take it from here." Voss stepped past the line of stormtroopers, their hands on their weapons. "Chairman, why are you making a fuss about the metal now? Dunium might be rare, but not worth risking an incident like the one you're provoking right now." Without waiting for an answer, Voss shouldered one of the security guards out of the way and walked to the small office. Before he could enter, he was grabbed by the wrist. Voss whirled around, a blaster in hand, pointing it at the chairman's belly, who paled visibly. "Don't." The Rodian let go and stepped back, raising his hands in defeat. Voss watched him for a moment and waited until a couple of stormtroopers had caught up to him. Only then did he put away the blaster and enter the room. Several smaller and uncharacteristically long crates stood among the usual crates that stood all over the warehouse. He opened one of the longer crates and whistled as he looked at half a dozen DC-15A blaster rifles, the main weapon of the clone army. "I guess you don't have permits for these?" Voss asked the chairman, who had entered the office as well, flanked by two stormtroopers. The metal completely forgotten, the stormtroopers got to their new task with determination. The regular crates in the office revealed carefully dismantled weapons encased in a layer of metal to fool a cursory inspection. Voss ordered a second shuttle to transport the confiscated weapons away and send reinforcements they would need dearly. The stormtroopers opened every crate and would search the entire facility, including the personal quarters of the higher-ups. Voss resigned to stay here for at least the rest of the day when his comlink buzzed again. "Agent Flennic," Captain Setaro said, "our luck has finally turned." "Same here. By accident, we stumbled into a weapons smuggling operation." "I have heard." "Good work. Not long, and we will have this sector under control again. However, the reason I wanted to talk to you is a curious call I took earlier. An anonymous informant called, claiming to know the base of operation of the rebels." "Anonymous. Have you tracked him down by now?" "Yes. I wanted to give you the opportunity to take him in." "That's very generous of you. Don't you want the credits for his arrest?" "Don't worry. I will claim my share of this operation, but right now, you need a victory more than I do." For a ship captain from Coruscant, judging by the accent, this was incredibly thoughtful and unlike the aristocracy would usually act. "We found him on one of the outlying mining colonies," she continued. "A Twi'lek called Boxica." Chapter 8. "Under no circumstance can we attack that walker," Natuna said for what felt like the 100th time. "We don't have anything to pierce his hull." "Well, if there is no other option, my brother said he could get us some thermal detonators," Dane said. "And why do I hear about this only now?" Some of the roughly 24 men and women cramped into the small, windowless room nodded as well. I don't think he'll help us anymore. We'll convince him somehow. Let's go." "But why don't we just walk out of the city and the range of that anti-air turret? Your transport can pick us up there." "First of all, we don't have anything to transport the actuators, and I don't fancy carrying them the whole time. And second, miners aren't supposed to leave the town. Only when they're going to work are they allowed to leave, and then they're transferred by transports owned by the company. If we would just walk out of the city, they would spot us long before our transport could arrive here. Dang screwed up his face to think of a flaw in that logic but gave up after a while. Good, then that's settled. Dang, you will get the detonators. I will spy on the Imperials to figure out the details of the plan. The rest of you, keep a low profile and be ready to attack at any moment during the next few days. Natuna stepped out of the building and nodded to everyone who was leaving. He exchanged a few words with the promising recruit, a young Celestin, until Dane left the building. Dane, come with me for a moment, he said, and pulled him a bit down the street out of earshot of the rest of the group. I know you don't want to do this, but I'm counting on you. Our rebellion is counting on you. Once we bring these actuators to their destination, we can fight the Empire. Kulunaru City, the planet, and the entire sector will be free once more. But why doesn't the transport bring explosives? It was hard enough to arrange a flight to this colony that was approved by the authorities. Since the Empire is back, it is impossible to smuggle anything. They have a tight grip on the space station, and it will take a long time to infiltrate their ranks if it is possible at all. There is no other way. But what do I say? I am not the best to give advice in that area. I haven't had much luck with family either. Trust your heart and you'll know what to say. Dane looked at the ground and turned to leave. Natuna reached out once more and waited until Dane looked him in the eyes. I trust you. You can do this, he said, and gave the boy a gentle shove. Without looking back, Natuna walked toward the center of the small city. The Celestin followed him but did a miserable job staying inconspicuous. Every time Natuna looked back, the boy tried not to attract attention but did so in a way that he stuck out like a stormtrooper in a crowd of civilians. Keep your hand away from the weapon. We don't want anyone to know you have one. Just let them swing as you would usually. This only made it worse, so Natuna stopped at one of the street vendors to buy a bit of roasted meat on a stick. With his hands occupied, the Celestin looked a lot less suspicious, and they continued until they came in view of the spaceport. They settled down in the only place they could easily hide for some time and not get noticed. A bar on top of one of the low buildings with a perfect view of the spaceport. Unfortunately, the fine establishment only served spiced milk from an animal he had never heard of, and by the taste of his milk also never wanted to meet. It was like sewage water but hot. So hot in fact, Natuna had to cough several times until he abandoned all pretense of drinking it and led his companion away from the bar to one of the surrounding tables. He gestured for the Celestin to sit down with his back to the spaceport, so Natuna himself would have an excuse to look in the direction of the spaceport. The young man clearly didn't like it and fidgeted with the cloak where his weapon was hidden. Stop it. What's your name, boy? Jan, sir. You know the others are looking up to you, Jay. They respect you despite your age. I'm no child anymore. If I had to guess, you are not far off though. You are not the official leader of this part of our, Natuna reminded himself of their surroundings. Little organization, but you garner the respect of the others. But I have no idea what I'm doing. I can barely keep track of my own life. How am I supposed to deal with this? He asked, making expansive hand gestures to encompass everything around them. I am sure with time you would be able to do it on your own, but we don't have much time anymore. The Empire is hot on our tails, and I want you to come with me when I'm leaving this moon. No point in wasting someone like him on a mining colony that will soon be fully occupied by the Empire. As if he had summoned them with the mere thought, Natuna looked up to the sound of engines. An Imperial shuttle escorted by a flight of TIE fighters was rapidly descending. Whatever you do, don't turn around. None of the other patrons seemed to pay the shuttle any mind, but Natuna tensed up, fighting the impulse to reach for his weapon. Jay, on the other hand, seemed completely at ease, and in an impressive display of resourcefulness and quick thinking, he raised his glass so he could watch the spaceport and its reflection. Slowly, Natuna began to understand why the people instinctively followed him. He had nerves like a gucker sneaking up on his prey. Why would they be here if not for us? Jay asked. I don't know. Warn the others to keep off the streets. Should they really be here for us, it would be better to be scattered and attack them from all sides anyway. The moment the shuttle landed, the ramp was lowered and an ISB agent walked out, The same man he had put a tracker on a few days ago. But he wasn't wearing the same civilian clothes anymore, so the tracker hadn't sent him any warnings. For a moment, he pondered attaching a tracker to these clothes as well, but these hopes were shattered as 24 stormtroopers formed a cordon around him. After a quick talk with the officer at the checkpoint, the agent looked at a datapad, and the group departed further into the city. "Shouldn't we follow them?" Jay asked. "No, at least I can't. That agent saw me a few days ago in Kuyunaru City. There aren't enough other Twi'lek around so I would blend in his memory, especially if he saw me here. Let's wait." Natuna was so nervous he even took another sip of the spiced milk, only to regret it at the next moment. A few very long minutes later, he heard blaster shots fired in the northern part of the city, and he watched his comlink, but no one called. No one shouted for help. Could it be they were here on a completely unrelated matter? Very unlikely. Within another minute, the fighting was over and silence fell over the city again. Even the other patrons looked up in interest. The stormtroopers reappeared in a defensive formation, their weapons raised at anyone coming too close. Civilians fled in their hoses and bolted the doors or fled down alleys out of sight. In the center of the formation walked the ISB agent leading a handcuffed Boxika. Troopers behind him carried his 2 Twi'lek bodyguards on stretchers, killed by dozens of shots in the area of the chest or head. "Karabast," Natuna cursed. "He knows too much. If he reveals what we are planning, we're doomed. If only one Imperial sniffs around our base too early, we're doomed." Jay's hand wandered to his weapon, but Natuna stopped him. "You might be able to kill him to stop him from talking, but you will take all of us with you. But he'll spill. No one can withstand an Imperial interrogation. If I know one who is, it would be Bach. He is stubborn as one can be. We just need to accelerate our plans again." Natuna stumbled towards the Imperial checkpoint, deliberately losing his balance a few times. The troopers had spotted him by now and were cheering him on. Since the agent and his stormtroopers had left and the day had turned to night, the atmosphere had become more relaxed again, and even a few bottles were passed around between the soldiers. With some focused on him and some on the B-7 light freighter landing on the closest pad, no one watched the surrounding city, which was by now shrouded in darkness. Natuna fell into one of the troopers, dragging him to the ground. They were rolling around on the ground to the laughter of their comrades. Only when the soldier coughed blood and Natuna pulled the knife out of his chest did they realize that something was wrong. For a fateful fraction of a second, they didn't believe their eyes, and then hell broke loose. A dozen blasters opened fire from the surrounding buildings, immediately killing half of the squad. The rest had time to raise their blasters before they were cut down as well. A siren disturbed the serenity of the night as Natuna rushed forward to get into cover behind one of the thick pillars making up the gate to the landing pads. His weapon cocked, he peeked in the direction of the spaceport, where the remaining army troopers were rushing forward to support their doomed comrades. They were supported by the huge DP Walker that even towered over the surrounding buildings. The heavy laser cannon mounted below the cockpit oriented on the nearest building, and Natuna closed his eyes and ears. The Walker unleashed a barrage of bolts, immediately killing the 3 people who had been posted on the building. A necessary sacrifice, and the Imperials will pay tenfold once all of this is over. Their sacrifice, however, occupied the Walker, and Natuna opened fire to draw the fire of the approaching army troopers. He shot once, and then had to duck behind the pillar as a dozen blaster bolts hit where he had been standing just a moment ago. Then he heard people running and opening fire from one of the side alleys. The troopers cried out in surprise and returned fire. After taking one deep breath, praying to the gods who had long abandoned him, he rushed from behind the pillar right in the direction of the troopers. The rest of his people who had been waiting in the side alley were exchanging fire with the enemy, but it wasn't the swift victory Natuna had hoped for, and several of his fighters were already on the ground. He unloaded his magazine in the general direction of the enemy and dove for cover to reload. Jay, braver than anyone could ever ask him to be, stood up from his cover and launched 2 thermal detonators in the direction of the Walker that was slowly turning to attack the new threat. The detonators bounced off the ground once before they exploded in a ball of flame, taking one of the Walker's legs and the nearby troopers with it. Deafened by the explosion, Natuna rushed forward, killing 3 troopers who struggled to get back to their feet. At first, it seemed like it hadn't affected the walker at all, but then he tipped over to one side and picked up ever more speed. With a resounding crash, the walker fell into the fence, tearing it and the nearby supporting pillars down with it. "Now, get moving," Natuna yelled to his men. Their strongest 3 members appear from the alley, each carrying one of the precious cargo strapped to their backs. Jay and his surviving men walked through the group of army troopers, killing everyone who moved. As one group, they made their way over to the B-7 transport, which had lowered its ramp. The crates were secured in the cargo section while the remaining rebels formed a defensive perimeter. They might have won this fight, but there were still a lot of Imperials out there. Natuna looked at all the grim faces who had survived the attack but missed one. He grabbed Jay by the arm and yelled, his ear still damaged from the blast, "Where's Dane?" He left right before the attack. He said he needed to talk to his brother. Natuna looked out into the darkness, but he didn't see the boy anywhere, neither with the wounded nor huddling in some corner. Instead, an even larger group of army troopers was running down the street from their barracks. "You fool," Natuna murmured, his hand hovering over the button to close the door. They couldn't wait for him. He needed to give the others enough time to scatter, so he pressed the button and the ramp seal shut, with only him and Jay inside. They climbed up a ladder into the cockpit, where a protocol droid was already lifting the shuttle into the air. Through the screen, Natuna could see his warriors bravely charging the anti-air turret, using their remaining detonators to send it to the same hell the walker had gone to. The Star Destroyer has sent out a squadron of TIE fighters and an escort ship on a trajectory that will allow them to intercept us before we can jump to hyperspace, the protocol droid said without any emotion in his voice. It was infuriating how it just ignored the turmoil of emotions that roiled through the ship. "Take the ship to the hideout in the asteroid belt on the far side of this moon. The Imperials should be far enough away that they can't track us precisely. There we'll hide for a few days and regroup." Sapped of all energy with the adrenaline leaving his body, he slumped onto one of the seats as they rushed out of the atmosphere, leaving all these loyal followers behind. Even if they managed to escape, the Empire would find every single one of them. Even Dane and probably his brother and family. It wasn't right that he would ask such sacrifices of his men and be the only one to survive. It wasn't right that he had survived every single fight over the last 2 decades. But he would do it again every time if it meant their planet would eventually be free. Chapter 9. The elevator slid open to reveal the detention deck of the Challenger. Curiously, just one stormtrooper, a sergeant according to his white pauldron, awaited them. "Identify the corpses and take the prisoner to the interrogation room. Tell Creed he can already start. I'll be with you in a moment," Voss ordered to the men who had helped him arrest the informant in the small mining colony. The Twi'lek stared daggers and growled as he was led past. Then a stormtrooper pushed him in the back, and he struggled to get his feet back under him with his hands tied behind his back. Voss turned to the stormtrooper, who was still waiting at attention, and suddenly remembered something. "You are TK 4747, correct?" "Yes, sir." "You requested my presence." "Correct, but then I had to deal with this one." "How did you know I would be here?" "My superior officer informed me you had been assigned an arrest squad. I figured you would turn up here at some point." "Good thinking, soldier. Follow me, I want to talk to you," Voss said, and entered the adjacent room to look in on their unfriendly prisoner. He was currently yelling profanities at the dozen stormtroopers in the room, chaining him to the central table. Voss sighed. Recently, he spent definitely too much time locked away in these rooms, having a lot of maddeningly similar conversations. And in the end, they all talked regardless of how tough they acted in the beginning. As Creed entered the room followed by the floating interrogation droid, even the stormtroopers looked uncomfortable and avoided his gaze. The prisoner looked scared for the first time. The black Death Trooper armor usually had that effect. "Everyone, out," Creed ordered, and the troopers complied without question. Even TK 4747 made a move for the door, but Voss held him back. "I still want to talk to you. I do not have the security clearance to take part in this interrogation. We still need to talk. I requested you to be here. so don't worry about it. I was not informed what you wanted to talk to me about. Take off your helmet. I want to see your face. Voss turned to look the man straight in the eyes. He had an angular face with short stubbles on his chin and similarly short blonde hair. His brown eyes darted around nervously, inspecting every part of Voss' face. Why are you so nervous? Do you have something to hide? Something I should know? It was surprising how often this trick worked. Criminals who confessed to a dozen previously unknown crimes in hopes of a lenient sentence. No, sir. There are a lot of stories told about the ISB, and I'm not sure what to believe now. This, he pointed at the interrogation room on the other side of the mirror where the interrogation droid was injecting a toxin into the Twi'lek's neck. It seemed Creed had no patience today either, and had skipped the friendly questioning phase entirely. This looks exactly like the stories, but you don't seem to fit that image. You look different. Too young and inexperienced. No, that's not at all what I meant. A bead of sweat trickled down his forehead until it got caught in his eyebrows. His eyes were jumping around even quicker now. You look almost nice. Wow, that's the best compliment I have gotten in a while. The stormtrooper's face reddened, but he knew better than to say anything more so he wouldn't make it even worse. Don't worry, I'm just testing you. You are not in trouble. As a matter of fact, there might be an opportunity for a promotion. However, it would be outside the Stormtrooper Corps. You want me to become part of the ISB? The man said with honest surprise. Yes, you got excellent recommendations from your superiors. So good indeed that I'm wondering where the catch is. Catch, sir? What is your flaw? Your secret? Do you have a corpse hidden away somewhere? Wisely, the Stormtrooper said nothing and looked straight ahead at the progressing interrogation. It also wouldn't be a promotion in the strictest sense. You would start with the rank of a constable, the lowest officer rank in the ISB. If you're worried about the pay, it isn't exactly a downgrade. But are you fine with being at the bottom of the food chain again? Every ISB officer will outrank you. Now that you're used to giving commands, can you still follow orders? I assure you I have no problem with following orders. Stormtrooper Sergeant isn't exactly a post with a lot of opportunities for independent command. Good. In your new post you would be required to analyze the comm records saved on the Challenger. A program can help you sift through the immense volume, but in the end I need a human to evaluate. You want me to play snitch on my comrades? Correct. But I don't care about troopers talking on the job or even some idle thoughts. I want to find the traitors in our midst. Those who accept bribes, and in other ways break the law while on duty. I don't suspect you will have to snitch a lot on your fellow stormtroopers, but the local garrison is most likely not aware that they are patched into the same comm system. This is an excellent opportunity. As you command. Voss looked at the trooper, but his face was unreadable. This is no order, and it will not be held against you in any way if you refuse this post. If you want, you can return to your old rank, and you will hopefully never hear from me again. I'm not quite comfortable with overhearing my comrades, but I see where you're coming from. You should never be comfortable with it. It is an incredible intimate intrusion into another person's privacy. But sometimes we have to do these things for the greater good, and be aware every person you bring to my attention will have a hell of a time. Maybe they'll end up just like our little informant over there. So you have to be sure the person is guilty before you destroy his or her life. Understood, he said, staring at the precedingly gruesome interrogation in the other room. You have to decide by the end of the day. Until then you can help me sift through the first logs that were flagged by the program, Voss said, and handed over headphones and a datapad. The soldier reached for the items, but Voss didn't let go. What's your name? TK 4747 won't do now. I need a real name. Dahl, sir. Very well, Dahl. Work your way through the flagged records, starting with the oldest. If there are officers over the rank of sergeant involved, forward them to me. Creed joined them several times to get new equipment or discuss the lack of results. The Twi'lek was incredibly stubborn, but Creed had broken everyone yet, and this wouldn't be the exception. Right after Creed had left again, his chrono showed somewhere around midnight. Dahl took off his headphones and looked at the Twi'lek in the other room. Won't this scare off any other informants? It took Voss several seconds to understand the implied meaning after listening to mind-numbing conversations for so long. If someone knew he was an informant, you would be correct. His call went from the comms officer right up to the captain, so almost no one is involved. I have already altered the records. They now show that through a stroke of luck, we found this Boxica in a routine search and brought him in for questioning. No talk about mistreated informants, only about the efficiency of the ISB. That can't be possible all the time. No, we have the occasional informant who has too solid connections to touch him or the case already has a too high public profile. Then we usually reward them in some kind of publicity stunt to make it more attractive for informants. The Empire's official record for informants is quite impressive. And this way we get all the information an informant has, even those he doesn't want to spill. Correct. For example, our Twi'lek here is most likely an old member of that rebel cell who got into a disagreement with the other members and now wants to take revenge. Meaning he has a lot more information than just the location of one of their hideouts. Dahl wanted to reply something when Voss Kamink buzzed. Agent Flennic, he took the call. Captain Setaro here. Our garrison on Eris was just attacked. Eris, the mining colony where I picked up the informant. Indeed, only a few hours after you left, a group of at least 20 rebels attacked the small garrison and even managed to destroy one of the walkers. Any survivors? We're not sure at the moment, but shortly after the attack, our scanners picked up a B-7 light freighter leaving the atmosphere. They hit somewhere in the nearby asteroid belt, and I have deployed 2 squadrons of TIE fighters, including a Gazanti escort, to root them out. Might I suggest sending some troops to the mining colony? They are already en route. I want to see the rebels try dealing with 4 ATs and a legion of army troopers. Let them feel the full might of the Imperial Army. We will find these traitors, and this freighter will also not slip through our defenses. I think I need to put more pressure on our informant. This can't be a coincidence. Thanks for keeping me informed. You are welcome, we're working for the same team after all. Voss put the commok away and rose to his feet. I know this probably isn't the best time, but, Dahl said. Speak up, but make it quick. The man got to his feet as well, straightened, and gave Voss a perfect salute. I would be honored to be your snitch, sir. Voss smiled. They would get along well. Good choice, Constable. What's your last name? I have none. Once I joined the academy, I was introduced to that concept. We didn't have any on my homeworld. Well, Constable Dahl it is then. Take the rest of the night off. I have kept you long enough anyway. Don't you need my help with this? He asked, pointing at the interrogation room. They killed our men. I want to help. That is very admirable, but I need you on surveillance duty for now. Prove yourself, and I have the feeling you will quickly rise through the ranks. Dahl rose and headed for the door. Oh, and pick up your new uniform. You are not part of the Stormtrooper Corps anymore. From now on, you are part of the ISB, and I expect you to represent it at every waking hour with a clean appearance. Dahl saluted and for the last time put on the iconic Stormtrooper helmet. Voss turned back to his biggest problem at hand and touched the intercom. Creed, stop being so nice. We need some answers now. Chapter 10. They left the informant in the med bay. After a few grueling hours, the Twi'lek had spilled some coordinates. The supposed rebel encampment was on Kuyunaru's main continent, roughly 100 clicks away north of the capital, hidden away in a massive cave system. Voss, Zero, and Creed boarded a shuttle while a sizable army detachment made ready to support them if needed. Somewhere Zero had organized 3 speeder bikes that were loaded into the shuttle. With the line of communication to their reinforcements established, the shuttle's ramp closed, and they rushed towards the atmosphere. Remember, we're only the scouts. When we have confirmed the location, we call in the cavalry, Voss said, strapped to one of the chairs and cramped between 2 speeder bikes. I should do it alone, Zero said, looking Voss straight in the eyes. That's my job. You are as clumsy as, well, Ace isn't here, but both of you are still too loud. Especially you. What if you need help? I spent more than a month alone in the jungles of Felucia without supplies. Nothing this world can throw at me will even make me break a sweat. Here are a lot more humans and other sentients instead. The far more dangerous predator if you ask me. Zero nodded, accepting that point. We'll quickly confirm their position and then call reinforcements. That's my order. Do exactly what I do out there. For the first time, I think I'm actually glad Ace isn't with us. Since he injured his leg, he isn't good at sneaking anymore, Zero said. But he would be useful later once we storm the caves. Where is he anyway? I haven't seen him in almost a week, Creed asked. He has his special orders and will join us in due time. They spent the remainder of the flight examining the scans of the area surrounding the caves. There were 5 obvious entrances with possibly several more that were hidden in the thick underbrush nearby. The big trees with their thick canopy all over the area had also hindered the scanners to a degree that an army could hide underneath without them noticing. In front of the entrances was a sheer cliff, which was probably guarded by the rebels. Instead, they would approach from the back through the forest. The shuttle landed closer to the capital than their actual target, but if they had flown any closer, it would attract too much attention. They switched to speeder bikes that would be much harder to spot once they were underneath the trees. While Creed was only wielding his E11D carbine, a vibroblade, and a few grenades on his belt, Zero was loaded in gear. In addition to his usual sniper rifle and cloak to blend him in with his surroundings, he had a pouch slung over each shoulder and a jetpack, definitely not the standard Imperial model, attached to his back. Vaz had no idea how they always managed to acquire this gear. As unit commander, he had never paid for any of them. Vaz himself was only carrying his blaster, a vibroblade, a minimalistic med pack, and a few handy tools spread over the pockets in his uniform. Vaz got on his own speeder bike, and they rushed from the clearing. All other thoughts vanished as they hurtled with deadly speed through the dense forest. One inattentive moment or one wrong turn, and he would slam into a tree. He was glad when they had a short stretch of farmland, but the forest was back soon enough. That's close enough, Zero announced, and stopped his speeder next to a big bush that would shield them from view. But we're still more than 10 clicks away. We don't want them to hear us, and they have probably set up sensors as well. You're the expert. Pretend as if you were in command from now on. Tell me what I have to do. Return to the shuttle and let me do my job. Not that, let's go. Zero retrieved 4 drones, not bigger than his fist, and sent them out to scout ahead. From the other pouch, he pulled a dozen small droids that looked like centipedes and sent them out as well. They weren't fast as they scanned the ground in front of them. If they continued at this pace? How long will this take? A bit more than 10 clicks, so 10 hours. Vaz sighed, and they got moving on the path cleared by the drones and insects. Zero stopped here and there to cut off parts of the foliage with his vibroblade and attached the cuttings to his cloak and armor, making him blend in more and more. Whenever Zero stopped, Vaz had to look a second time to spot the man. But even this fascinating change became dull after a time. His companions have never been known to be very talkative, but they said absolutely nothing on their slow march. After more than 2 hours of this, he couldn't bear the oppressive silence anymore, and if he didn't do anything else soon, he would become careless. No one could stay alert for hours on end surrounded by the monotony. Every time he walked past one of the trees with his rock-hard skin that reminded him more of a reptile than bark, he saw an endless amount of identical-looking trees right behind it. The yellow canopy was so thick it almost blocked out the sun in its entirety, plunging everything into a dim twilight as if the day was already over. The only break in the monotony was when Zero crouched, raising his rifle. Vaz and Creed followed his example and waited for the eventual animal to appear in the distance. Then their slow walk began anew. With all these drones, this is easy. Was this similar to your time on Felucia? Vaz asked. As long as you still have them. They break easily, especially on a world as toxic and with so much wildlife as Felucia. From small flying rippers that would latch onto you to suck you dry to massive beasts like the Aclays that would split you in half with their massive claws. The enemy was the least of our worries there. In comparison, this forest feels dead. According to ISB reports, there is also a native intelligent species living on the planet. Fortunately, I never saw them, but they are deadly close-quarter fighters, and they have a weird connection to the forest. Now silence and focus on the mission. For the first time since they had arrived in the system, Voss had nothing to do. His body walked like a droid after Zero, allowing his mind to wander. What was happening in the rest of the system while he was slowly walking through the forest? There was still time to turn around. Zero and Creed could continue on their own, and he could focus on the myriad of tasks waiting for him. He could continue the interrogations, look through comms records, help the search of the missing freighter unless they had found it by now, search the mining colony for the remaining rebels, send reports to Coruscant which he had let slack a bit, talk to his father as he had promised the captain, and so much more. But he decided against it. He liked the peace and quiet. All the problems would still wait for him once he returned, and half a day wouldn't make a difference, at least for him. The senator's children were still out there somewhere, surrounded by their captors and ripped out of their usual lives for almost 3 weeks by now. They must be terrified. But hopefully their captivity would be over soon. There was a good chance the children were held captive in the caves less than 10 clicks away. In a shuttle less than a few minutes away, it would take him till the morning to get to them. "Hang in there. We're coming to get you out," he whispered. Voss lost track of time when the sun eventually went down. While his comrades had integrated night vision in their helmets, Voss' open-faced helmet that came with the ISB uniform had nothing like it. Instead, he put on separate night vision goggles, plunging their surroundings in unnatural shades of green and black. Suddenly Zero dropped on his belly. Sluggish from the hours of walking, it took Voss a few seconds to react. Voss dropped to the floor and unholstered his weapon. The drones had found a layer of sensors. Visual, audio, and heat sensors. "How close are we?" "Less than a click." "So our enemy is really here," Voss said, with excitement building up in him. "Or at least someone is here. It could also be a separate group of smugglers," Creed noted. "Do you think the informant could have lied?" No. He was utterly broken in the end, but there are always surprises. Voss reached for his Kamink. He had imposed long-range comm silence unless it was something really important. But when he switched to the channel, he only received static, and not the kind of static that contained hidden messages. The long-range communication was blocked entirely. "Do your long-range comms work?" Voss asked. "Negative. How did we not notice that?" "That's sloppy," Creed said. "How long is the range of the drones?" "A few hundred meters if you want to control them personally," Zero said. "But we can send it to fly straight in one direction basically forever if you need." "Good. Let one drone fly 10 clicks out from here and test the comms. If it still doesn't work, let it fly further away. I wanted to send a message to the army detachment waiting for us. If they don't get another message from us within an hour, they are to engage with everything they have. A frontal assault on the caves. Until then, we should have enough time to confirm where the children are or send another drone to stall them longer." Zero called one of the drones back, and a minute later it rushed back the way they had come. "All right, then let's do this," Creed said, checking his blaster. "In a minute I will disrupt the sensors. On their side it will look just like a temporary malfunction, but once the minute is over we have to be through and hide somewhere because someone will surely come to check it out." Zero counted down to 1, and then they jumped up and darted towards the line of sensors. Voss looked around for any sign of alarms going off or rebels sprinting towards him, but nothing of the matter happened. They ran for a few minutes until Zero stopped and looked around. There were no bushes or other cracks where they could hide. "Up a tree," Voss suggested. Zero looked around in surprise, and when he talked, he could hear the respect in his voice. "Good idea." Zero walked back the way they had come, and with the help of a branch and a handful of dry leaves disguised their steps enough that Voss, an inexperienced tracker, could see no sign that someone had ever passed through here. Meanwhile, Creed had climbed 10 meters up the tree without any gear to where the canopy began and lowered a rope down. With his help, they were all up in no time and tried to find a comfortable position to stand in. Voss sat down on the fork of a branch, looking down at the ground below them. His stomach protested and tried to convince him he would fall any second, but Voss stayed put and didn't move. "Movement," Zero whispered after a few minutes, and Voss slowly turned his head. A Twi'lek had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. His weapon raised, he walked right underneath them. It is always surprising how people just don't look up, Creed mused, keeping his weapon aimed at the alien. Voss wanted to reply something, but in comparison to his companions, his helmet wasn't soundproof. All things considered, the ISB uniform wasn't practical at all. The Twi'lek surveyed the area for several minutes until he turned around and retrieved his comlink. There is nothing out here. Probably just another glitch. Open the hatch. I don't want to go all the way around. Voss smiled as a concealed hatch opened nearby, and the Twi'lek climbed down a ladder. Once the hatch was closed and there was no movement anywhere around for a few minutes, Zero gave a signal, and they climbed down the tree again. Do we risk going in there? Voss whispered as silently as possible, conscious of the audio sensors nearby. It's a risk. Once we're climbing down that ladder, we are ripe for the picking and can't really defend ourselves, Kree said. But it sounded like it was a back entrance, and maybe it isn't, as guarded as the cave openings. There has to be only one enemy, and we're all dead. I'm the commander. It is my decision. We're going down that hatch, Voss decided. I thought we pretended that I would be the commander, Zero said. Not anymore. You did a perfect job getting us here undetected. Now it's my turn. Send your centipedes to find that hatch and see if there are any hidden sensors. They didn't find any sensors, but a latch disguised as a branch that, if pulled aside, revealed a scomp link, the most common access port for astromech units. Although it was a bit outdated and rusty, it looked like a Clone Wars era design. However, Voss wasn't convinced there were no safeguards at all, so he used his datapad to do a low-level scan of the surrounding area and revealed 3 cables leading away from the scomp link. 2 for power and 1 for data. He could try to hotwire the system, but the risk of triggering an alarm was too high. Voss retrieved a scomp cracker from one of the pockets in his uniform. He placed the roughly hand-long metal stick in the socket of the scomp link and activated it. It turned several times before it sank in a layer into the socket. The next layer took almost a minute, and once it had sunk again, it started turning again, trying to brute force the next layer of access codes. This might take a while, Voss whispered and looked around. Why does this hatch have such complex codes? Creed asked. I have seen these scomp crackers open doors faster in an Imperial garrison. Why did you need to crack an Imperial door? Shouldn't you have the access codes for that? No, wait. If I think about it, I don't even want to know. Good choice. The cracker is more familiar with the public or Imperial encryption systems. I guess this is originally a separatist outpost of some sort, or we're just unlucky, and it has to test a lot more codes. A few tens minutes later, the cracker sank completely into the socket and the hatch hissed open. The scomp cracker wound itself back out of the socket and Voss pocketed it again. We could really use Ace right now, Zero complained. Well, he isn't here right now, and it would be too late to turn back now, Voss said, and pulled the hatch open completely. The ladder was at least 40 meters deep, and only the end was illuminated by a dim, flickering light. Chapter 11. Taking one deep breath, Voss began the long climb down the ladder, hoping the sentries would be bored and no one would check this remote hatch. He placed every foot with care not to make any unnecessary sounds, and in several boring, and at the same time nerve-wracking minutes made his way into the heart of the cave system. He stopped a few meters before the end, right above the cone of light shining in. A glance up confirmed that Zero and Creed were right above him, waiting for his signal. Since he heard nothing except the wind gently flowing through the caves below, he removed his night vision goggles, grabbed his pistol, and dropped the last meters. No one was yelling an alarm or shooting at him, so it seemed they were alone. A heartbeat later, he landed in a crouch and whirled around, scanning for enemies. They were at the end of a rough stone tunnel. A bend in the tunnel hid them from view from where the light was coming from. Voss crouched against the wall, a blaster in one hand and the vibroblade in the other, and covered his squad as they emerged from the ladder. To confirm that they were behind him and ready to go, Zero tapped him on the shoulder and Voss advanced. Wait, Zero said. Let the centipedes go first. Not wanting to say anything, in fear of alerting anyone, Voss just nodded while keeping an eye on the exit of the tunnel. A shiver ran down his spine as the centipedes crawled over his feet and along the tunnel. They were just droids, and even if not, the fear was completely irrational. The next hall is clear. One door to either side. The centipedes are too big to crawl underneath them. Then let's go, Voss whispered. If possible, don't use blasters. I want to be stealthy as long as possible. Zero, you're in the rear. Voss inched forward, not trusting the droids entirely. When the corridor came into view, he sped forward and turned to the left, trusting that his comrades would be guarding his rear. The walls were still the same rough-cut stone, but a metal walkway connected the two doors. As Voss approached the door, it suddenly slid open, and he stared into the surprised face of a Rodian. Without hesitation, Voss rushed forward, plunged his viper blade into the alien's neck, and pulled him to the side. Creed stormed past him into the next room, his blaster raised. The Rodian looked at him in shock. He coughed blood and his black eyes widened one last time before they fluttered shut and the Rodian lay still. A gurgle scream that was quickly cut off came from the other room, so Voss jumped back to his feet and rushed into the room. Another dead Rodian lay on the floor while Creed pressed a blaster against the Twi'lek's head. Another door led out of the room on the far side. The Twi'lek had been sitting at a console in front of a window, looking out on a big, dimly lit cavern. No one would be able to see them from the floor of the cavern, so they would be secure for now. Voss assisted in handcuffing their prisoner before he went back to Zero, who had taken cover behind the door frame, aiming down the corridor with his sniper rifle. He might have been better off choosing his sidearm for these enclosed spaces, but the power of the sniper alone still made it a deadly weapon, especially in a narrow space like the corridor. Voss crouched to not get into his field of fire and dragged the dead Rodian into the room. He could do nothing about the spilled blood, but this way it would be much less suspicious. Leave a few centipedes on this side of the door, and place some behind the other door as well. I want to know if we're getting company. Creed had deposited their prisoner in the corner furthest away from the window and frisked his pockets. Voss turned to the window and, careful not to expose himself, examining the cavern below them. With at least 50 meters in length and 20 in width, it could have housed a lot of equipment, but it seemed to have been recently stripped of most of its contents. Still, at least a dozen people were lounging behind improvised barriers, arrayed at the two entrances. They weren't aiming their weapons, but still looked like they were expecting an attack very soon. They know we're coming. They're preparing an ambush. The size of the entrance tunnels is too small to allow any of our vehicles in. It will be a kill zone unless... Voss walked to the corner where their prisoner and crouched. If you yell for help, my friend here will shoot you. If you attack me, my friend here will shoot you. If you do anything even remotely stupid, my friend here will shoot you. Do you understand? The Twi'lek nodded hesitantly. Do you know who we are? Nod. Good. Then we can skip the introductions. There is one question that can save your life. If you answer it truthfully, you will survive. Where are the senator and his children? What? I don't know anything about children or a senator, the Twi'lek said, seemingly genuine. What are you doing here then? We are free traders. MHM, and are you trading in Rodian children and senators? No, he said more agitatedly. Voss raised a finger to his lips and the Twi'lek glanced nervously at the weapon pointed at his head. You don't seem like you're the boss of this operation. What's his name? The alien hesitated for a while. Baxika. Twi'lek. Yes, we have him in custody already. Is he the leader of this rebellion? I told you, we are free traders. We were just here to trade with an old friend of the boss. So the senator and his children aren't here? No, I told you, we. Good. Then let's get out of here before someone spots us. Voss got up to his feet and turned to Creed. We'll take this one with us for interrogation, and then we'll flatten this cave from orbit. I have no intention of losing troops fighting their way in through this ambush. Too late. We got company. Behind this door, Zero said, pointing at the door where they had entered the room. Maybe they'll just leave through the hatch. The tense silence fell over the room as Zero watched the fees of the centipedes through his HUD. They have seen the blood there. The rest of his sentence was lost in the chaos as Zero opened the door and unloaded his sniper rifle on the two enemies. Vaz rushed to the door while Zero switched to his sidearm and fired a few more times. One hostile down. The other has retreated to the ladder, Zero said as he hid behind the pillar to avoid a volley of blaster bolts. Movement in the cavern. They're running, Creed reported from the window. We need to move now, otherwise we'll be surrounded. Creed, grenade, Vaz said, and aimed at the tunnel where the hostile was hiding, which also was their only escape route. Too late, we can't climb up the ladder quickly enough. They'll shoot us to pieces, Creed yelled. Hostiles behind the other door, Zero announced, pointing at the door on the far side of the control room. At the same time, the door on the far side of the corridor, the one they hadn't explored, yet slid open and revealed several aliens with raised weapons. Vaz changed his aim, fired 3 shots, and ducked behind the corner again. A barrage of bolts pierced the spot he had just been in. Thoughts raced through Vaz's mind, but no good option presented itself. The ladder was no option and hostiles closed in on both sides. Twi'lek. What's blocking our comms? His eyes darted to the console he had been sitting at before he got his eyes under control. That was everything Vaz needed to know and blasted a few rounds into important-looking parts of the console. Lights flickered, plunging the cave into darkness. Vaz was about to put his night vision goggles back on when red emergency lighting sprang to life, plunging the cavern into ominous half-darkness, but more importantly, when he tried his comlink there was no static. Lieutenant Hark, engage immediately. Do you copy? Understood, we are on our way. Forget the heavy walkers. They won't fit in the caves. Engage with most of your troops through the tunnels. It was an ambush, but we have drawn most of their fire. Send one shuttle to the top of the hill. There is a hatch leading into the compound. Understood, sir. We will be with you in 4 minutes. 4 minutes that would stretch on like an eternity. Zero closed the door, and at the same moment, Creed opened his, stepped through the door, and surprised the half-dozen aliens behind it with a round of blaster bolts. The sound of his heavy blaster reverberated through the rooms, underscored by the pained yells of his victims. Then they returned fire, and Creed was too slow to duck into cover, and was thrown back, stumbling completely into the open, catching 3 more bolts. Vaz jumped to his feet and charged the door without abandon, trying to push the enemy back. The 4 surviving enemies were retreating as well, dragging their wounded back. When Vaz reached the door, he pressed the button and it slammed shut. Unloading 2 rounds into the door controls ensured it would take their enemies some time to open the door. They're advancing on my door, Zero said, still with a totally calm voice. Vaz crouched next to Creed, who lay on the floor, completely still. Some bolts had been stopped by the armor, but at least 3 had penetrated it. 1 in the leg, 1 in the arm, and most worryingly 1 in the stomach. Vaz grabbed the small med pack from his belt, cursing himself for not taking a bigger one with him. Creed, can you hear me? No sound, no movement. Vaz applied some back to spray through the hole in the abdomen's armor and rolled him on his back to seal the exit wound as well. A small puddle of blood had formed on the floor already. I need to open the door or they'll come inside, Zero warned. If he opened the door, Creed and himself would be in plain view of the hostiles. He abandoned the Imperial regulation to move a wounded as little as possible to prevent further injury, and drag the unconscious, maybe dead, an unwelcome part of his mind added Creed out of the way, next to the prisoner who was mumbling something in his native tongue. Here, take these. Vaz tossed 2 of the grenades from Creed's belt to Zero. He caught one and opened the door for just a moment. Even from the steep angle, Vaz could see how close the enemy was to the door already. Grenade! Someone yelled before the door was closed again, and a muted explosion silenced everything else. Dust drizzled from the ceiling on Creed's black armor. With the most serious wound sealed for now, and wanting to save Bacta if it opened again, Vaz removed the lower arm and shin armor to reveal the entry wounds. No artery seemed to have been hit and the wound was mostly cauterized. Nonetheless, a steady trickle of blood streamed out of both wounds, so he sealed them with a small Bacta patch and wrapped both limbs with a bandage to keep them in place. Talk to me, Vaz yelled through the room. I lost all but one centipede due to the blast and is sending pictures only now and then. They are regrouping. The hostiles at the other door are advancing. They have some kind of heavy laser cutter. Zero recounted in a flurry of words and got up. He rested the tip of his rifle on the windowsill and aimed down into the cavern. With no imminent danger, Voss removed Creed's helmet and felt for his vitals. He was breathing shallowly and had a somewhat erratic pulse. Zero opened fire into the big cavern. The heavy blaster bolt easily pierced the glass and awarded them with a pained yell from below. Panic shouting reached them as the enemy tried to flee from the new attacker. The hostiles are setting up the laser cutter now, Zero announced. Damn this helmet, I need a HUD. How am I supposed to fight like this? He would talk to the technicians if he was back aboard the Challenger. Now his only task was to make sure they all would survive long enough. 1 or 2 minutes until the reinforcements landed, and then who knew how long until the troopers had made their way through the tunnels. Creed seemed stable for now. The prisoner was still cuffed to a rail out of reach to hurt Creed in any way. He had to stall for time. Voss hurried over to the door while Zero fired shot after shot. He pressed the button, and before the door had opened completely, it was showered by blaster bolts. I want to negotiate, Voss yelled over the cacophony. I am a high-ranking officer, and the Navy will pay good money for my release. Hesitantly, their attacker stopped firing. The laser cutter hasn't stopped, Zero said through their internal comms. Tell your men to stop the laser cutter. Then we can talk. You are in no position to negotiate. We have you surrounded. He needed to distract them from the ladder as well, otherwise, the troopers coming down there would be slaughtered mercilessly. If he knew where exactly the enemy was standing. Voss hurried over to Creed and took off his useless helmet. The stomach wound had started bleeding again, and the trooper had become visibly paler. He sprayed another layer of Bacta on the wound and put the Death Trooper helmet on. Most of the HUD functions were disabled because the helmet wasn't connected to the rest of the armor, but it was enough to display the view of the remaining centipedes. He disabled the encryption, so his voice would sound normal as it was carried to the outside by the helmet speakers. Our reinforcements should be here within half an hour, he lied. He thought that he might even hear the humming of engines in the distance already, but maybe that was just his head still spinning from the explosion. Half an hour. Until then, we have killed you 100 times. But how many lives will you lose in the process? Voss asked as he struggled to rearrange the HUD so he could still see through the narrow eye slits in the helmet. How did Creed even hit anything like that? Lives my men are willing to give. A sudden, very welcome voice rang through the helmet comms. Troops have landed. We are pushing in. Voss grabbed the E-11D and the remaining 2 grenades and hurried back to the door. All right, we surrender, Voss said with a hopefully convincing amount of dread and fear, and slid his pistol out into the open. Please don't shoot, we surrender. Through the centipede's occasional pictures, he saw one of the rebels approaching the blaster cautiously while the rest of them held back, still aiming at the door. The feeds from the centipedes at the other door were less promising. The laser cutter had made its way through 2/3 of the door. They would be able to dislodge it in moments. Voss waited until the Twi'lek had almost reached his pistol when he threw another grenade far into the hallway and slammed the button for the door. But before it could slam shut, the Twi'lek slipped through the door and attacked him with a knife. Voss blocked one thrust with his E-11, but the Twi'lek was pushing relentlessly, leaving him no time to aim the weapon or reach for the viper blade on his hip. The explosion from the grenade threw them both off balance, but the Twi'lek recovered faster and plunged the knife in Voss' abdomen. He felt no pain, so he decided his eyes must have played him a trick. He let go of the blaster and grabbed hold of his knife hand with both of his, stopping him from attacking again. Voss reared back and slammed his head in the Twi'lek's nose, and the nose cracked with a sound that sent shivers down his spine. The alien stumbled back, reaching for his nose. The moment they were separated, Voss reached for his viper blade and jumped at the man, ramming the blade deep into his chest and twisting it. Blood sprayed, and he had to blink several times to clear his vision while he attacked a few more times. The door slid open, and Voss rushed at the new attacker. He stopped at the last moment when he saw the gleaming white armor of the stormtrooper corpse. Suddenly all strength left him, and he slumped to the ground. The stormtrooper caught him before he hit the ground and leaned him against the wall. "Lieutenant, we found the targets. Perimeter secure," the stormtrooper said to no one in particular. The trooper was pushed aside by a trooper with a red cross on his shoulder. "Let's take a look at you," a distinctly female voice sounded through her helmet speakers. "No, I'm not hurt. You need to take care of Creed," Voss said, expending immense power by raising his arm and pointing at where the death trooper lay. She only gave Creed a glance before looking at Voss' abdomen. "Someone else will take care of him. We need to deal with this." Voss looked down to where the Twi'lek's knife was sticking in his belly. Now that he looked at it, a wave of pain rushed into him as if his body had just now remembered. Two other troopers held him as the medic removed the blade and sealed it with a far more generous back-to-patch than Voss had used on all of Creed's wounds. He looked over to the death trooper, who was surrounded by 3 medics working all over him, their packs spread out all around. Pain shot through Voss' body, and he strained against the troopers holding him. The medic dealing with him cleaned her gloves and got back to her feet. "You are off active duty for at least a month. That is an order," she said, grabbed her pack, and walked over to the other medics near Creed. Voss motioned the trooper to his right that he needed help. The man pulled him to his feet and wrapped an arm around him to keep him from falling. He wanted to guide him to the door, but Voss shook his head and instead stumbled over to Creed. Right when he stepped next to them, one of the medics leaned back, looked at his chrono, and said for the whole room to hear, "Trooper DT 163. Time of death 3.09. Chapter 12. The usually so quick lifts took an eternity. It only had to cross 3 levels, but it didn't seem to move at all. When the doors finally opened to the detention level, Voss pushed his way through before they had opened entirely. He brushed past the stormtrooper sentries, which prompted a burst of pain from his hub rushing through his entire body. When he finally reached the right door, he stormed inside. Boxica still sat cuffed in the same position on the table. Voss aimed his blaster and shot him in the foot. "You bastard!" The Twi'lek squirmed and tried to reach his foot, but in his awkward position, he wasn't able to. A stormtrooper rushed into the room, his blaster raised, looking for threats. "Everything all right, sir?" "Yes, we're fine, trooper. You may leave." The trooper looked between the two for a moment and then decided not to tempt fate and left the room. Through clenched teeth, Boxica said, "I didn't expect you to be back so soon, or at all." "How was?" Voss shot him in the other foot to shut him up. "Creed, my friend, died because of you. The one who tortured me." A sick smile crept on his face. "Well, the universe plays funny pranks sometimes, doesn't it? When I planned that ambush, who would have known it would hit him of all troopers? To be honest, I had hoped it would be you." "Why did you do it? You said you wanted to be an informant," Voss asked, barely restraining his urge to shoot the man. "I honestly wanted to betray the rebels. They screwed me completely. But when you brought me here on this Star Destroyer, I realized who our real enemy is, just like my rebel friends told me. So, like a dead man switch, my men prepared to be attacked when I was captured, and I led you right to them. Who would have known it would hit exactly the right person? What a pleasure." Voss jumped to his feet, sending his chair hurtling back. He walked around the table and placed the pistol on the Twi'lek's forehead. "What? Are you going to kill me now? Isn't that against Imperial regulations? You will be reprimanded for that." "I don't care at all. I will kill you. I will kill every one of your friends. I will kill every single rebel until there is order in this system again. But killing you here would be too nice. I would torture you, but I don't have the time for that. Too many rebels to catch." Voss released the handcuffs from the table and dragged the Twi'lek up. With his wounded feet, he cried out in pain and slumped to the ground. Voss grabbed the handcuffs and dragged him to the door. The wound on Voss' stomach protested, but he completely ignored it. Boxica scrambled behind him, but every time he put weight on his feet, he slumped back to the ground in pain. The stormtrooper sentries stood close to the door and were debating what they should do about the noise when Voss and the traitor appeared. They fell silent immediately and just watched him as he dragged the alien down the corridor. Every few steps he cried out in pain, and it was pure delight in Voss' ears, even if his own wounds sent spikes of pain through him every time the Twi'lek moved. He could have done this all day, but unfortunately, he reached his destination much too soon. He threw Boxika into the small compartment and pressed a button. The door slid shut, leaving only a small window for him to look at the Twi'lek touching his wounded feet. Voss waited until the alien scum looked up, and then pressed the button next to the door. Red lights flared up in the small compartment, and suddenly the alien understood. Then the doors behind him slammed open, and with an explosive decompression was yanked out of the ship's airlock into the cold embrace of space. Satisfied, Voss watched through the small window as the body hurled away. The decompression also ripped all air from the alien's lungs, so he immediately started suffocating. Water was sucked out of his airways, and slowly but surely the whole body was covered in a layer of ice. After several minutes, the body was just a small dot before the black sky. One rebel down, a lot more to go. The other Twi'lek they had caught in the cave should have survived. Even if he didn't work for the rebels, he would have valuable information on the alien scum's network and contacts. He would root everyone and everything out. No one could withstand torture. But Creed was gone forever. He would avenge him. He would torture the whole planet if it meant they would find the traitors. He could send the stormtroopers down into the city and question people until they would give up their secrets. He just needed to convince the captain somehow. She would probably have some moral objections. That was why she was weak. She wouldn't get the job done. Someone cleared his throat behind him, and Voss turned around. Constable Dahl took a step back when they locked gazes. In horror, the young man stared at him. "What?" Voss barked. The captain wants to see you." "Good. I wanted to talk to her anyways," Voss said, and rushed past the startled man. The stormtrooper sentries didn't meet his eyes as he entered the lift. Dahl barely managed to slip into the elevator before the doors closed. "Don't you want to change uniforms before? Why would I waste time on something like that? The only important thing is to stop these rebels once and for all." "But, are you proficient in interrogation techniques?" "I had a bit of training with the corps." "Perfect. You will interrogate the prisoner we brought in from the ambush. I want you to find out everything about the rebels and this smuggling operation. But try not to kill him too quickly. We're in short supply until I find new ones." The man hesitated for a few long moments before nodding. The lift's doors opened to reveal the host of stormtrooper guards milling in front of the bridge. The sergeant took one look at him and then waved his men aside. A wise move for his career's sake. The stormtroopers' helmets hid their emotions, but once the doors opened to the bridge proper, the bridge crew wasn't so lucky. Their fear was written all over their face as they saw him. Whenever he made eye contact, they ducked away like an unruly child caught red-handed in the sweets box. The first one to meet his eyes properly was the captain. He stared at her impassive face, but she didn't flinch away. Locked in this duel of wills, they stared over the holodeble at each other. A wry smile crept onto his face when eventually she looked away. "Lieutenant, what is the status of our ground troops?" She tried to cover her defeat. "They are waiting in the hangar for your orders." "Thank you." Turning back to Voss, she said, "I heard you lost one of your comrades in the assault on the caves." "I am sorry. Do you want to take some time off? I'm certain we can deal with this situation." "Do the rebels take some time off?" "No. I'm ready. What did I miss?" She stared at him, her mouth trying to form words, yet she didn't say anything. "What did I miss?" "There are rumors all over Kuyunaru City that the senator will make an announcement." "The senator? Any idea where and when?" "No, but the rumors are consistent and are appearing all over the city. We have also spotted a large number of blue fists painted onto buildings," she said, and displayed a holographic image of the first they had spotted in the city several days ago. "I will take command of the ground forces, and once the senator appears, lock down the city." "Are you sure you're up to that task?" she asked, looking down at his bandage. "I'm fine. Once the senator appears, I want TIE fighters ready to patrol the sky. They won't escape me another time." Voss looked over the city from the roof of the Imperial garrison. They had waited for hours now, and the rebels were nowhere to be seen. A shuttle stood ready behind him with Zero and a heavy weapon squad of stormtroopers, ready to engage anywhere in the city. At least 24 blue fists were painted on the nearby buildings, proclaiming their loyalty to these rebels. The rebels were hiding somewhere in this city. Before the day was over, he would root them out wherever they might hide. Sir, incoming message from the Senator's mansion. The troopers are under attack. Get us there and send all units in the area to secure the perimeter. These rebels won't escape us now, Voss said as he ran up the ramp of the shuttle. The moment he was on board, the shuttle lifted off the ground, and they rushed the short distance to the mansion. Voss checked his weapon, waiting for the ramp to open. Sir, you should let us go first, the stormtrooper sergeant said. What is your name and operating number, Sergeant? Voss growled. TK 9372, Alphabet, sir. Alphabet. That's what everyone calls me. You wouldn't be able to pronounce my real name, sir. All right, TK 9372. I understand your eagerness to keep me safe, but I don't need your protection. What I need is a lot of dead rebels at all costs. Understood? Yes, sir. We'll be right behind you. Good. Try to keep up. The shuttle shook as it landed and opened the door. Voss grabbed a handle, and once he had regained his balance, ran out of the shuttle. A few hundred troopers, stormtroopers, and regular army troopers had already assembled on the square. At least half of them were pointing their weapons up at the all-too-familiar balcony. On the same balcony where only a few days ago the rebel had been. In the same house that had been cleared by the technical team. It had been under guard constantly since then, and no one should have been able to get in there. Nonetheless, there they were. The Rodian Senator in his formal robes and a green-skinned Twi'lek. The same Twi'lek who had bumped into him when they had left the Senator's wife's apartment. Why didn't he see it then? How amateurish. Well, something was off with the two men. At times they looked distorted, like extreme heat messing with his vision. He took out his datapad to scan the balcony, which revealed a high-energy concentration around the balcony. A deflector shield. How did they smuggle in a damn deflector shield? He said to no one in particular. The ground shook as one of the heavy AT-AT walkers walked onto the square, easily towering over the balcony. It was tailed by several dozen more troopers. It is time to end this farce. Alphabet, gather a few hundred stormtroopers and make ready to enter the building. Shoot to kill. If someone gives you a hard time, send them to me. Voss walked to the front of the perimeter and used his command to amplify his voice just as a few days ago. He wasn't making any progress. Everything was turning in circles, and it was getting worse. Rebel scum, lay down your weapons immediately and let the Senator go. I order you to stand down, Agent, the Senator said. I have an important announcement. You can't order me to do anything, Senator, especially because you don't seem like you really want to do this. I urge you to take cover. We will storm the building soon. You will do no such thing, Agent, he said in a more agitated voice. Tell them what you wanted to say, Senator. We're running out of time, the Twi'lek said. All right. Raising his voice so everyone around could hear, the Senator proclaimed, as of today Kuniru and all its colonies are declaring their independence from the so-called Galactic Empire. Under the wise regency of our new leader, Governor Natuna, we will strive for a more prosperous future without the oppression through the Empire. The Senator looked at Natuna, who nodded approvingly, and stepped to the front of the balcony. As your new governor, I... Pathetic, Voss spat. His comlink drowned out the Twi'lek completely and startled him long enough, so Voss could continue. That's what you risked your life for. A worthless declaration of independence. The Confederacy didn't work in the Clone Wars, and they had the support of half a dozen galactic powers. What does a worm like you think he can achieve here? Voss switched channels, and when the Twi'lek started talking again, he said, Walker 2, open fire on the wall above the balcony. But, sir, the Senator. That is an order, soldier. Do it now. The screeching of the AT-AT's main cannons drowned out the Twi'lek. The blast hit the building and tore a massive hole into the wall. The deflector shield collapsed even from this glancing hit. All troops advance, Voss yelled as he charged towards the building. They wouldn't escape him, not again. His stomach wound slowed him down, so he was overtaken by Alphabet and his squad. Armed with their DLT-19 heavy blaster rifles, they kicked open the door and illuminated the room with red blaster bolts. Pain cries from the inside were quickly cut off as the squad advanced. They lost only one soldier while at least a dozen rebels had died. Up the stairs, Voss commanded. He had an uneasy feeling. The rebels would magically disappear again if they weren't quick enough. Voss overtook the others and rushed into the all-too-familiar room just in time. A wall panel on the far side of the room slid shut and blended in seamlessly with the rest of the wall. How had the forensics team not spotted that? He rushed toward it, trying to open it when bright light bloomed up in front of him. He was thrown through the room and hit the wall hard when the sound of the explosion reached his ears. His wound complaining even more, he shook his head to clear his vision and looked at the wall. The panel was gone, and smoke rose from the explosion within. Voss climbed to his feet and stumbled to the entrance that had appeared on the wall when a hand collapsed like iron shackles around his arm. He looked up at Alphabet and snarled, "Let go of me, or you will be a trooper again. I can't let you go in there. It is most likely mine. A death trap." Voss blinked a few times as he cleared his head. He needed to follow them. They couldn't escape. Not again. But Alphabet was right. What had he been thinking? Of course, the rebels had trapped the way behind them. They couldn't expect to escape another time that easily. The rage was blinding him. That was what got people killed. He breathed in deeply and let it go. "You're right, Sergeant. Now let me go." The trooper hesitated for a moment but then let go of him. Voss took out his comlink when Zero appeared next to him without making any sound, of course. The electronic alarms at the residence of the senator's wife just reported an intruder. He or she was scared off by the alarms. "Then it's not important right now," Voss said, and dismissed it from his mind. But combined with the half-dozen inquiries she made during the last few days on the state of the investigation, doesn't that strike you as suspicious? Not now. He activated his comlink. "Captain Setaro, where are the TIE fighters?" "They are entering the atmosphere right now. I have seen the senator. He is definitely in the city. We need an immediate lockdown of the entire city. I want all the TIE fighters aboard the Challenger patrolling the skies so no one escapes via spaceship or any other kind of vehicle. Deploy all Army troopers in the outskirts of the city to block off every street. No one leaves the city. Scout bikes are to patrol for 2 clicks around the city. And give me all the stormtroopers you have. All of them. We'll search house by house until we find the senator." A pregnant pause filled the comms. "Are you sure this is necessary?" "Yes, and you will follow these instructions to the letter. We are not in the same chain of command, so I can't technically order you to do anything. But I promise you, if you don't do this now, I will end your career and make sure you end up behind a desk in the Bureau of Standards," Voss snarled, as the anger fought its way back to the surface. "Understood," she said coldly. "And one more thing. Bring the Challenger into the atmosphere. Let these rebels fear every time they look up and see an Imperial Star Destroyer right above their city." Chapter 13. Voss was alone. Truly alone among a group of people. He was surrounded by Alphabet and his squad on the roof of the Imperial garrison. Nonetheless, he was alone. His squad was gone. Zero was checking out the incident at the residence of the senator's wife. Ace was still on his special assignment, which the rebels surprisingly hadn't fallen for yet in Creed. When he would get his hands on these rebels, he would tear them apart to the last man. But despite all the Imperials searching the city, they hadn't found anything. The Star Destroyer was looming only a few hundred meters above the city, reminding everyone that the Empire wouldn't leave until they had gotten what they wanted. The TIE fighters kept anyone from sleeping last night as they raced over the city only reinforced this. "Sir," Alphabet spoke up. "Squad 7 reports contact with hostiles." "How many?" "They encountered 2 Rodian hostiles as they entered a building. Order the nearest squad to help them and call in again if they need more support. This is either an accidental find or a diversion. We need to be ready when they make their appearance. They won't escape me again." And so the wait began again. As the stormtroopers systematically searched the city, countless crimes were exposed but none that interested him at the moment. Maybe he needed to change his strategy. It would help to have the support of the populace to report suspicious activity. The task force had made a distinctly negative impression on the people of Kuyunuru, at least from their point of view. Maybe it was time to show them why they were doing this. Captain Setaro, do you copy? Yes, Agent. Any news? Not yet, but we will find them. I want you to access the local HoloNet station and change its program for a few minutes every hour. Are we even allowed to change the official Imperial broadcast? The ISB has special privileges. I have some material approved by Coruscant showing the last attack by the Dreamers, the group that formed after the death of the terrorist Saw Gerrera. They attacked an Imperial convoy last week and destroyed an apartment complex in the process, causing more than 100 casualties, mostly women and children. This should show the population why we are trying to find these rebels. Maybe they'll finally understand that we are here to protect them. Do you have the material with you, or can I access it through the Challenger's database? I can't exactly spare a shuttle to pick you up right now. 4 shuttles are just not enough even for a task force as small as mine. I regularly have to use the Gazanti escorts as freighters, which leaves the Challenger even more vulnerable to attacks. I will grant you access to the respective files, although this is not exactly according to the regulations. It shouldn't. Sir, Alphabet interrupted for the 10th time in the last few hours. Squad 10 has made contact with the enemy. They report they saw the green Twi'lek we're searching for. Pilot, get us in the air. Alert the nearby squads to converge on their location. Natuna saw the stormtrooper sergeant raise his hand to his helmet in the distinctive pose of calling for backup. Their time was running out. He looked around at his ragtag group. How many would die today to protect the cause? He ran to the back and pulled the senator up from where he was crouching in the corner. All right, men, we need to reach the speeder on the outside before the Empire arrives in force. On my command, charge. His people squeezed through the one door out of the building, a deadly oversight when choosing the hideout. It served as a funnel for the enemy just as well as for his own troops. The first brave warrior didn't even make it through the door before he was killed by a dozen bolts. The next got a step further, and the third even managed to raise his weapon. With the dogged determination of the truly hopeless or the truly insane, Natuna pushed the senator in the direction of the door. Please, I don't want to die, he protested, trying to push back into the safety of his corner. You won't? My men are doing that for you. As they neared the door, they had to climb a pile of corpses. Only 4 of his rebels were left, exchanging volleys with the remaining 2 stormtroopers who had fallen back into an alley. Natuna ran around the corner of the building and pushed the senator into the backseat of the waiting speeder. With this enclosed passenger cabin, no one would be able to spot the senator with a glance. He accelerated hard and rushed with full speed to the edge of the city, leaving these rebels behind yet again. He couldn't keep losing fighters at this rate. 6 rebels for 1 stormtrooper wouldn't bring him the victory, but it showed how well-trained the enemy was and how desperate his rebels were. They had to break the encirclement of the city today, or else this rebellion would be over. After rushing down the street for half a click, he turned into a side alley to shake any pursuers. In the distance, he saw a shuttle landing in front of the house and several squads of stormtroopers streaming into the street from all directions. He turned the speeder at the next intersection, and at a more moderate pace, he approached the outskirts of the city and the inevitable blockade set up by the Imperials. Lie down in the foot area, so you won't be visible from the outside, Natuna said, looking back at the scowling senator. And why should I do that? The soldiers will recognize me. Do you want to see your children again? Do you want your children to be released? If we don't arrive back at base, I have given orders to kill them. You monster, once I'm out of here I swear I will kill you. I would expect nothing less. Now get down. With that problem taken care of, there was only the slight issue of the 10 Imperial Army troopers behind the very solid barricades blocking the street. In a stroke of luck, he might be able to rush past them, but he would never be able to outrun the TIE fighters. So he decelerated and brought the speeder to a stop well clear of the barricade, and hopefully also so far that the troopers wouldn't see the senator at first glance. Natuna put on his worried face and stepped outside. The city is on lockdown. We have to ask you to turn back. Please, can't you make an exception? I was picking up medicine in the city when they announced the lockdown. My family is waiting for me. My wife is pregnant. The baby should come every day. I just went into the city to get something to lessen her pain, and now I'm already gone for more than a day. Please, can't you make an exception? Natuna pleaded and sank to his knees. The apparent leader of the group looked around uncomfortably at the other troopers. Do you have children? A family? When the man avoided his gaze, he pushed on. Would you abandon the people you love? Wouldn't you do everything in your power to save them? We can't, he murmured. We would lose our jobs and be put on trial. I don't want to mess with the ISB. Please turn back. The lockdown should be over soon. I could make it worth the trouble. I have a good job. It pays well. Please just let me through. The squad leader made one step back. No, don't do this. Look, Natuna said and unhooked the pouch from his belt. And here are 20,000 credits. 2,000 for everyone. The leader didn't reach for it but flexed his hand anxiously. Wait, I have more. Pulling out the last of his money, the last money the entire rebellion had, he grabbed the trooper's hand, placed the 2 pouches inside and closed his hand around them. Looking him in the eye, he said with all the conviction he could muster, please let me through. I swear, no one will ever hear of this. Another trooper stepped forward and put a hand on Natuna's shoulder. That is a very generous offer, my friend. We won't keep a father from his family, right? The first officer looked between Natuna, the second trooper, and all the others who stood silently in the back. Some were even giving him subtle nods. All right, but no one can ever know about this. If anyone snitches, we are all done for. We will all be put on trial, even the snitch. Turning to Natuna, the leader said, and you get moving quickly. I hope your wife is all right. Thank you, Natuna said and hurried back to the speeder, trying desperately to suppress the laughter. How thick-headed could that sergeant be? Did he really believe there was an ill, pregnant wife somewhere? It had been some time since someone actually believed the tale and not just saw it for what it was, a nice story to accompany the bribe and soothe the mind. The troopers moved the barricades out of the way and let him through without complaint. Once he was clear of the city, Natuna accelerated to full speed and began laughing. I can't believe this worked. You're crazy, the senator grumbled. You should be glad it worked. Now you'll see your children again. At least for a bit. I will need to leave you for a bit, but don't you worry. I still need you for one final appearance. One that will hopefully surprise the entire planet. Sensing what was coming, the senator mumbled, as long as I can see my children one more time before it. Will you really release them once this is over? Yes, you have my word. We will attack the Imperials one more time to give us the time to finish our other plan, and then we'll let them go. I won't hurt children. I'm not a monster after all, right? Chapter 14. Vaz overlooked the masses in the streets in front of him. More than 40,000 protesters according to the scans and more coming by the minute. Only the fence and 2 thin lines of army troopers in riot gear separated the boiling crowd from the Imperial garrison. A few squads of stormtroopers held their position on the roof, but he desperately hoped he wouldn't need to use them. But the rear of the procession was still pushing onto the square, squeezing the front against the fence. Emotions boiled higher as the animal part of the citizens took over. The first rows panicked as they were pushed against the fence with the pressure mounting. Vaz stood atop an Imperial troop transport to get a better view. He had to break up this unauthorized gathering not just because it was unauthorized but because the first rows would be squeezed to death if things escalated just a bit more. People all over the crowd proudly wore the blue fist stitched onto their clothes or waved big banners, chanting their demand to stop the lockdown and the Imperial occupation. The anonymity of the crowd provided a false sense of security. Everyone attending the riot had been scanned and could theoretically be taken in for participating in an unauthorized gathering. Useful if they needed to contain some troublemakers later. The pressure against the first rows increased even more, and they shouted for anyone behind them to back off, but the crowd had awakened and pushed even more. Vaz somehow had to relieve pressure, and if he didn't want to push the crowd away with the vehicle and cause a mass panic, he would have to create an opening. The only way to do that from his current position inside the garrison was to open the main gate and let the protesters stream in. A very bad decision. They would fill up the small courtyard in no time, and the only exit was a small door on the backside. Nonetheless, it was better than doing nothing. "Captain," he yelled to the army officer in command of the reserves, "form a 2-man wide corridor from the main gate to the door on the backside. Funnel them through as quickly as possible, but don't let anyone break the line. I don't want any civilians in my base." "Understood, sir," he saluted eagerly and yelled at his men. The troop transport he was standing on was moved right in front of the entrance to the garrison building to deter anyone from doing something stupid. They would never use the mounted laser turrets on the masses, but it was impressive enough to stop all but the most determined protesters. For those who got past, waited Sergeant Alphabet and his heavy weapons squad armed with electro staffs as a last line of defense. While the corridor was taking its time to be formed, using the side of the troop transport as an anchor to divert the crowd to the small door, Voss watched the increasingly agitated crowd. One Rodian in the front already didn't move anymore. Pressed against the fence, his eyes were closed. A mother pushed her child up above her head, pleading with her to climb the fence and leaving her behind. Who brought the child to a riot? As sensible as the suggestion was, he couldn't allow it. In their crazed state, they couldn't think clearly, but now that a new way out had been shown to them, dozens of them began climbing as well and would overwhelm the thin line of army troopers in no time. Hesitantly, he retrieved his comlink. "Base, activate the top half of the fence, low power." Blue sparks ran through the top half of the fence, and the fastest climbers yelled out in agony as they tumbled back into the crowd. The crowd went berserk. "Captain, open the gates now. We need to get them out of there." The man looked up at him with a worried expression but gave the order. 10 troopers braced against the opening gates to contain the flowing mass in the formed corridor. The first to enter was a young man, but without the deadly pressure of the fence holding him upright, he stumbled and before anyone could react had vanished beneath the mob. People ran for their lives through the small corridor and left through the rear gate. But within a minute the corridor was full again. People still rushed out, but there were at least 10 times the number pressing into the corridor at the same time. The army troopers strained to contain the pushing crowds, but were gradually pushed out by the brute force of the angry mob. "Captain, get all remaining troopers from the garrison and those guarding the fences to reinforce the corridor now." Voss just turned back to the crowd when he saw a human male raise a blaster in the pressing mass of the corridor, pointing it at the nearest army trooper only a few feet away from Voss. Hemmed in by the crowd on one side and his comrades on the other, the trooper couldn't move as the red flash of light pierced his chest. For a moment the crowd went silent and everyone stopped. Then they pushed with all the force they had and easily broke through the cordon in several places. Voss kept his eyes on the rebel assassin who stepped over the dead trooper into the newly formed breach only a few feet away from the troop transport. More people were pushing there, and the army troopers nearby were also trying to get away from the weapon. "No, you're not," Voss snarled as the man raised his blaster again. Not being able to think of a better solution to save the trooper, Voss hurled himself off the transport right into the thick of it. He slammed into the assassin, and they both went down. At the same time, the last semblance of order vanished and the corridor was gone. Voss had both hands clasped around the pistol, pressing it into the ground to prevent him from shooting anyone. The human snarled at him and tried to headbutt him but hurt himself instead on Voss's helmet. Then the sun was blocked out by the crowd rushing over them. Voss was hit and kicked dozens of times and he curled into a ball, still holding the weapon tight. People stumbled over them, causing even more to fall. Within seconds Voss was underneath a pile of bodies, kicking and flailing. A kick hit him against the head and his vision went swimming. When he got back to his senses, everything was black around him and pressure was mounting on him. Suddenly, his lungs protested and cried for air, but the mass of people pressed down on him so he wasn't able to lift his chest. Air. 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 Black dots formed at the edges of his vision that spread quickly until everything was black. Black as the armor of the death troopers. Black as death itself. Imperial regulations stated that Imperial armor had to be in pristine condition at any time. This was especially enforced in the Stormtrooper Corps, who had the hardest time with their shining white armor. Every speck of dirt would be found by the officers and punished with harsh physical training or other punishments the commanding officer could think of. Against contrary belief, this was not only enforced in the academy. Many recruits got a nasty awakening on the first day of their first deployment when they were treated the exact same way as before and were now responsible for physical punishment for their whole regiment. A perfect start for a career. Thus, it was always a welcome opportunity for a commanding officer to see dirt on a trooper's armor. A reason to remind them that they weren't perfect despite how overconfident they pranced around. "There is dirt on your armor. I should reprimand you," Voss said to the blurry stormtrooper in front of him. "What were you thinking jumping into the crowd like that? Are you an idiot? Who do you think you are? Trooper. I am still your superior." "I am, right?" Voss asked, suddenly not sure anymore. "Yes, you are. The most suicidal superior I've ever seen. Why did you jump in there anyway?" the trooper asked as he slowly became less blurry. Several more troopers formed a cordon around them. Voss wrecked his brain. There had been a perfectly valid reason, and at that moment it had been his only option. He looked around for any clues and saw the weapon he was still holding. Suddenly, everything fell back into place. The assassin lay bloodied but still alive next to him. The arm Voss had held onto was broken where Voss had been pressed against it with the weight of at least a dozen people pressing on him in turn. The blue fist was stitched prominently onto the overcoat. Cursed rebels. Now they had gone too far. He had seen at least a dozen civilians getting trampled even before the rebel escalated the situation. He would stand trial for this. A public trial to show the population who was responsible for this. Patch him up and throw him in a cell. He will have to survive until he stands trial for what he did. Voss stretched out one hand, and with the trooper's hand who he now recognized as Sergeant Alphabet got to his feet again. The world spun immediately, and he supported himself on the troop transport next to him. Suddenly the silence that had reigned so far, and hadn't struck him as odd, crushed down on him. Cries of pain, names being yelled, and the gut-wrenching sound of the electro staff discharging. Voss climbed back onto the troop transport to get a better view. "You won't jump down again, will you?" Alphabet asked. "TK 9372, don't overstep your bounds. I appreciate you saving me, but I won't tolerate you talking like this." "Yes, sir," the sergeant said a bit too quickly. The whole area of the garrison was in ruins. The protesters had even managed to destroy the fence in some spots. The gate barely hung on the hinges. And everywhere lay people. Massive bruises, broken limbs, and open wounds. Most were civilians, but also some troopers lay among them. Those who could still walk took care of each other, regardless that they had been on opposite sides before now. Protesters helped troopers and the other way around. "Call the Challenger. I need all the medics we have." Voss jumped off the transport again and approached the first body he found. The first casualty among his troops. The one that had been killed by the assassin. The tag said IA 3475. To the family of Sham Carden. IA 3475. On behalf of the men and women of the 66th Infantry Division, I would like to extend my deepest sympathy to you and your family on the tragic loss of your husband, Ensign Sham Carden. He gave his life in patriotic service to the Empire. How could he write something like that? Sham was killed on a backwater world, defending nothing important, doing everything to save some people in the crowd, and this bastard shot him in the face to sow chaos, so that his rebels might one day have a very small chance to push their ideology and sow even more chaos. And they took 460 innocents with them already. You should be proud of his accomplishments. During his exceptional service, he provided security for thousands of people. Our hearts, thoughts, and prayers are with you in these difficult times. Please let me know if I can be of any help to you. Your husband's service will never be forgotten. Please contact me at any time. Deepest sympathies. Agent Voss Flennic. Voss threw the pen away and crumpled the sheet of paper. His father had instilled in him that he should honor those who had given their life in service of the Empire. Thus he had decided to handwrite the letters of condolence, as archaic as it might seem. The family deserved the truth and not these platitudes. IA 3475, Sham, died needlessly at the hands of an extremist rebel. He might not be able to find the words right now or for the other 13 blank pages glaring at him from the side, but he would at least avenge them. Voss reached for another piece of paper, but in the moment he set down the pen, he knew he wouldn't finish the letter this time either. He sighed, rested his head on the table, and massaged his temples for a solid minute. Afterwards, Voss got to his feet and walked aimlessly through his small office. The same durasteel and plastoid wall you could find everywhere on any Star Destroyer. The same gray desk and chair, and the same dark gray strips serving as decoration. The only personal item he admitted himself was a dark rock with brown sparkles all over it, not bigger than his fist. On a small repulsor lift, it hovered a few inches above his table. Gently, he reached for it and sank against the table. He pressed the stone against his forehead and closed his eyes. Waves hit the beach where the stone had lain for centuries before a small boy had picked it up. The small boy stashed it in a secret compartment in his room. It was one of his most prized possessions despite the mundanity of the item. It was just a stone after all, and so the young boy forgot about it. Only when it was time for the small boy, who had become a man by now, to move out into the world, did he find the stone again. The one thing that reminded Voss of home. Before he knew it, he sat in front of the holoprojector. A flat, male voice spoke out of the speakers. "You have reached the office of Moff Curlin Flennic. Unfortunately, he is currently occupied. Can I give him a message?" He didn't recognize the voice. It seemed every time he called his father had a new secretary. "Just tell him who's calling." A few seconds later, a blue glowing body appeared in the air above the projector and smiled down at him. "Voss, has it been a year already? You're ahead of schedule. I didn't expect a call from you for some time. How is your assignment?" "That's actually why I'm calling, Dad," Voss said, not able to match the casual cheeriness of his father. "Have you ever written a letter of condolence?" "Wow, your assignment seems to be harder than you or any of us thought. Do you need my help? I would be happy to speak to." "No, I don't want your help, at least not that kind of help." "But why not? Everyone uses their connections. How else will you rise in power?" "I actually talked to Captain Setaro about this. She wanted me to talk to you about resupplying our task force." Voss hesitated how to word his discomfort with the idea in general when his father started talking, having misread the entire situation. "No worries, I will send a convoy immediately. I can't leave my boy out there like this." "No, I am not your boy and I can deal with this on my own. I don't want your shadow looming over me the entire time and bend the rules for me." "Well, then I will send supplies to a task force in desperate need of supplies in the Kuniru system. I heard from a credible source that they need it. I knew it was a mistake calling you. See you in a year." "No, wait. Fine. Why did you want to talk to me?" "I'm listening. Not as Moff Flennic, but as your father." "I lost one of my squad mates. We infiltrated a rebel base and he was shot. I thought I had saved him. He wasn't bleeding anymore and was stable. He was fine. He was unconscious but fine. I am sure you did your best to protect him. Are you all right? Is that a bandage around your hip? What happened?" "Calm down. I'm fine, but many others are not. During my time here, we lost 39 troopers to the cursed rebels. Anger boiled up in him every time he just thought about them. They have decided to become soldiers and knew the risks. They have sacrificed their lives for the greater good." Those are the platitudes I filled the letters with, but that's not right. They died miserably. Some were trampled to death by an angry and afraid mob. How is that for the greater good? That's just miserable, Voss said, throwing up his hands in indignation. His father never understood him properly. Was he even trying or just looking down on him again? His father sighed and took one deep breath before answering. "You're right. There are too many good people dying for the Empire. And a whole lot more decent people as well. They don't deserve it, but someone has to maintain order in the galaxy. You don't remember it, but when you were born, the Republic was engulfed in the bloodiest war for centuries, if not millennia. Millions of people died, and not just soldiers. Even more civilians lost their lives being dragged into a war they wanted nothing to do with. I know, you told the story often enough, but it doesn't help explain why so many people should die for the Empire. On the contrary, his father continued in a maddeningly calm tone. These 39 people who gave their lives during your mission will help to prevent a planet-wide rebellion, or potentially even something bigger. Isn't it our duty to risk our lives to protect the citizens of the Empire from these rebels? And if some of us die in the process, it is just the price of civilization. I just want to kill them all, Va said, balling his fists and releasing them ever faster. For killing Creed, I should. Careful, boy. You're drifting into pretty dark territory there. Those rebels should be brought to justice. Revenge has nothing to do with it. But they killed Creed, as well as the other 38. But I can assure you none of them wanted you to go on a killing spree to exact revenge. It will only lead to more death and suffering. A few more orphans out there in this merciless galaxy. I bet you have already done some things that will weigh heavy on your soul once you have calmed down a bit. Stop it now or you'll carry it around with you for the rest of your life. Like throwing a rebel out of an airlock and watching him as he dies. Yes, something like that, his father said carefully. Your job is to catch them and put them in front of a judge. Nothing else, and afterwards the galaxy will be a better place. I don't know. Is it worth losing a soldier because I wanted to capture a rebel alive? That is the choice every leader fears, but you have to look at the bigger picture. If you crack down on these rebels and catch them, you will have secured an entire sector and bettered the lives of billions of people. Wouldn't it be worth sacrificing one life for that? I don't know. I'll have to think about it. Do that. It took me years, if not decades, to accept the power I had over the people under my command. I will be here to talk to you whenever you need me. Thanks, Dad. Surprisingly, this might actually have been a help. I love you too, son. Oh, wait. There was something else I wanted to talk to you about. His face took on his usual cheeriness again. We brought your brother home after his graduation. He is out with his friends right now, otherwise, he would have loved to talk to you as well. Anyway, the Navy wanted to assign him to a Gazandi in some remote outer rim world. I couldn't accept that, so I arranged for him to be promoted to lieutenant. A proper rank to command something bigger. Maybe a light cruiser or something. What do you think? Is Captain Setaro a good commander? Could your brother learn under her? You can't just skip ranks like that. Officers aren't in command of cruisers from the beginning for a reason. He won't have any experience. A frown sneaked into his father's face. Don't you want your brother to succeed? It wasn't easy to get him that promotion. But if you don't want to spend time with your brother, I'm sure the Navy will find somewhere else to deploy him. Hold on. Better he is here with me where I can keep an eye on him. But as far as I'm aware, there aren't any openings. All ships have a commander of the appropriate rank. Oh, don't worry about that. By the way, your brother will bring the needed supplies as well. I don't want to abandon both my boys out there. But since you're unwilling to help, I'll contact Captain Setaro directly. Have a good day, son. Don't you dare hang up now. The hologram vanished, leaving Voss in the darkness of his office surrounded by dark durasteel. Alone once more. But the dark cloud had lifted from his conscience. He would still hunt down the rebels to the last man, but not with the unhealthy determination of the last few days. It wouldn't help anyone if he got himself killed because he wasn't thinking. His primary objective from now on was to find the senator and his children. Saving lives and making sure that these 3 children would live a good life together with their parents. It was time to get back to work. Chapter 15. The sensors sent a warning the moment the rebels entered the dockyard of the station. Finally, after more than a week of waiting, they had arrived. While they, careful not to attract attention by the occasional passerby, made their way into the restricted section. The security droids provided by the station did nothing to stop them despite their direct orders to let no one through. That was odd. Ace sent out the silent alarm to the technicians working on the hull of the Hydra to fix the one dorsal turbolaser that was still out of order. All group leaders confirmed the alarm and retreated their teams to the back where they would enter the ship through a hatch and lock themselves away until the danger had passed. Ace checked his weapon one last time, and it was still completely operational. Don't I trust myself anymore? 20 years ago I would have had to check it once and be done with it. Maybe I'm getting too old for this after all. See, that's what happens if you leave a soldier waiting for someone or something for too long. He has time to think. A worse prospect than fighting the enemy unarmed. Ace looked behind him at the 40 stormtroopers they had smuggled into the station. Using the damaged freighter as cover, by landing it on the dock right next to the Hydra, they would be in the perfect position to strike at the enemy. The rebels cleared the automated checkpoint to enter the dock proper, without triggering any alarms from the droids on duty there. All Imperial staff had been evacuated into the Hydra so they wouldn't be in the line of fire. Ace looked down to check his weapon again, but stopped himself at the last moment. Not again. Instead, he looked at the stormtrooper standing next to him. Are you all right, kid? I'm not your kid, old man, and if it were up to me, I wouldn't be under the command of a clone. Then let's pray you will never be in charge of anything. There are not many of us left. We're not getting any younger. But I have fought for the last 25 years, longer than some of you are even alive. First against the droids and then against rebels, fighting nonetheless. I would trade all of you for a good squad of clones, even just regulars. We would clean up this mess in no time. Well, news for you, you are the last of your kind. All your brothers have been discharged long ago. Then I will have to show you what a clone can still do. Despite his aching back, the armor that was sitting more loosely every day, and the increasing amount of medicine he needed to stay on his feet, he would show them. He would prove to everyone that he still belonged here. The rebels approached the seemingly defenseless Hydra with their weapons drawn. Ace frowned. None of them had any heavy weaponry with them. It was a testament to how lax the Imperial controls were that they managed to smuggle so many weapons aboard. But most of them were small hand blasters. How did they intend to crack the door of the airlock? Patience. The rebels pushed through the last automated checkpoint still, no alarm. What was up with these droids? They entered the dock proper, a massive durasteel construction big enough to fit a light cruiser with room to spare, and wrapped in a magnetic shield to keep in the atmosphere. It was the perfect environment to work on the outside of hulls without the annoyance of bulky EVS suits. Why don't we engage? The annoying stormtrooper asked. Why don't we engage, sir? AC corrected. And we don't engage because I want to see how they plan to enter the Hydra. But we were supposed to attack before that happened to prevent damage on the Hydra, sir. Yes, but I am in command here, and I order you to stay put. A handful of rebels stayed at the checkpoint to cover their retreat, while the main body, more than 20, continued to the airlock of the Hydra. Charge when the crew aboard the Hydra returns fire, Ace said. The apparent rebel leader, a young Rodian, approached the door and pressed a code cylinder. Every Imperial officer had one to enter restricted areas into the slot at the door, and it slid open without protest. It seems we have a traitor in our midst somewhere, Ace mumbled and set his feet so he could charge. His blaster in one hand and a blast shield in the other, he waited. The moment the rebel leader entered the Hydra, he was greeted by red blaster fire and stumbled back with several holes in his chest. Ace rushed out of the derelict freighter on the other side of the platform, with his stormtroopers right behind him. His blaster carved through the clustered group of rebels who desperately tried to find cover. But since they were out in the open and were shot at from two sides, they had no chance, and the first already turned to flee. Ace's orders were to make an example. They had enough captives from the raid on the mining colony. So he charged forward. The rebels reached the checkpoint and used his cover to return fire. Several of his men were hit, but Ace pressed on. They were called stormtroopers for a reason. Every shot that hit his blast shield reverberated through his entire arm, making him numb. Ace pushed on and focused solely on running instead of returning fire. He barged through the barrier, slamming right into one of the insurgents. The shield impacted with his face in a satisfying crunch, and he pushed them both further on. Ace whirled around and pointed the shield back at the checkpoint where the insurgents were firing at him now. Drawing most of their fire, it should allow the rest of his squad to close the distance. Hound, why don't I hear your cover fire? Trey and Skip, close the distance. and Skip, no explosives. No answer on the comms. Maybe their communication was disrupted. Through his HUD, he saw the regulars pushing up, so Ace leveled his blaster and returned fire. His blast shield was already punctured in several spots, and his personal shield was flaring up. Despite the barrage on his shield, he got to his feet. For the Republic? Suddenly a spike of pain rushed through his knee, and it buckled under the pressure. Ace whirled around, but his back complained at the sudden movement. The insurgent who had been knocked back by him was less knocked out than he had looked and rammed a knife through Ace's struggling shield, right into the weak point at the knee. Ace snarled, dropped his shield, and grabbed the man's arm, trying to dislodge the knife wedged between his armor plates, right in his knee. The pain vanished as his armor automatically dispensed medicine. Ace pulled the man close and rammed the vibro blade attached to his gauntlet into his face, once, twice, 3 times before he dropped the body and sank next to him on the ground. Blaster fire around him had lessened and a regular appeared in his field of view. But his helmet and armor looked odd. It was neither the more comfortable Phase 2 armor nor the old Phase 1. I don't know who Hound, Trey, and Skip are, but I would give a lot of money to see you for an action if you can pull off such tactics. Oh, and a friendly reminder, the Republic is gone for 20 years by now. It's called the Empire now. The annoying regular, no, Stormtrooper said. Ace's mind rearranged slowly as the pieces fell back into their respective spots. The Clone Wars were over. Trey, Hound, and Skip, his squad, his responsibility, were dead, slaughtered by a Jedi, and the Empire had taken over. He was still fighting because it was the only thing he knew. Chapter 16. The rebels are retreating. We have blocked this section off completely so they won't get far, and there will be no civilian casualties. They have barricaded themselves in one of the buildings, and the stormtroopers are... Arg, Ace suddenly broke off. You idiot, can't you be a bit more careful? He yelled at someone else. Are you hurt? Va said, instinctively reaching for the extra-large med pack on his back. Something like in the caves wouldn't happen again. We are on our way. Voss ran out of his office in the garrison up the stairs to the landing platform, where Sergeant Alphabet and his squad were waiting in the shuttle, ready to respond to any threat. Pilot, get us up to the trade station as quick as you can. I'm fine. Some rebel just stuck a knife in my knee, and that idiot medic doesn't know what he's doing. The medics of the Grand Army of the Republic would have patched me up by now, and I would be ready to hunt the remaining rebels. If he could still ramble on about the Clone Wars, he couldn't be too hurt. You will do no such things. Stay with the Hydra, and let the stormtroopers do their job. We will be there soon. The shuttle lifted from the platform, and Voss was pressed into his seat as they climbed almost vertically. What about the Hydra? They had, damn you, don't poke around in there. They had a working code cylinder to open the Hydra. The log says it belongs to a Captain Kinal. Ever heard of him? Voss checked the database of the Navy but found no mention of said captain. The ISB database, however, stated he was stationed over Dantooine overseeing Project Protection. That captain actually exists, but he is stationed in a secret research facility on the other side of the galaxy. I would be very interested to discover how his code cylinder ended up here. Maybe the entire research facility is undermined. I'll contact Coruscant immediately. But there is something else. When the rebels attacked, the guard droids didn't react at all. It was like... Voss comlink beeped, indicating another emergency call from Zero. Ace, something has come up. I'll ask the captain to send you reinforcements, Voss said, and accepted Zero's call. A rebel has entered the senator's wife's apartment. How did he get in there? I thought we had sufficient security systems, and wasn't there supposed to be a squad of troopers as well? Voss asked before briefly turning off his comm. Pilot, back to the surface, the Urbane residence. She opened the door to him, Zero said. Then how do you know it is an intruder and not a wanted visitor? Oh, she wants him to be there. She is drinking wine with him right now. But when I scanned his face, an alarm went off, connecting him to the investigation. He is the registered owner of the B-7 freighter that escaped our patrols from that mining colony. What? Why should she talk to him? I'm just telling you what I saw. You are there for the analysis, helpful as ever. Well, I won't go around accusing the senator's wife of anything. I like my job, mostly. We'll be there soon. Where are you right now? On the roof of a neighboring building. I have him in my scope, and he isn't moving right now, Zero said, leaving the unasked question hanging. No, if possible I want to talk to him. If he tries to run, stop him. I don't know, shoot him in the leg or something. Understood, Zero said without any emotions in his voice. The shuttle approached the building from an angle so they wouldn't be visible from the windows of the residence, and landed right in front of the entrance. Voss, followed by his stormtrooper escort, rushed into the foyer, and without waiting for the blubbering employee or the brawny security guards, they entered the lift. One of these days he would program all the lifts to go a bit faster. Voss checked his weapon and put on his helmet. The technicians from the Challenger had modified it after the disaster in the caves according to his wishes. Voss pulled down the retractable visor from his otherwise unchanged ISB helmet and linked it to his squad's channel. Immediately, zeros and several drone feeds appeared on the HUD of the visor. He pushed them to the corners of his vision, so he could still see them but also where he was going. The intruder was still sitting on the benches, laughing at something the senator's wife had said. Finally, the lift doors opened and he stepped into the small corridor he had been in just a few days ago. This case was running in circles, and they didn't make any progress. At least they foiled the attempted attack on the Hydra, and potentially found a traitor, or a weak point in Captain Kinal. The squad of army troopers jumped up from where they had been lounging around, and their sergeant saluted hurriedly. Sir, we didn't expect you here. He looked at the opaque visor in confusion, trying to discern my identity. But only from the inside could you look through the visor, and Voss saw the discomfort clearly written on his face. I didn't expect to come here either. Open the door now. We can't. Miss Roulette refused to grant us the access code. I gave strict orders to acquire these codes. You will be reprimanded for this, trooper. Be glad if you keep your rank. He couldn't warn the intruder, and if they couldn't open it the easy way. Creed, give me one of your. Voss closed his eyes and took a deep breath as the anger cooked up in him. One more deep breath. He had to control himself, but the anger was overwhelming. One more deep breath. Sergeant Alphabet, do you have ribbon charges or anything similar, strong enough to open this door? No, sir. We are a heavy weapon squad, not anti-armor or demolition, sir. Ace would also have some with him. With the squad spread out over the entire system, they weren't effective enough. And if they would all have been in the caves, Creed could have survived. If he had just urged the captain not to repair the Hydra in the space station, he wouldn't have to use Ace to set up the ambush, and then maybe. Stop it. Focus on the mission. You need to get in there now. How far is the next demolition squad? Several minutes with the shuttle. We don't have time for that. Turning to the trooper sergeant, he asked, does the staff have the access codes? No, sir. They also have to wait for her to open the door. They had no way to access the room easily without straight up asking the senator's wife. In his HUD, he watched one of the feeds showing the door and the button to open it from the inside. They were so close but so far. He looked for anything in the vicinity of the door that could help, unsure how something could even help them with their predicament. If he could change the camera angle, maybe he. Zero, direct one of the centipedes to open the door for us. There should be a button right next to it. Don't you have the codes? No, someone failed to get them, Voss said, glaring at the trooper. Wisely, he didn't say anything and looked straight ahead. On my way. Be ready to shoot. Stun rounds if possible, otherwise non-lethal body parts, Voss said both to Zero and the assembled troopers. Sergeant, I want you and you men with me. The army stays outside, Voss said, giving one last glare at the troopers. With his face hidden, his stare wasn't as effective anymore, but the troopers went out of the way nonetheless. Through his HUD, he watched the centipede slowly making his way down the corridor and up the wall. Its small feet pierced the wall easily to provide the grip to climb up to the button, and with a silent hiss, the door slid open. But the rebel had heard it and jumped up in surprise, so Voss rushed inside, his weapon raised. ISB, don't move. By the time he reached the sitting room, the Rodian rebel had vaulted over the table and pressed a pistol against Miss Ruleck's head. "What are you doing?" she asked, her voice quivering in fear. "I thought. You don't have to do this. You are surrounded and there is no way out. Let her go or you'll make things only worse for you." "Ha, as if it could become any worse. I'm done for. This way I can at least take her with me and serve the rebellion one last time. Until now you are just an intruder. Do you want to become a murderer? There is no death sentence for intruding into someone's house. For killing a senator's wife, however." "I don't have him in my sight," Zero said through his earpiece. "Make him step forward. I am dead anyway, so I'm generous. I'll tell you one thing and then you can shoot me. It doesn't have to come to this. I'm prepared to let you go. Troopers, leave us alone." "But, sir." "That was an order, Sergeant. Leave us." Reluctantly, the troopers filed out of the room, with Sergeant Alphabet staying until last. "We'll be in the other room if you need us." So, now we all step out of the flat as well. You take the lift down, and let poor Miss Roulette go. Do we have a deal? The Rodian hesitated. Voss wouldn't believe himself either, but the alien took one step forward. "A bit more," Zero said. "I want to negotiate." "I have a name for you," the Rodian said. A hint of desperation made his voice jump at the last word. "What name?" "Our main source of information in the local government." "Well, then for your sake I hope you don't want to tell me about Miss Roulette." Both Rodians in front of him opened their mouths slightly, and their ears flattened against their skull. The Rodian way of expressing negative shock or surprise. "How did you know?" Miss Roulette asked, confirming his educated guess. "You let him in here and served him wine. It wasn't that hard to figure out. The day we met for the first time I knew something was off but couldn't pinpoint it. I knew your husband hadn't been there to leave the glass." "What glass?" she asked, honestly confused. "There were 2 glasses on the table when we arrived. So that day with the intel you gave them, most likely how they accessed the secret exit out of your husband's mansion, they managed to abduct him. Did they promise you to let your children go in return?" Her look at her captor was enough to confirm that guess as well. "Then the rebels tried to contact you again, but his usual way of climbing from one of the lower floors didn't work when he was scared off by the alarms we set in place. Instead, you invited him in as a friend, so no one would question it." The rebel got more anxious and looked around for avenues of escape, but short of jumping off the balcony, which would mean certain death, the only other exit was the door Voss was blocking off. "Listen, I know you're not the head of the rebellion. You are a pawn while I'm looking for the king. I can kill you and get to the king regardless with little more effort on my side, or you can step aside and open the way for me to get to the king. Your decision," Voss said, lowered his weapon a bit and took a few steps back. He took the bait and stepped forward. "I want safe passage out of the city," he pleaded. "If you accompany us downstairs, I will call a speeder that brings us to the edge of town. There, Miss Roulette, and I will leave, and you can take the speeder wherever you want. Does that sound good?" Voss asked and stepped another few steps back. "I want the troopers to leave. Completely. They have to leave the entire building. Sergeant, do as he says." "But she is a traitor. Why are we protecting her?" "We will determine her guilt later. First, we have to de-escalate this situation. Now leave us." The sound of the stormtrooper boots faded and the lift left. Voss was glad for the visor hiding his face, so he didn't have to suppress his grin that Sergeant Alphabet had indeed not left and only sent one of the army troopers down. The rebel was convinced, however, and took the last step forward, exposing him to the balcony. Voss stopped moving, hoping to stop the rebel as well. It was harder to hit a moving target after all. "How did you make first contact with Miss Roulette?" The moment the rebel stopped, Zero fired. The high-energy laser bolt pierced the rebel's hand and shoulder. In shock and pain, the rebel dropped his blaster and stumbled backwards. Voss rushed forward and yanked the senator's wife away from the rebel in the direction of the door, where he heard Sergeant Alphabet and his squad approaching. Before Voss could reach the rebel, however, he pulled out a fist-sized detonator out of his pocket. "Not a step closer, or I'll blow myself up." "Zero." Voss asked as silently as possible. I have him in my sight through one of the smaller windows. Shoot to kill. The Rodian dropped with a massive hole in his head and flopped to the ground, letting go of the unactivated detonator. Miss Rulek began crying. What? Voss yelled, disgusted by the treacherous woman. You don't like to see people die. You should have thought about that before helping rebels to capture your husband and kids. I didn't do that. I would do everything to protect my kids, she yelled, storming towards him. They kidnapped my sweet children before they made contact with me. And instead of alerting the authorities, you supplied them with information. That's why you requested information. They knew we were going into the cave. You are responsible for Creed's death. I will get you if you don't tell me immediately where the children and the senator are. I don't know, really, she said, stepping back until she bumped into the troopers behind her. Miss Rulek, you are under arrest for aiding the kidnapping of your husband and treason. Chapter 17. Where are your husband and your children? If you really want to help them protect them, you have to tell us where they are, Voss tried for the 100th time. I don't know, Miss Rulek said, wringing her hands and looking around for anything that might help her. But there was nothing that would offer comfort in the bleak interrogation room. You are not under arrest yet, but if you continue to be as uncooperative as right now, it won't be long before I have to start the official investigation. I don't know, they told me they took them off the planet. That's at least something. Far from good news, but it's a start. Which planet could they have brought them to? I don't know. Yes, I think you stated that often and clearly enough. They wouldn't have told you, but maybe one of them slipped up and revealed something. Speculate. Did they mention a mining colony, a scrapyard, a space station, or something? A name of a place or person? Anything that struck you as odd? No, I already said so. Did they mention a time or any kind of coordinates or numbers? She hesitated and closed her eyes, trying to remember something. There was a number. Voss stayed silent and completely still so as not to disturb her and throw her off her train of thought. TC3. Something, I don't know. The TC series are protocol droids. Are you sure it's not TK? Yes, absolutely. TC. In what context did he mention it? They said TC something confirmed the arrival of some cargo. I don't exactly remember. That sounds like a protocol droid. Are you sure it was important? Yes. They said soon they would have everything together to kick the filth, to kick the Empire off the planet. They want to have enough firepower to harm a Star Destroyer. Where would they hide such a fleet? TC-344. Now I remember. Yes, TC-344. That's what he said. Good. That's really helpful. It's not helpful at all, Voss said when he was in the adjacent room, looking in on their soon-to-be prisoner. Why not? Zero asked in a fit of wordiness. TC-344 is just an abbreviation. Otherwise, the company could just create 1,000 droids of that series. No, his actual number is at least 5 digits longer, but people are too lazy to remember 8 digits. If 2 protocol droids with the same first 3 digits met, they could still change one's abbreviation to 3 other random numbers. They don't really matter. We can't even be sure the first digits of that particular droid are 3, 7, and 2. We essentially know nothing. Have you checked the ISB database? Yes. There is a laughably small number of crimes associated with protocol droids, and most of these times, the protocol droids are the victims or witnesses. The only thing we know is that there might be a big fleet somewhere waiting for something to strike at us. The senator and his children are most likely off the planet, and at least his children could be on the other side of the galaxy by now. This case is madness. I thought we had some luck for once, and then this. Considering how hard this case is, I think you did pretty good. Thank you for the compliment, Voss snapped. No, honestly. This case was cursed from the start and you got close. The senator might still be in the city, although this becomes less and less likely with the stormtroopers continuing their door-to-door searches. The door hissed open and a slightly out-of-breath Constable Dahl ran up to him, squeezing a datapad into his hand. I found him, maybe? Whom did you find? Voss asked, looking the disheveled man up and down. So much for representing the ISB with the proper uniform. The senator. Voss' gaze jumped between the man and the datapad and eventually settled on the datapad and activated the displayed audio recording. The city is on lockdown. We have to ask you to turn back, an unfamiliar voice said. So one of the army trooper groups guarding the outskirts of the city. Please tell me they didn't. Please, can't you make an exception? I was picking up medicine in the city. The voice was unmistakable. It was the Green Twi'lek having himself proclaimed as the new governor of the planet. Not wanting to waste any more time, he skipped through the rest of the recording. That is a very generous offer, my friend. We won't keep a father from his family, right? Another trooper said. Damn it, Voss yelled and slammed the datapad onto the table. I had him contained. He was still in the city, and why did I lose him? Because a trooper wanted to get 2,000 credits. We lost the senator for 2,000 credits. He jumped up and kicked the chair away. 2,000. The other two people in the room stayed completely silent, so he looked at the two. Zero's armor didn't offer anything, so he focused on the constable. He flinched without Voss doing anything. Good work, constable. You have done a great service to the Empire today. He looked up in surprise. Did you think I would punish the messenger? No, now let's find our senator, Voss said, and opened the archive of the routine scans the Challenger did every few minutes. It was Imperial regulation in hostile territory, so no enemy could sneak up on you if they managed to avoid the passive sensors. With the Challenger in such a low orbit, the scans didn't reveal much about the space surrounding the planet itself. The rest of the task force, which stayed in orbit around the space station, covered that avenue in the meantime. However, the scans of the planet itself, especially around the city, were much more accurate. Not all of the scans were archived, but there was a good chance, there was a chance they would spot their traitor. What street was this patrol on, and at what time was the perimeter breached? Per High Street, heading south, at 13.09. The next archive scan is from 13.15, Voss said, and opened the respective file on his datapad. It was massive, containing all kinds of unnecessary data. Scan for electronic signatures. The vehicle should be the only one in the vicinity of the city, Zero offered. The scout bikes have an inbuilt shielding to make them harder to spot for reconnaissance. Voss limited the search area to 20 clicks around the exit of the street and sent off the request. His datapad showed him dozens of very small signatures that could be any kind of handheld device, but they were too small by magnitudes to be a speeder. There, Dahl pointed at one of the readings. Voss opened the visual scan of these coordinates, and half obscured by a nearby tree, they saw a speeder with the closed top heading away from the city. From the image, Voss estimated their trajectory and speed and sent another vaguer search off. Unfortunately, the next scan in the database was 15 minutes later. A speeder of that size could easily traverse 50 clicks in that time, and if they were really desperate, a lot more. All of this rested on the hope that they didn't change directions to shake possible pursuers. If he had to widen this already broad window, it could take days. As he waited for the datapad to show any significant results, he said to Zero, recall all shuttles and bring the Gazanti escorts in from orbit. I want every ship filled to the brim with stormtroopers and have the Gazantis pick up heavy walkers. And I want 2 TIE squadrons on standby. Understood, Zero said, and stepped to the far side of the room to give out orders. The computer was still running his analysis. It had found several promising signatures, but on closer inspection, they were homesteads or other vehicles. He groaned when he realized that they could have easily switched vehicles in these 15 minutes. He would have done so if he was in their shoes. Then they struck gold and found a glimpse of the speeder again, 79 clicks away from their previous position. They were really determined to get away. They had not significantly diverted from their trajectory, and with an estimated speed, he sent out another query. Nerve-wracking minutes ensued as they checked one reading after the other, but in the record 15 minutes later, the speeder was nowhere to be found. Either they diverted from their course, or they reached their destination within these 15 minutes. Let's hope for the second. Where does their trajectory lead them? At this speed, They would have gone past a deserted mansion at 13.42, 12 minutes after we last saw them. Voss opened a scan of the mansion, which showed it as not all but abandoned. It didn't have any electronic signature, but the image showed at least 24 people in the walled-off yard, and although he didn't see the speeder itself, there were plenty of other vehicles. Do you think that's it, sir? I think we have to take the risk. Keep looking for alternatives, but I have a good feeling about this. We have to have a bit of luck sometimes, Voss said as he ran to the door. Before he left, he stopped once more and his gaze darkened. Constable, I want you to make your first arrest. Find these traitorous army troopers and take them in for treason. Yes, let's say treason. First, fix your uniform. We want you to make a good impression. The man's face reddened and he was about to say something, but Voss held up his hand. Second, take a squad of stormtroopers and arrest them. Make it as public as you can. When you announce their crimes, yell at the top of your lungs for the whole barracks or city or wherever they are to hear, then whip them through the streets or corridors and bring them back. Their battalion will be under strength by one squad from now on. Note in the official files why that is. Everyone should know the price for betraying the Empire. Chapter 18. Activity in the rebel camp. Looks like they're preparing to leave, the comms officer announced. Voss stepped to the small station aboard the Gazantes bridge and looked at the screen. So much for taking them by surprise. It's go time. Deploy the bombers and get us closer. Scout bikes can close into one click. All other units have orders to engage immediately. Shoot to kill, but we want to take the senator and his family alive. They're Rodian and everyone should know what they look like, but if in doubt, only stun them. We can sort through this mess later. Voss had to grab the chair to not fall over when the Gazanti accelerated hard. The feed of the mansion showed people scattering in all directions, with some jumping into speeders. Then the flight of bombers howled past them as they overtook the Gazanti. Once they were in range of the mansion, they dropped their payload and rushed away to escape the magnetic pulse that engulfed the entire mansion and surrounding fields. Some of the drone feeds vanished as they were hit as well. That should disable anything in there for a while. Do we have visual confirmation of the targets? None of the targets are outside. Now that the EMP is over, my drones can infiltrate, Zero said absently, focused on directing them through his HUD. One target spotted. The senator is being hurried down the stairs from the second floor. The other targets. Working on it. After only a few minutes of thrust, the Gazanti decelerated again. They were within sight of the mansion when small blaster fire hailed uselessly against their shields. Drop the walkers. They are to shoot at everything that moves on the outside but avoid the building itself. Zero, tell me before the senator leaves the building. The AT walkers detached, dropped the last few feet to the ground, and immediately opened fire. Two of the speeders went up in flames and rebels were tossed all over by the explosion. Bring us down near the wall around the mansion. Have the other shuttles deploy all around the perimeter. Zero, status. The other targets are nowhere in the building. Damn it. Where is the senator? They have reached the ground but are hesitant to leave through the front door. They're shouting at each other. Good. Stay here and keep the commanders updated on their position. I don't want any of the walkers accidentally blowing up our senator. Call me directly if something new comes up. I'm going out there, Voss said, and put on his helmet. He left the bridge and stepped into the crowded area around the main lift. Sergeant Alphabet and his squad stood ready on the lift. A trooper stepped out of the way to allow Voss to be in the first wave. The Gazanti jerked to a halt and most likely everyone would have fallen over if there was space for it. The lift lowered them to the ground, and they charged onto the battlefield. White armored stormtroopers were charging in from the shuttles and other Gazantas nearby while the heavy walkers suppressed the enemy. Voss leveled his blaster and charged right towards where one of the walkers had torn a massive hole in the man-high wall. A rebel was peeking around the corner and greeted with a dozen bolts. Retreat inside, someone yelled. They have brought the senator into the cellar, but there is no way out. 11 hostiles are with him, Zero announced through the comms. Perfect, Voss said. Alert all units. There are no friendlies anywhere outside the cellar. Shoot to kill. Within a minute, the entire courtyard and house was cleared, with the rebels either dying or a rare few surrendering. Patrols of stormtroopers were sent out into the surrounding forest to catch anyone who might have managed to escape, while several squads guarded the only entrance and exit out of the cellar. Through his HUD, he watched the rebels below. The drone sensors were still damaged by the EMP, but it at least still sent images occasionally. The senator was cuffed to a rail in the back, while the rebels were still arguing about what to do. Currently, the consensus was to surrender, and no one had talked about killing the senator for a while, so Voss contented himself with listening. Have a unit ready to deploy with tear gas if we have to enter quickly. I think there might be an air vent on the backside as well. Have someone posted there to pump gas in too. Sergeant Alphabet saluted and rushed away. Voss stepped next to the door and raised his voice. I am Commander Flennic of the Imperial Navy. No need to announce that he was ISB. No one surrendered to the ISB. For most, it was preferable to die quickly. I have the authority to negotiate. Let the senator go, and you can walk away as free men. How can we trust you won't kill us once we let the senator go? They were ready to negotiate immediately. They had to be more desperate than he thought or less committed to the cause. Let's just kill him, someone else growled. I strongly advise against killing the senator. If you kill him, you are dead. None of you will ever see your loved ones again. What do we have to lose then? You won't let us go, I know it. I have a proposal. Can I come down the stairs? Unarmed. I want to see who I am talking to. They gathered in a group again, but eventually decided it was their best option. Voss left his blaster upstairs and climbed down to the end of the narrow staircase. Senator, are you wounded? No, soldier, but I command you to kill all of them. Immediately. One of the rebels, the one who was constantly pleading to kill the senator, turned around and aimed his pistol at the senator. I told you, we won't survive this. Put your weapon away, a young human said as he stepped out of the crowd to confront Voss. He looked just like Voss' brother. The same bronze skin and dark hair he got from his mother. But it couldn't be him. No, it wasn't him. He lacked the birthmark on his neck, and his features were a bit off. In fact, all of the rebels were extremely young. Some may not even be adults yet. What monster pushed them to fight a professional military? Voss tried to clear his thoughts and took off the helmet to signify that he trusted them. Are you their leader? He looked around if anyone disagreed. I guess so. Good, my offer is as follows. You, me, and the senator stay here, while the rest of your comrades can go upstairs where they'll find a speeder well. Maybe we need to. Then they are free to go. But what about Zane? And now he had a name. Zane glared at his comrade as well. Zane will have to trust my word that I will release him afterwards as well. But because I let his comrades go as well, maybe I have earned some trust. Or you just want to get more people out of the room so that you can overwhelm me? Do you have a choice? We can't stay in this deadlock forever, and you know it. He is right. No, Zane, they're going to kill you, one of the Rodians said. I believe him, Zane said, but his eyes said something different. But we need new comms, so I can be sure they are safe. There will be a commink waiting for them in the speeder, and you'll get a new one as well. Through his earpiece, he heard several commanders organizing the two transports. Obviously, there would be a tracker in both of them, but Voss was pretty sure the rebels were also aware of that and would stop at the first opportunity. Sir, a trooper said from above. Here are the comlinks. Voss took them and handed them over to the rebels. Zane, are you sure about this? Yes, and now go before I change my mind. Slowly, with lowered gazes, the group trotted out and was escorted to the speeders. Zane placed his blaster on the senator's head and activated his comlink. Keep the comms on and tell me the moment something seems wrong. Thank you, Zane. I'll take care of your brother and his family. Then the hum of engines came through the comink, so they hadn't checked for trackers. Sloppy. Zane placed the comink on the ground in front of him and slumped against the wall. All the time, he kept his blaster leveled at the senator, who got more and more agitated by the second. Soldier, I command you to kill that man right now. No, I won't, and for your own sake, I urge you to shut up, Voss said, and sat down at the opposite side of the small room, leaning against the bottom of the stairs. "This rebellion didn't quite go as we expected," Zane mumbled. "It sounded so good when Natuna approached us and promised to free our world, but none of us was prepared for this. They are always charismatic. That's why they managed to get so many followers, and how they got power in the first place. They, idealists, religious zealots, are straight-up lunatics. Do you know what your leader Natuna did before this?" Zane looked up. His eyes were tired, but he was definitely interested. I was surprised to find something under his name. I suspected he had at least changed his name before joining this rebellion. But no. He was the chairman of Brayton Systems, with their headquarters in the Brayton system in this sector. A very powerful engineering cooperation during the Clone Wars. At the end of the war, their operation was dismantled and everything shut down. Since then, Naru and its trade station have become more important every year. Brayton is nothing more than a scrapyard. Voss watched the boy the whole time, but he didn't react at all. So either they were not running any operations on Brayton, or the boy simply didn't know enough. And in the 20 years since, he never stopped his personal crusade and has led hundreds of young men like you to their deaths. That fact was completely made up. Natuna had kept an extremely low profile until he captured the senator, but that didn't fit Voss' narrative. "He never told us," Zane said, blinking in disbelief. "That wouldn't sound too good to the new recruits, would it?" "I guess not." Silence fell over the room. The senator tried to communicate something by rapidly blinking his eyes and looking at the rebel, but Voss ignored him completely. If he judged Zane correctly, he would go peacefully, and maybe he would even be an asset in the future if he did it right. And running at the senator now would only provoke an unnecessary reaction. "I think no one is following us." The voice coming from the comlink startled Voss, and Zane likewise. He bent to pick it up. "Are you completely sure?" "Yes. We have seen no one and are at least 100 clicks away." "Don't tell me where you are." "They are still listening." "I suggest you remove the tracker from the speeder," Voss said, and had to fight to contain a laugh when he saw the senators and Zane's startled faces. "Why did you tell them?" The senator hissed while several officers were cursing at him through his earpiece. "Because I intend to keep my word. The tracker is attached underneath a metal plate near the rear engine." Zane looked at him for a long moment before speaking into the comms. "Have you heard? Is there a tracker?" "Give us a moment." Zane reduced the volume a bit as his comrades scrambled to dismantle that part of their speeders. "You are a strange man, Imperial. You seem too nice to serve such an evil regime. The Empire creates stability and security. Natuna and his friends were the ones who sparked the Clone Wars, killing millions in the process. It was the Empire that created stability for the first time in years. And here we are again. These rebels are still the remnants of the Confederacy. Most of the rebels and all the uprisings happened in the Western Reaches, the heartland of the Confederacy. You trade security for freedom. My mission here is to protect and serve. Therefore, it is my mission to save the senator and his children. How can you justify kidnapping children? I know the Empire is oppressing the galaxy wherever they go. I don't oppress people if I have the choice. I am just a man doing the best I can in the system we currently have. So you just flop over and accept all the injustices. Not all leaders of our empire are saints, but they are better than rebels like the ones following the late Saw Gerrera. They blow up entire apartment blocks if it serves their purpose. How many deaths are acceptable until you achieve freedom? How many children can you kidnap and still call yourself the savior of this planet? The crackling of the comm saved the boy from having to answer, but just by looking at him, Voss was sure he might be able to break through to the boy and break Natuna's brainwashing. The Imperial was right. There was something that didn't belong there that could be a tracker. Destroy it, then split up and change directions. Go into a city, ditch the speeder, and lay low for a while. Then go home and never take a call from Natuna again. Zane, are you all right? Yes, now do it. The speeder's engine started again and drowned out the remainder of the rebels' conversation. Why did you place a tracker, and then tell me about it? Is this a trick? Is there another hidden tracker? Voss deliberated if he should tell him about the tracker hidden in the comms, but decided against it since it would create too many problems down the road. No more trackers. And why my men placed them. It is standard protocol, but usually the suspects take the speeder apart on scene and remove the tracker then. It has been some time since they actually took the bait. So, you're saying we are stupid, naive kids? Yes, stupid, naive kids who got in with the wrong people. They waited for almost half an hour until his comrades ditched the speeders and another hour to spread out even more on foot when Zane deactivated the comlink and got up. Voss followed and tensed up since now was the moment of truth. Zane turned to the senator, the weapon still raised. No, please don't shoot me. Soldier, do something. He won't shoot you, Voss said, watching Zane's pose. There was no defiance in him, only acceptance and defeat. Relax, Senator, and you will be free in no time. Zane dropped the blaster and stepped away from the senator. Voss walked around him and kicked the weapon into the corner. I assume I won't get out of here as easily. No, Voss said plainly. But you were braver than any of your friends and bought their freedom. I thought so. Then arrest me, Commander. I'm actually not a commander. I'm Agent Flennic with the ISB. But your friends wouldn't have understood. Now, put your hands behind your back. With Zane secured, Voss called down the troopers and Alphabet Squad charged down the stairs with the man himself in the lead. The senator was released and immediately ran at Voss. Agent, give me your weapon. I will kill this rebel. No, he will have a fair trial once all of this is over. He kidnapped my children. He deserves to die, and worse. That is not for you to decide. The senator looked around for support, but none of the troopers made a move, so he charged out of the room demanding a commit and swearing they would regret this. Sergeant, follow him with your squad and don't let him out of your sight again, or he will do something stupid again. You got him under control? He asked, nodding at Zane. Voss nodded and the troopers ran after the senator. Suddenly, Voss and Zane were alone again, not truly alone, but they had at least the illusion. At least a dozen sensors were hiding all over the room, recording everything. Thank you, but you shouldn't have done that. He sounded really angry. You should worry more about the silent types. If he yells at you, it usually means he can't really harm you. And he is just a senator. Powerful but not stupid enough to pick a fight with the ISB. I want my wife to be released immediately. Senator Rulek yelled, slamming the holodeable on the bridge of the Challenger. The bridge crew tried their best to ignore the discussion, but Voss could see glances from time to time. Whenever met gazes with one of them, they jerked back to their consoles, like scolded children. That is not possible, Senator, Voss said, as calm as possible. She is involved in an investigation of the ISB as at least an accomplice, if not more. Her actions helped the rebels to escape time and time again. She forwarded information about the state of our investigation to the rebels. We lost good men because of her, and maybe we would have even found your children by now. I'm sure she did her best to protect our children. I want her to be released immediately. I will not do that regardless of how often you ask. Captain, can you back me up here? She was clearly uncomfortable but said, maybe we can find a compromise. We transfer your wife to her apartments in the city where she is put under house arrest. She won't be allowed to leave until we have finished the investigation, but she won't be in the cell of an Imperial Star Destroyer. I object. I can't assure her safety there. The apartment isn't secured in any way, and our rudimentary surveillance gear won't be enough. The building has no landing pad with direct access to the apartment. If the rebels control the lift, we can't get to her. Miss Roulette can be a bit uncomfortable after what she did. Careful, Agent. You might be ISB, but you underestimate my power. I'm willing to escalate this problem higher than you think, so back down or I'll destroy you. Gentlemen, Captain Setaro said and stepped forward to get their attention. Both of you have powerful backers. Senator Rulek in the form of several senators and influential admirals. Agent Flennic is backed by Moff Flennic. The senator whirled around to look at Voss. The Moff Flennic. The captain continued as if she hadn't been interrupted. The Moff Flennic of the Prefspelt sector. May I speak to you for a moment, Agent? The senator crossed his arms and looked away demonstratively. Captain Setaro led Voss across the bridge to the large view screens. The Challenger and all troops except the garrison had returned into orbit and continued their arduous task of controlling all cargo entering and leaving the system. He is really powerful. He might not be able to end your career. Your father is too powerful for that, but he can throw you roadblocks every step of the way. Are you sure you want to make an enemy over such a small matter? The life of a person isn't a small matter. Now come on. It isn't like she is going to be killed the moment she gets there. Just station a few more guards, install a better surveillance system, and that's the end of it. If you worry about the accessibility, I can station some troopers with jetpacks nearby. They can enter through the balcony then. Imperial regulations are clear about the requirements for a building to be viable for house arrest. But this isn't the academy here. This is real life, and you will never find such ideal conditions. I won't back down just because a senator tries to threaten me. I am with the ISB. This is exactly what we are fighting against. You still need his cooperation. There is a chance he will give it willingly to help his children, but you can't be sure, and you can't put him in jail like you did his wife without definite proof that he has betrayed the Empire. I don't like it. I want it to be noted in the mission protocol that I formally protested against it. That won't help you anything. It just shows you are not strong enough to stand up to me or the senator. We three are in 3 different chains of command, so theoretically, no one can overrule the other. The ISB is influential, but an agent can't overrule a Navy captain. A senator has a lot of influence, but no real authority. As a captain, I could order you to do something, but it could mean problems for me down the road. Don't worry, we'll make sure she will be protected, and hopefully, this whole operation will only last a few more days. Voss grumbled as she turned him back to the holodeck. On their back, she put on a more conversational tone. I heard there is a supply convoy leaving from Yaga Minor soon. I salute you and your father. So actually did it, Voss said, cursing his father silently. Captain Setaro misread him and continued to praise him. It was impressive how he managed to arrange everything so quickly. I heard one of the escorts is commanded by your brother, who has been assigned to this task force. Fresh out of the academy, and already his own command. That is quite impressive, almost unheard of. I'm looking forward to meeting him once he gets here. They both knew it wasn't because of his brother's merits. Voss hadn't seen his brother a lot since Voss had started the academy 6 years ago, and then his brother was just a young teenager, not planning ahead more than a day and fumbling through life. He would be a completely different person after 6 years and 3 of them at Coruscant's Royal Imperial Academy. When they arrived back at the holodeck, she conversationally mentioned the supply run again, and then looked at the senator. I'm sure once we have freed your children, Kunaru will be much more forthcoming with supplies. Am I right, Senator? Of course, as long as I get my children back. Perfect. Your wife will be brought to her apartment this afternoon once we have updated the security systems. And performed a full search of all rooms, Voss added. That is not necessary, Senator Rulek protested. It is house arrest, not a vacation, so you'll follow my orders on this, Voss said, glaring at the senator. The senator sized him up but eventually decided not to make his stand here. All right, if you have to. Then let's talk about what you heard while in their captivity. Do you have any clues where they are right now? No good news, I fear. They separated us and talked about jumping to hyperspace. They might not be in the system or even sector anymore. When was that? Yesterday, right after that insufferable Twi'lek smuggled us out of the city. Captain, did any ship leave orbit yesterday? Not to my knowledge. The Challenger sensors were limited due to the atmosphere, but the remaining ships of our task force should have picked up any ships unless it started on the other side of the planet and used one of the smaller hyperlanes out of the system. That's not good, but I can work with that. That is not good. The senator echoed. My children are gone. They could be anywhere by now. That's not correct. Our ships in orbit control the major hyperlane that connects the system to the Hydean Way. They couldn't have smuggled them past our security there, so their only option would have been to take one of the smaller hyperlanes deeper into the sector. There are other secret hyperlanes out of the sector, but I doubt civilians are aware of them. That means the rebels, and with them your children, are trapped in the sector. Wonderful, they are trapped on a dozen planets and hundreds of moons. We will find them in no time. Most planets only have a very small population and are uninhabitable outside the small colonies. We can't have them searched in no time. No other planet is as densely populated as Kunaru. It will take time, but with a bit of reasonable thinking, we can start with the most likely candidates. I will set up a strike team to investigate them right away. Senator, despite our differences, I promise you, I will find your children and bring them back to you. Chapter 19. Vaz hesitated to say he had told them this would happen, but he had told them this would happen. Together with Captain Setaro and several squads of stormtroopers, he waited in Miss Ruleck's apartment. The senator rushed in and threw himself on the ground before them and hugged his wife's corpse. Who did this? How could you let this happen? I told you so. We were first alerted that something was amiss when the security systems showed a small malfunction, Vaz recounted. The station troopers immediately entered the apartment but found your wife, healthy as ever, reading something, and no one else was in the apartment. The alarm system was checked and qualified as being in working condition by a team of our finest technicians. Tell me what happened. The second time, 2 days later, the alarm system failed completely and all sensors went offline. The teams entering the apartment found your wife deceased and the intruder was nowhere to be seen. I will have you demoted for this incompetence. I will have you put on trial for this. I will. The senator slumped down, clinging to the remains of his wife. We need to talk about the HUD in the room. Your wife, she was killed with a lightsaber. The senator seemed to really look at his wife for the first time. A grievous wound tore along her stomach, nearly cutting her in half. Even the spine was severed and the whole wound was cauterized by super hot plasma. The only weapon leaving such wounds was a lightsaber. Do you have any reports of a Jedi operating in the area and potentially cooperating with the rebels? The captain asked with a flat voice. No, ma'am. This doesn't help us clear up this case in the least. I don't want the Inquisition involved. It only makes the situation more messy. There we agree. If we get some concrete proof of a Jedi's involvement, we can call them. Maybe this was caused by a plasma cutter. She fell silent, thinking about another possibility, but they both knew there was none. Vaz looked up to see one of the technicians trying to get his attention, and he walked over to him to give the senator some room. Sir, we have made a full scan of the system. It was switched off by Miss Ruleck's protocol droid. He isn't a TC series, right? He couldn't have made such an obvious mistake. No, sir. It is in Ra 7. Where is it right now? Follow me. My team is checking his circuits right now. Vaz looked over to the captain who stood awkwardly next to the grieving senator and made a shooing gesture in his direction. He nodded and followed the technician into the adjacent room where they had stripped the droid on a table. All the decorative coverings removed, it was a hot mess of wires. The technicians seemed to know what they were doing as they took the droid apart, cutting wires with confidence that could only come from having done this dozens of times before. We are looking for any anomalies, any parts that don't belong or anything really. That workstation over there is hooked up to the droid's brain and tries to find bugs or any backdoors in the software that would allow someone to take control of the droid. And what if the droid decided to develop a bit more free, will then accept it for a protocol droid, and went rogue? We will find that as well, but it is unlikely. When we scanned it briefly a few days ago, when this house arrest was set up, it behaved entirely normal. My guess is there is a trapdoor somewhere, or Miss Ruleck ordered the droid to shut down the system. That last theory could fit, considering her record of letting rebels into her house. Maybe she managed to make contact with them again, although I would love to know how, and the rebel then killed her. But the flaw in that logic is that she could have disabled the system herself. Why send her droid? It doesn't make sense. Too lazy. I don't know. She didn't feel like the type. She was much too anxious to allow other people or droids into her trust. Sir, we found something, the technician behind the workstation said. There is some kind of malware attached to the droid's consciousness. It can be remotely triggered, forcing the droid to follow the instructions and wipe his memory of that time afterwards. Can you find any of these wipes in the droid's memory? Yes, there are 113 of these wipes ranging from 2 minutes to half a day within the last year. A few of them might be maintenance or other issues, but the majority looks like it was caused by that program. The last year. That means the rebels had infiltrated this house long before the kidnapping. I don't suppose you can see if Ms. Roulette knew about it at all. Maybe by finding out what triggered the software to activate. The software responds to long-range communication on a specific frequency, so it is unlikely the software was started by Ms. Roulette. When was the first of these memory wipes? Almost exactly a year and a month ago, but the metadata indicates it has been at a droid repair facility to get a servo changed. Well, they had to implant the software at some point. That makes sense. The technician mused. I doubt it would have gotten past the firewall in an activated state. What's the name of the shop? Riddle's Droid Repairs. He is a trusted partner of the local garrison for years now. Maybe someone broke in. Who knows what happened in these 3 hours of missing memory? Wait, did you say he also repairs droids for the garrison? Isn't that usually done by our own technicians? Well, technically they're not our people. They're not much better than militia. They don't have anyone skilled enough to work with droids. And yes, I read it in one of the service records of a damaged droid aboard the Challenger. Voss had an eerie premonition. How did that droid get aboard? We needed replacements for some of our droids, especially these medical droids, and the captain convinced the garrison to hand them over. The droids who were in the same shop where this droid got infected. The technician's eyes widened as he realized. But that means. Voss held one finger to his lips as he looked around if there were any droids nearby. Is the security net still deactivated? The technician nodded. Search it for the same malware. Voss pulled out his kamink and whispered, 0, if there are any of your surveillance drones or centipedes still in the apartment, deactivate them immediately. Understood, the scout trooper said without even questioning the order. Voss stepped into the main room and looked at the medical droid who had accompanied them in case Ms. Roulette needed medical attention. Sergeant Alphabet, send one of your troopers with the medical droid back to the Challenger. There are troopers who need his attention. Neither the sergeant nor any of the troopers questioned the order, but the captain perked up and scrutinized him. With a nod to the other room, he gestured for her to follow. What is happening, Agent? She asked after she had stepped into the room and looked at the carnage on the table. Voss closed the door behind her and she looked at him even more suspiciously. One hand even wandered down to her blaster. She didn't seem to trust him much. We might have a situation. This droid was infected with malware that allows someone to give it instructions via long-range transmission. We are not sure how far it has spread. Maybe it is just this droid, but there is a possibility even some of the requisition droids on the Challenger are infected. The security net of this apartment has the same malware, the technician added. The captain looked around nervously. Are you saying there might be droids on my ship that are controlled by the enemy? Could a droid pass on this malware to another? Voss looked questioningly at the text. Maybe there is no physical component needed, but the program would only be useful on droids able to receive long-range communication. No, the captain added with an increasingly worried face. The rebels would only need one droid on the ship to receive instructions who could pass them on via short-range communication then. I want all droids on my ship checked immediately. Captain Setaro was worried, but she didn't grasp the full problem. Captain, one very important question. We think the malware can't get past active firewalls. Did you shut down the Challenger's mainframe since we took these droids aboard? The captain's knees buckled under her and Voss caught her at the last moment, lowering her to the ground. Last week, a maintenance checkup, but only for 15 minutes. Maybe that wasn't enough to get my ship, she asked hopefully. We have to assume every droid or electronic system is compromised. What if they had access to the mainframe already? I doubt we would still be in control of the ship. Captain, where are you? The senator's angry voice yelled through the other door. She suddenly became aware of her surroundings. used Va's hand to get back to her feet and straighten her uniform. Looking at Vas, she growled, "Get me my ship back. I'll keep this idiot occupied. If you need anything, tell me, and you'll have it." She kept his gaze for another few seconds, then put on a fake smile and headed for the door. "Senator, I am here. Don't worry, why don't we sit down and..." The door closed and drowned out her cheery voice. Vas turned to the technicians. "None of you is leaving this room or using any kind of comminks until this matter is resolved. I don't trust the standard Imperial encryption with something like this." Vas activated the highest encryption his ISB commog offered. "Constable Dahl, do you copy?" "Yes, sir. I am currently questioning one of the troopers who led our rebel escape." "Leave him and get into your stormtrooper armor." "Sir." "Do as I say and call me back once you're ready." Deactivating his comlink, he turned to the techs. "In the meantime, we have to find a way to check how far the malware has spread. Can we check it while the systems are running?" "No, those systems are protected by the firewall from every access. The firewall has a dozen fail-safes. It will most likely be the last system running if a Star Destroyer is attacked, to prevent the enemy from getting sensible data. Which means we would have to shut down the Challenger's mainframe to look if it is infected, and in the process, we're exposing her to just that threat," Vas said. "Worse, if someone actively monitors the droids, which I would do if I were them, and just staged the assassination of Ms. Rulek, they would notice what we're doing and might initiate some kind of suicide mission for all of them. There are at least a few thousand droids on board, but they can only be activated by a specific frequency. If we get one of the other ships to flush that specific frequency with static, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Unless they have some kind of deadman switch that activates them once the frequency is blocked." "That's not possible," one of the other techs intervened. "They would have to have them under control the whole time. Unless..." As the techs dove deeper into their discussion, Vas Comlink buzzed. "I'm ready, sir. What are your orders? Do you have your helmet on? I don't want any sound getting to the outside." "Yes, sir." "You need to find any kind of droid and deactivate it before it can send any signals." "Like a mouse droid, sir." "Yes, any kind." "One moment, Ark, got one deactivated mouse droid for you. I'll send you a file. You need to check whether it is also on that droid. Do not, I repeat, do not use any terminals connected to the ship for it." "Can I use a datapad?" "Disconnected from the ship's net. Then yes." "Can you tell me what is happening?" "The droids on board might be compromised, and in the worst case even the main computer." After a few seconds of silence, Dahl said, "The datapad found a similar program. It says 97% similarities." "That's what we feared. You will commandeer 2 regiments of stormtroopers, secure the mainframe, main and auxiliary reactor, engine room, and the armories. Do not let any droid inside. If someone gives you a hard time, direct them to the captain. We'll be with you soon." Addressing the techs in the room, he said, "Gentlemen, follow me. Take only what you need to modify one of the shuttles into a powerful frequency blocker. Activate the jammer," Vas said, and rushed out of the shuttle. He gave the big loader droids an especially critical eye. Since the captain had ordered the acquisition of supplies from the planet, a steady stream of cargo had been brought onto the Star Destroyer. The food and water to feed almost 40,000 people for one day was in the dozens of tons, and enough to keep a shuttle occupied the whole day. The loaders borrowed from the local garrison as well were simple machines, but with their brute strength alone, they could damage the Challenger and his hangars quite a lot. Deactivate these loaders and every other droid you come across. Start a scan of all other vehicles and if possible remove the malware." Vas yelled at the techs as he and Alphabet Squad rushed towards the lifts on the far side of the hangars. "Constable Dahl, what is your situation?" "We've had some very persistent droids trying to enter the main reactor, but they're on a timeout now. All other locations are secured as well." A priority message blocked out the answer, and Captain Setaro's voice came through his comm. "Agent, tell me you're the one blocking that frequency." "Yes, I am. Don't worry, we will have this situation back under our control in no time. Next time I want you to inform me before you do something like this." I got a few anxious calls from the senior lieutenants aboard the Hydra and Orion. They were preparing their ships for an attack. Standard rebel procedure. Block comms and then attack. I didn't want to involve more people. It would give the enemy more time to react. I hope you can trust me that I'm not working for the rebels. Obviously I am. But at the moment we can't be sure how far this infection has spread, and it is safer to say nothing. Wait a moment, the captain said, and only when Voss reached the lift did she speak up again. An alarm was raised in the med bay. Medical droids are killing patients. Damn, we are on our way. The door to the lift was about to close when one of the techs yelled out in surprise. The loader he had been working on suddenly dropped his cargo and accelerated towards one of the parked shuttles. Voss stepped in the door to stop it from closing and pulled his blaster. That's what I wanted to prevent. Let's go, boys, Voss said, and opened fire on the loader. His meager shots didn't even pierce the strong plating, and the loader closed the distance to the shuttle and smashed his bulky arms into the cockpit. When Sergeant Alphabet and his squad opened fire with their heavy blaster rifles, the loader at least noticed their presence. By then the shuttle and all the supplies inside were a mess. The blaster bolts pierced its hull in dozens of points, but such a simple construct as a loader was hard to destroy, and it hulked towards them now that they got its attention. Focus on the left leg, Voss ordered, and shifted his aim. As well as they retreated further, the droid casually swatted a TIE fighter away. Its panel screeched over the ground, broke, and the cockpit slammed onto the ground. Under the concentrated fire, the leg gave in and the big machine crashed to the ground. But it wasn't done yet. Crawling on its two arms, it turned to one of the other nearby TIE fighters. We need to stop it before it reaches them, Voss said, and in lack of better options, he ran forward, avoiding the still flailing legs, and jumped on his back. The tech had been trying to deactivate it peacefully, but for that, it was much too late, so he unloaded his pistol into its core, destroying it beyond the point of repair. Finally, it slumped to the ground, its servos groaning one last time until it lay still. Voss looked over to the other loaders who stood peacefully where they had been deactivated, but one tech was missing. Holding onto the rampaging loader, he had been thrown off when it attacked the shuttle. His pulp remains lay in the wreck of the shuttle, and Voss had to look away as his stomach turned. All stations report. Chapter 20. 24 troopers and 3 officers dead on Med Bay. 1 tech trampled by a rampaging loader, and a damn protocol droid killing 4 high-ranking officers before it was overwhelmed. What are you doing out there? ISB Lieutenant Halcard growled through the speakers of the holoprojector. Explaining his actions wouldn't help a thing. The lieutenant had read his report and was unsurprisingly not satisfied. So Voss stayed silent and weathered through the tirade. Worst of all, I got a call from the deputy director today. And I don't like that. My section of the galaxy is usually a peaceful one, but recently rebels have appeared everywhere. My position here is in danger. I need a win from you, not more problems. I need you to find these kids within a week, or I'll send a replacement. Sir, we are very close to cracking the case, but a week is madness. We already freed the senator, and that you freed the senator is the only reason we're still having this conversation. Otherwise, I would have just replaced you. Find these children and crush these rebels, or not even your father's influence will protect you. We are very close to cracking the case. Even if we had setbacks recently, we made a lot of progress and we're learning from each attack. The rebels are burning their contacts at a tremendous rate. We can almost rule out that they are anywhere in the system by now. Then there are only a few other logical places where they could be in this system. Then, for your sake, I hope they're not hiding somewhere in the wilderness or managed to slip past your blockade and are on the other side of the galaxy by now. There are only a few reasonable places where they could go. I'm assembling a strike team to investigate them. On the top of the list is the headquarters of Brayton Systems, the company that operated from this sector during the Clone Wars. Why haven't I heard of this company? I sent in a report a few weeks ago. In the grand scheme of things, the company wasn't known because it was a subsidiary of the intergalactic banking bland tasked with producing hard sell freighters for high-ranking officers in the IBC. It openly sided with the Confederacy of Independent Systems, and was wasted in an attack by the Republic. His facilities were never rebuilt, but his leadership never gave up the fight. In place of the industrial complexes is now a massive scrapyard converting old Clone Wars era ships into resources. They're still working on that. The Clone Wars ended 20 years ago. The company managing the scrapping was only allowed a very small number of workers. They have automated most of the process but are still progressing very slowly since they have to account for every part they take off so that it doesn't land on the black market somewhere. And what are you planning to do there on the planet? Search the entire scrapyard. Do you think that is a good use of the time you have left? This arrogant little, did he think this investigation was a walk in the park? One wrong move and the hostages would be dead. In his short time, he discovered betrayal after betrayal and worked through plans years in the making. He devoted all his time to the investigation. The lieutenant couldn't expect more than that. "You are unreasonable," was the closest Voss would go in criticizing his superior. "I am unreasonable. I am unreasonable in demanding results. Your father is jumping the chain of command, and the senator is talking to the deputy director. Stop annoying people by trying to play politics and get me results. You have 1 week." His projection vanished and Voss sighed deeply. This idiot probably never headed an investigation himself. He most likely didn't even read the full report and jumped right to the end where he read the casualty number so he had something to complain about. The worst thing was that ISB Lieutenant Halkert had the power to back up his threats and end his career in any branch of the Imperial government on a whim. With his influential family on Coruscant, there were rumors the Emperor himself was listening to his father. They were virtually untouchable. When they had freed the senator, Voss had thought it would finally start to go uphill, but every time they had one success, there were 4 failures in the meantime: another traitor, another greedy person, or another ambush. The ISB was supposed to be one step ahead of the criminals and not the other way around. Maybe he really wasn't fit for this job after all, and the lieutenant was right. Everything he had achieved, he owed to the powerful Moff Flennic, whom he had the misfortune to be his father. From every side, he heard how it was impossible to jump in rank so easily, and then his father arranged the command of a light cruiser with ease. Zero told him an agent couldn't get assigned a squad of special forces, and here he was, with the shattered remains of one. Creed was already dead. When would he manage to kill the others? Ace was already on the med bay, so it seemed he was working on it. Voss walked up and down in his office until he couldn't stand it anymore. He wouldn't be able to concentrate now anyway, so he wandered aimlessly through the corridors. Passing personnel saluted him with a degree of fear and respect, but he barely acknowledged their presence, engulfed in thoughts of the futility of this war. How many of the people walking past him would die before this mission and this widespread rebellion was over? It was only fitting that he ended up at the crematorium on one of the Challenger's lowest decks. He hadn't seen Creed since the day in the caves. He had lied to himself, saying there was so much else to do, but in reality, he could have spared the time. But the mere thought of looking at him again made him retch. Letting Creed die was the biggest failure in his life so far, and he wouldn't forget it to the end of his time. Neither would he allow it to happen again. In a small backpack attached to the standard armor of his uniform, he carried a med pack at all times, and according to the medic he had talked to, stocked enough to treat almost any injury that didn't require complicated surgery. Voss took one last deep breath and entered the crematorium. It wasn't as morbid as his imagination had made him believe. It was just as cold as the rest of the Challenger. An elderly man, relatively speaking. He probably wasn't older than mid-50s, but except for command positions, people usually didn't stay in service for that long. Appeared through one of the doors leading out of the room. He took off the bright green gloves and apron and dropped both in a bucket to the side. Now only in his gray crewman uniform, he sat down at the table and started typing on his datapad. Voss cleared his throat. The man jumped, dropped his datapad, and stumbled back against the wall. "What the hell do you think sneaking up on me like that?" He looked angry at Voss until he recovered from his shock and recognized his uniform. I'm sorry, sir. I usually don't get a lot of company down here. I didn't see any request for an examination. I might have just missed something." "No, it was a spontaneous decision. I would like to see Trooper DT-163. DT, the Death Trooper. Oh, I'm afraid he has already undergone the whole procedure. What procedure? We cremated him and released his ashes to space. You mean you burned and dumped him into space afterwards? It is standard operation procedure if there are no living relatives. But we will remember his service. When did you do it? 2 days ago. Why? So if I would have had the guts to come earlier, I would have still been able to see him. Don't beat yourself up about it, sir. But I could have seen him again. When I saw him last. It seems you were very close to DT-163, and one more moment won't make a difference. You have most likely spent years together. Focus on these years instead of any perceived missed opportunities. What is one moment in comparison to the time you have spent together? You're right, he said while not really believing it, but he couldn't talk to this man about it. He still had to maintain the image of an ISB agent even if it was just a front. What happened to his personal belongings? They were burned with him, except for his equipment, of course. In contrast to Zero, Creed hadn't asked for any special equipment, and the only irregular item he ever used was the vibroblade. He had found it on one of their first missions and kept it ever since. He would find it, so he would never forget the man who had willingly followed him to hell and back. Voss left and walked the surprisingly short way to one of the med bays. Was the Challenger purposefully designed in a way that the two facilities were so close together? A shiver ran down his spine at the thought. Brutal efficiency as ever. As Voss entered the med bay, all gazes turned away from him. None, or at least the majority of the troopers or officers, had done anything wrong, but it wasn't healthy to attract the eye of the ISB. Unchallenged, he walked down the lines, looking at the rows and rows of wounded. On this station alone were close to 100, most from the disastrous protests with only minor injuries, and only a few from the recent droid rampage on the ship. Actual troopers were tending to the wounded, now that the medical droids had to go in their entirety. Even if some of them didn't show any sign of the malware, the risk was too great. Near the end of the room, he stopped at the head of a bed. Ace's body, although he was more muscular than most troopers, had suffered from the injury and mostly old age. Without his bulky armor, he looked almost frail. Curiously, his armor was piled up in an orderly pile that would allow him to don it in minutes. None of the other troopers had any of their equipment with them. Old habits were hard to break, and the hardest of them was separating him from his weapon. Voss could only remember a handful of times he had seen Ace without it. His gray hair, obviously at the perfect length for a soldier, and the wrinkles made him look much older than the man who had taken care of the crematorium. According to his file, Ace was born almost 35 years ago on the wild space world of Kamino. Due to the accelerated agent implanted in his DNA, his real age was around 70. Much too old for anyone to still be a soldier, especially one who charged head first at the enemy. This wound might be the warning that he should end the fighting here. Otherwise, the next time, he might die. You know, it's kind of creepy how you are staring at me like that while I'm sleeping. Voss looked up in surprise and then frowned. How long are you awake? Were you even asleep at all? Well, I'm a light sleeper. I just feel it when someone armed comes close to me. Just like those droids. The medical droids tried to attack here as well. Yes, but they didn't get far with my friend. He patted his blaster, and I being here. That's why you should always have a weapon with you. The droids managed to kill one of the troopers, unfortunately, but then I took care of them. You saved all their lives. The other medbay could have also needed a protector like you. How many? 23. How did it even happen? Usually, I'm the one distrusting droids, but I would have never expected it from one of the medical droids as well. If you can't trust them. Yes. It's bad? It seems like almost all the droids in our surface installations and a good portion of the ones on board were compromised. Luckily, they hadn't managed to reach the Challenger's core yet. Things would have been bad if that had happened. We might even have lost control over the ship entirely. Voss shuddered at the idea of an Imperial Star Destroyer in the hands of these ruthless rebels. He sighed and sank into the uncomfortable plastoid chair. You seem like you want to talk about something. After all, you finally found the time to get down here. I'm sorry, Ace. I should have come earlier. There was so much to do. The mission comes first and I am fine here. You should focus on finding these kids. Nonetheless, I could have come. It would only take me a few minutes, and as your commanding officer, it is my duty. Don't beat yourself up about it. As I know you have done all you can to work on the case, and probably a lot more than should be expected of you. It doesn't seem to be enough. What do you mean? Lieutenant Halcard gave me a 1-week ultimatum to solve this case, or I'd be dismissed from service. The political pressure is mounting, and he needs a scapegoat. 1 week. No one can solve this in 1 week. Well, I'll have to. Good. Then let me just get my gear, Ace said, swinging his legs out of bed. Whoa, stop. You have not been discharged yet. You are wounded. My knee is fine. It would only be a day anyway, until they would have let me go. No, I don't want to lose you as well. Ace sighed and looked at him. The years of fighting and loss were apparent when he let his guard down. You can't think like that or you'll never be a commander again. Yes, you have lost Creed and he was very dear to you, to all of us. But you can't hesitate to use your troops in battle now. It is good to have a healthy measure of respect for the authority you wield, and think about what you're doing, but if you hesitate, the enemy has already won. We can't let them roam the galaxy unchallenged and hurt more and more people, just because we are afraid that one of us might get hurt or die. This is our job, and I would give my life if it meant finding these children. I don't want you to give your life. I want you to find them with me and tell the tale, Va said. And that's what we'll do, Ace said, and began donning his armor from the foot up. But you shouldn't go, not until you're absolutely fine. Boy, the lieutenant said you have 1 week. We can't afford to lose even an hour. And don't worry about me. Nothing the rebels can throw at me will harm me. At the end of the Clone Wars, I killed a Jedi Master in a duel. What do these rebels have to offer? Then you were in your prime. Now, and I'm sorry to say that, but someone has to tell you you're an old man. Then let's hope they don't find a Jedi somewhere. Well, about that. Chapter 21. Natuna stepped out into the wasteland that would very soon be their salvation. After days of hiding in the asteroids around the mining colonies, the Imperials had given up, and with minimal speed and emissions, their small freighter sneaked out of the system. And now they were home. Truly home. Leaving the cramped confines of the B-7 freighter, he could stretch himself for the first time so that his back popped. Looking around, the area was as familiar as anything could ever be. The derelict hulls of ships. Most were the old munificent frigates once used to such great effect by the intergalactic banking clan. As the workhorse of the Confederacy, they conquered star systems all over the galaxy, and soon they would get their redemption. But there were a few gems in between them, and with a bit of polishing, and the parts they brought, they would be good as new. One of his protocol droids waddled out of the adjacent building. Master Natuna, what a pleasure to have you with us again. How may we be of service? Contact TC-344. We have the items we need. He should send someone to carry them for us. Shouldn't we be worried about the Imperials? Jayan said, looking around nervously. Natuna put an arm around the Celestian's shoulder. This is our kingdom here. It has been almost 15 years since the last Imperial official even stepped on Brayton. This planet or the entire system is ours. You don't have to worry here. A good friend of mine is running this supposed scrapping business, and since it is completely automated, there are no other loose ends. The Imperials on Coruscant read the reports we send them and complain a bit about our lacking quotas, yet it is never enough to actually come here and look at it. What would happen if someone would come here? The scrapyard is working at its usual inefficiency, and these Imperials can look at it as long as they want. We are still scrapping ships. Mostly the few Republic ships, since we have no use for them. So unless they walk deep into the scrapyard and start to dig there, they won't find anything. And there are contingencies in place in case everything else fails. Jayan whirled around when he heard droids approaching from behind. His blaster raised, he waited for them to come around the corner. Natuna placed a hand on the weapon and gently pushed it down. They're our friends. A moment later, a squad of B-1 battle droids walked around the corner. The clanking and perfectly synchronous walking stirred up old memories Nashua thought long forgotten. Some bad but mostly good memories from before the Empire took over. We are working with droids. Yes, of course we are. With their help, we will break free of the Empire. I don't like it. I thought there were only organics involved. Can we be sure we can trust them? Well, you can never be sure about that with humans. Droids are a completely separate matter. They are programmed to follow orders and not question them. In this case, they and their commander are programmed to follow the orders of the chairman of Brayton Systems, which would be me. You are the chairman? You never told me. Jay's faith was wavering, so Natuna had to say something quickly. If you don't know it, you can't spill it in an interrogation. I have deliberately kept our two groups as separate as possible so in case one was compromised, the other would have time to go into hiding. Standard protocol for a guerrilla war, which we are fighting right now. I guess that makes sense, Jay said as he watched the droids with suspicion. Their spindly bodies didn't look strong, but two of them lifted each of the heavy boxes with ease. The two remaining droids walked over to where Natuna was standing. TC-344 welcomes you home, Chairman. It has been a long time since your last visit. He is looking forward to meeting you. I'm glad to be back as well. Be careful with these boxes. These hyperdrive actuators are irreplaceable, and if even one of them gets damaged, we'll be in trouble. Bring them back to base. I'll follow you soon. Roger, Roger, the droid said in his usual flat voice and turned back. The small group of droids headed back the way they had come from. When they were gone, Jayan spoke up again. When I was a kid, my parents told me horror stories about what these droids could and would do. That was Republic or Imperial propaganda. Unlike in other militaries, droids aren't inherently good or evil. They are not greedy, not cruel. They don't do anything of their own accord. It all depends on their commander. But I remember the clones helping to rebuild my hometown. I have never heard of droids doing that. Propaganda again. The Republic had mastered that art. It wouldn't be good if the population saw that the evil Confederacy was right in all their points. Jayan fell silent as they entered the administrative building and walked up the stairs into the personal quarters of the administrator. The door was open, so they just walked in. The rooms had changed significantly since he had been here the last time. The plain walls and furniture had changed, and it almost looked like a home now with decoration and personal items spread all over. They followed the sound of laughter and entered the dining room. Harold Tona, an old friend from the days of the Clone Wars, sat on the floor and played with 3 children. Since he was a Rodian as well, he could have well been their father. But he was merely the adoptive father or momentary caretaker of the senator's 3 children. The mood fell as the children saw the newcomers, and one of the girls immediately started crying. The boy, the oldest of the bunch, maybe 10 or 12 or even 14 years old, Natuna didn't care, stood protectively in front of his sisters. Harold, how long has it been? Natuna said, his arms wide as he walked towards him, ignoring the rising tensions in the room completely. When Harold got up from the floor, he didn't return the embrace and instead stepped back, staring at him with deep hatred in his eyes. Something he had never seen on his friend. We need to talk. Now, in the other room, Harold commanded and pushed Natuna towards the door. Take care none of them runs away, Natuna said to Jay, and who didn't look much happier. Once the door was closed behind them, Harold pushed him into the wall. What do you think? Kidnapping these poor kids. At least you sent them here so they had a semblance of order and life. You sent them to me in handcuffs. They are no murderers. They haven't done anything wrong. What has become of you? Are you so focused on your goal that you lose all your morals and everything our movement once stood for? Take a breath and spare me with the rest of your complaints. I'm just doing what's necessary so we'll win. You have become as bad as the Empire, maybe even worse. Kidnapping children. What were you thinking? It was necessary. Will it also be necessary to kill them? I am no monster. Only the senator has to die. You probably haven't checked the news lately. The senator has been freed by the Empire, and since then public sympathy has shifted significantly against you. There is something about kidnapping children most people can't stomach, as normal people should. Even I don't want to be part of this anymore. What? Natuna asked, genuinely surprised. You are not going to betray us now. Not so close to victory, would you? I have been thinking about it, and I'm not going to betray you, under one condition. You are in no position to demand anything, Natuna growled. Disgustedly, Harold let go of him and walked a few steps down the corridor where he looked out a window. I don't want to betray the cause now, not after all we sacrificed. But these kids, they have grown on me. I don't want them to get hurt. Oh no, you haven't gone sentimental now, have you? They are hostages, nothing more. Don't get attached. But I have gotten attached, and I'm wondering why you haven't. And I swear if you so much as touch them, I will call the Imperials over Kunaru and tell them everything I know. I'm sure they'd be interested in what I'd have to say. Natuna unholstered his blaster and leveled it at his former friend. You know what happens to traitors? Harold looked a decade older when he turned away from the window and looked at Natuna. Would you kill me? If the cause required it, yes. I didn't think I would need this. I thought myself paranoid when I prepared this. I thought foolishly as I see now that my old friend Natuna wouldn't be the monster shown in the Imperial propaganda. But you are just as bad. When you prepared what? Somewhere hidden among the hills of scrap around us is a sender. If this sensor, he pointed at a thin band around his wrist, doesn't recognize my heartbeat or I don't send a signal every few hours, it will send a message to the Star Destroyer above Kunaru, telling them everything I know about you and this rebellion. Do you really want to do this? Natuna growled. Threats never sat well with him. The Natuna I remembered would have done the same, but I see that man is lost. Don't hurt the children and let them go. Then I'll destroy the sender again. I don't want to betray the cause, but you don't leave me another choice if you hurt them. Fine, Natuna yelled and put his blaster away. Have it your way. I was going to let them go eventually anyway. You will not take them out of the system. If you do that, I'll send the message as well. And how do you want to control that? I will accompany the children everywhere they go, and you know what happens if you try to mess with me, he threatened and pointed at the wristband. Good. I needed a babysitter anyway. Let's take them to their new home then. And you won't handcuff them or tie them up any other way. Fine, but you will run after them if they try to escape. Let me go in first and talk to them. They trust me, and you are haunting them in their nightmares. Natuna sighed and waited as Harold went inside. Now truly all his old companions had turned on him, had abandoned him. J.M. walked out of the room with a disturbed look on his face. These children are frightened. Don't you start now too. Just give me a break and shut up. An awkward silence settled between them. Only faint whispering from the other room and distant machines prevented it from becoming an unbearable pressure. A few minutes later, Harold stepped out of the door, glared at Natuna, and then hurried the kids outside. The boy glared at him and showed his teeth while clinging to the small bag slung over his shoulder. What's in the bags? Natuna asked, noticing that each of the children and Harold had one. Some food and clothes. Something even the Empire doesn't deny the worst prisoners in their deepest prisons. Harold snapped back and guided the kids downstairs. Natuna rolled his eyes and followed. They walked over barely recognizable paths between the derelict ship. Harold and the kids in the front and Natuna behind them, keeping an eye on them, especially on the boy. He would be trouble sooner rather than later. Walking through this ocean of ships, he felt lost. Lost how the Republic had managed to turn the course of the war. The Confederacy had been pushing on all fronts, with some incursions even into the heart of the core, and within days everything was lost. The massive navy was discarded from one day to the next, and the new regime lorded over all of them. But the sight also gave him hope. Hope that there could be a better future for everyone. With old separatist warships scattered over the galaxy, there was a virtual treasure trove for people like him. Most fleets were probably scrapped by now. But there had to be other scrapyards like this one, so far in the outer rim or wild space that no one cared to visit. Once they had achieved their objective in this sector, and found the base he had read about, he would scour the outer rim for more parts and ships. They would have a proper fleet in no time. Their small group walked through a hidden panel into the hollowed-out remains of a Munificent-class frigate. In contrast to its derelict outside, the corridors were cleared of debris and in no immediate threat of collapse. "Stop," Natuna said, and pushed past the kids. In front of them was a junction turning left and right, not allowing them to see the way they walked. There was no indicator the ship had recognized their identity yet. "TC, it's us." "I am fully aware of that, sir," a robotic voice said from just out of sight around the corner. "Then why didn't you say anything?" "The corridor looked like the traps are still active," Natuna said as he walked around the corner. TC-344, a tactical droid of the Confederacy, waited for him, surrounded by a squad of commando droids. "You can never be careful enough. Our plan is nearing its end, and I don't want anything to compromise it now." "Where did you find those?" Natuna marveled and examined the commando droids from up close. They were in a mostly destroyed hard-shell freighter in the north of the scrapyard. "We managed to salvage 24, and with the spare parts they provided, we restored a few of the other previously damaged units." "Marvelous, I want some of them as my escort." "As you wish, Chairman. If you will follow me now." While TC-344 turned around stiffly, the commando droids seemed to flow along the corridor. As feared clone killers, they would probably excel at killing Imperials as well. What a fight that would be. They walked down the corridor of the Munificent, which served as the entrance to their hideout. Jayan called up to him and whispered, "I thought TC-344 was a protocol droid." "Ah, yes. A common misconception for someone growing up on a Republic world. The TC series is indeed used for protocol droids, but tactical droids can have exactly the same abbreviation. I assure you a tactical droid is much more useful." He managed all of this, Natuna said as they exited the Munificent and found themselves in a massive underground space. Massive metal beams held scraps of metal in place to fool any observation from above. No visual sensors would see anything suspicious, and even scans were impeded by the thick metal and just showed some clear spaces below, just like between all the other wrecks. A few smaller freighters like an old garrison class and several hard cells stood on the edges of the massive chamber. Like a well-oiled machine, hundreds if not thousands of droids walked in between them, preparing for their departure. Some of the more valuable models, like the B-2S or Droidicus, were loaded into the hard cells already. In the center, the heart of their new fleet and their new nation, was the Leviathan. 3 clicks in diameter and 1 click high, the Lucra Hulk battleship was twice as long as an Imperial Star Destroyer. With hundreds of guns and tens of thousands of droids on board, it was a force to be reckoned with, and it wasn't alone. "Oh, Imperials, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes in the coming days," Natuna said to no one in particular. All the years of planning would finally come to fruition. "Harrow, take the kids somewhere nice and out of the way. We will see that we activate life support on some of the decks, but that might take some time. Such tasks don't exactly have priority. I will take them as far from this ship as possible. After all, you won't take them out of the system, right? Do whatever you want. I need to talk to TC first. There are most likely a few executive decisions that he wasn't capable of solving on his own," Natuna said, and raised an eyebrow in TC's direction. Without saying anything or giving a hint that he may be offended, TC-344 gestured him to follow and led him and Jayan into the heart of their operation aboard the Leviathan. When they stepped onto the bridge, a number of memories hammered down on Natuna. How many months or years of his life had he spent on her bridge, fighting through 3 years of the Clone Wars and pushing the Republic forces back more and more, all until the disastrous Battle of Coruscant. He had barely managed to get her out before the Republic reinforcements swarmed them. Bruised and beaten, they limped back to the Outer Rim, but by then the war was over. The Confederacy's leadership was dead and the Republican Empire. She didn't deserve to go down like this. There was still some fight in her, and Captain Setaro and her Challenger would be the first to get a taste. "So, TC, what's the status?" "The hyperdrive actuators are being installed as we speak. They have acceptable quality and should enable Munificent 2 and 3 to follow us into orbit. Their weapons as well as the Leviathans are not functional. What? At least a quarter of them still worked when I was here last. I made the executive decision to repair all weapons aboard the Indomitable. So you decided to strip my command ship of all its weapons and put them on yours. A Providence class makes much better use of the weapons. Only a fraction of a Lucra Hulk's weapons can fire at the enemy. A Providence class is much more suited for exchanging broadsides. Our fighters will overwhelm the enemy TIE fighters in no time, and then we can close in with Munificent 1 and 4 who have most of their heavy weapons intact. No, I want weapons on the Leviathan. Stop everything now and change it back. That would mean a significant delay we cannot allow at this moment. We cannot allow it. I command you to do it and you will follow your orders. Natuna snapped. No, I will not. This isn't the Confederacy anymore, and you are not my commanding officer anymore, TC said in his infuriatingly emotionless voice. Overwrite code Peth Dorn Oskbesh Dorn. A door behind them hissed open and Natuna whirled around, his blaster drawn. 2 Magna Guards and a squad of commando droids entered the room. In their midst was a whole different class of droid, a separatist super tactical droid. You sentients always surprise me. Did you really think you would have complete control over the hundreds of thousands of droid brains gathered around here? Did you really think we would all follow your orders without questioning them? Who are you? Natuna whispered. I thought you were cleverer than this. A minor error, but in the grand scheme of things not important. I am the droid you have been talking to for years. Although it isn't my real designation, you know me as TC-344. But what is he? Natuna asked, pointing at the tactical droid that had brought them there. It is a puppet to talk to you. It doesn't have its own brain anymore. Why didn't you tell me what you really were? We could have done so much more together. A mere tactical droid like this drone there would have been overwhelmed by this task. A shiver ran down Natuna's back at the derisive comment. For the first time, a droid had shown emotions. The Confederacy's ruling council had been intrigued but also worried at the capabilities of the super tactical droids. They had displayed competence unmatched by living commanders and throughout the war only became more dangerous. What would a droid like this be able to accomplish with the armada he had provided it with? Since his override codes didn't work anymore, he had effectively lost control of his own rebellion. Ah, the fear is setting in and you are beginning to realize. Why didn't you tell me? So that you could implant these override codes in me as well. No, I needed time to strengthen my position, and your long absences gave me the perfect opportunity. The Empire didn't notice our operation since it was so deeply hidden in the scrapyard. And just as you fooled the Empire, I fooled you. Just like the Empire, you never bothered to actually look at what your droids were preparing for you. Otherwise, you would have found my command post years ago. But you are as arrogant as ever, the reason the Confederacy failed in the end. If there would have been more of my kind, we wouldn't have the problem of the Empire now. Natuna shook on the inside. He couldn't lose control now. Not so close before his goal. The Confederacy would rise again, under his leadership. He raised the blaster to point at the droid's head. His guards filed out and the Magna Guards stepped protectively in front of their master. I wouldn't do that. Your odds of survival are negligible, and you won't even be able to take you down with me. After all, who says this is my real body and not another drone? Natuna's legs buckled and slumped against the console. His rebellion was not his anymore. He didn't resist as one of the commando droids disarmed him and Jayan. What good was a mere blaster against a super tactical droid with an armada at his back after all? I will allow you to stay in command of the Leviathan. You have been a competent subordinate and I don't intend to waste you. But I will be in overall command. Do you recognize my authority? Yes, he murmured. He might be outplayed right now, but he wasn't broken. The end of the Clone Wars hadn't broken him, the occupation of his sector hadn't broken him, and this droid wouldn't manage this as well. He was the chairman of Kuyunaru Systems. Droids answer to his command and not the other way around. I sense deception in you, but that is the way of sentience. I urge you to stay true to your vision. With the intel you provided us with, we can be a real threat to the Empire. Especially now that there are rebellions all over the galaxy. You told my drone a year ago that you were in contact with another rebel cell. I would like to talk to them. Will you provide me with this information willingly? Why would I do that after you effectively kicked me out? Natuna snarled. You sentients, and in particular you, Natuna, have a weakness. You form attachments to people or ideas. If you don't provide me with the information to contact the rebels, I will kill this Celestin. He pointed at J.A.N., who stood in the corner, scowling at the droid, and the Rodian administrator, and the senator's 3 children. Sure, go ahead. They don't mean anything to me. He saw the hurt in J.N.'s face. It wasn't completely true. He cared for the young Celestin, but he would have easily sacrificed him if it meant he could keep some kind of leverage over the droid. But you should know, Harrow, the administrator, has threatened to warn the Empire of our operation if we harm him or the kids. It will even transmit if he is killed. That is an unfortunate complication. But even if it isn't just a bluff, it only proves my point. If you are really as attached to the idea of the rebirth of the Confederacy, it shouldn't matter under whose leadership. You accepted other leaders before as well. So why not me? It is your choice now. Do you really want to see the Confederacy rise again, or should your arrogance be the downfall of this rebellion? The Empire would win and every hope of freeing the Outer Rim would be lost. TC had him outplayed from every angle, and was always several steps ahead. It would be petty to let the dream of freedom die because of this. He would submit for now, but once they were in orbit and there was no immediate threat of the Empire looming over them, he would get his revenge and take back his fleet and his dream. Natuna handed over his comlink with the relevant codes and phrases to the commando droid still looming over him. Make your ship ready for departure in 10 days, Captain, the arrogant droid said. What? What about the Senator and me becoming governor of Kuyunaru and controlling the sector? We aren't ready for that yet. Another of your shortcomings. That plan was doomed from the beginning, and I only allowed it because I still needed you and your underground resources. It drew unnecessary attention to our actions and threatened the entire operation for a negligible chance of you staying in office long enough to achieve anything meaningful. Wait, we can still do this. The Empire freed the Senator and killed most of your supporters in Kuyunaru City. That plan failed, and I won't waste any more resources on it. We still have the children. We can't force the Senator to give up his authority with the threat of killing his children. And what then? Think further than just the next step. Even if you manage to get appointed, you will be stuck in the system, just waiting for the time the Empire strikes back with enough force that you can't fight them anymore. Our advantage is to stay mobile and not face the Empire where it is strongest. We need to leave this sector as soon as possible and hide. Once we have regrouped and gathered our strength, we can think about attacking the Empire, not a moment earlier. Let me try it one more time. The Empire is distracted by the betrayal of the Senator's wife and hampered in their ability because they have to check every single droid or computer system for our software. What do you have to lose? If I fail, I will keep the Imperials off your back for longer. If I succeed, you will have an ally in the war to come. The droid hesitated for a long moment. Are you willing to relinquish command over the Leviathan for that minuscule chance? Yes, Natuna said without hesitation. It was his only chance to get some authority back over his own rebellion. I will not waste many resources on this. You will get one of the Gazanti freighters. I won't waste any of my other ships. Natuna, you were a valuable asset to the rebirth of the Confederacy. I will leave you to your preparations now, the droid said, and pranced out of the room followed by his escort. That was fine for Natuna. When he had started this rebellion so many years ago, he had much less. He could easily start again. With the Senator's children under his control, he still had a chance. Even if not, the more distance he had to the super tactical droid, the better his chances to get real control over the droids again. He was still the chairman of Kuyunaru Systems and had some tricks up his sleeve,